Good morning. This regular meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida is now called to order. Dr. Osgood will introduce her school to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag. Dr. Osgood?
Certainly. This morning it is with great joy that I recognize Mr. Mateer and the students of the Parkway Middle School Explorers Club and Aligned Campers. And they will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance to the flag of the United States this morning. All rise, please.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome to Parkway Middle School Aligned Summer Camp Program, where our students are learning debate, STEM, music, and art. And I would like to have two individuals introduce themselves who will be leading us in the pledge this morning.
Hi, my name is Takia Lason, and I'm a Girl Scout, and my troop number is 10912.
Hi, my name is Layel Fratwell. I'm a Girl Scout, and my troop number is 10080.
And
we will be leading the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
you may be seated.
Thank you, and I look forward to seeing you real soon.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood, and thank you to the students at Parkway that are enjoying a line camp. I think it's an amazing opportunity for our students, and I'm glad they were able to be here this morning during the summer to lead us in the pledge. In order for the meeting to operate within an appropriate professional environment at this time, it is respectfully requested that all cell phones and other electronic devices be either turned off or put into the silence mode. May the chair have a motion and a second to approve the minutes for the following meetings. May 21st, 2019, regular school board meeting added. Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Is there any discussion? All in favor of approving the minutes as listed, say aye. Aye. Those opposed say no. The minutes are approved. Mr. Runcie, are there any changes to the agenda?
Yes, Madam Chair, we have the following proposed changes to the agenda. May 21st, 2019, regular school board meeting is added. Speakers, Ilona Machado withdrawn, and Anne Marie Pierpoint is added. For board items, G3, personnel recommendations for non-instructional appointments and leaves for the 2019-2020 school year, second revision. CC4, proposed new job description for manager, district security operations center, revised. CC5, proposed new job description for the protective research analyst position, revised. CC6, proposed new job description for the trainer, safety, security, and emergency preparedness position, revised. CC7, proposed new job description for the data analyst, safety, security, and emergency preparedness, revised. CC8, proposed new job description for the specialist, enterprise risk management communications. CC9, proposed new job description for senior data analyst, safety, security, and emergency preparedness. CC11, final adoption of policy 1100A, school board meetings and rules of order, formerly known as rules for scheduling of meetings and establishment and disposition of agenda. That is revised. EE16, direct negotiation agreement, fiscal year 20, FY20 093, dual enrollment articulation for Florida International University is withdrawn. EE21, revised the 2019-2020 opening and closing school times, second revision. K1, advertisement of the tentative district budget and millage levy for fiscal year 2019-2020, revised. Madam Chair, we have no further proposed changes to the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you. And just for my colleagues and those in the public, I did allow some of the changes to occur late on, they came on Monday, and that was due to the fact that on Thursday the building closed early in the afternoon, and I was informed that several of the items would not be prepared in time. And in addition to that, there were some personnel items that will be supervising employees that will begin on August 5th, And if these people are not in place prior to then our next meeting isn't until the 6th. And so for those reasons, I felt there was good cause for those items to be added to the agenda. The changes to the agenda proposed by the superintendent are accepted by the chair after being determined that good cause has been established for said changes. May the chair have a motion and a second to close the agenda.
So move. Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. All in favor of closing the agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. The school board will consider agenda items in the following order. The school board will first identify any consent items, single-letter items on the agenda that will be pulled for separate discussion. All remaining consent items that were not pulled for separate discussion will then be approved by consent. The school board will next consider G3, followed by any other G items that were pulled from the agenda for discussion. After the G items are considered, the school board will proceed in accordance with the agenda's lettering system. The school board will consider any consent items, single-letter items, pulled for discussion for a given letter, and then consider any open items, double-letter items, for the same letter. The meeting agenda has been modified to correspond to this order. The next item of business is the consent agenda. This is the time that board members advise the chair of those items they wish to address. Subsequent to this, the chair will ask if any members of the public would like to have an item pulled, which has not already been pulled by a board member. All those items not pulled for separate consideration will then be approved under the consent agenda. For the following consent items, are there any board members that would like to discuss? G3 is already pulled. Are there any other G items that a board member would like to discuss? Yes, Ms. Levinson.
G4, please, just for comment.
G4 for comment. Anyone else? Yes, Ms. Rupert?
G2, please.
G2 for Ms. Rupert.
And it's waiting for a follow-up from the question I said ahead of time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other G items from my colleagues? Any E items? Yes.
E7.
E7 for Ms. Korn. Ms. Rupert?
E6, please.
E6 for Ms. Rupert. Ms. Levinson?
E6 and E7.
E6 and E7 for Ms. Levinson. Anyone else for E items? I items? Yes.
I'm sorry, I6? Yeah, BT wanted I6.
I6 for Ms. Rupert. I have a comment on I4. Yes, Ms. Levinson? Sorry.
I4 and I6.
I4 and I6 for Ms. Levinson. Yes, Dr. Osgood?
I5 and I6.
I5 and 6 for Dr. Osgood. Anyone else for an I item? J items?
You forgot to ask
Hold on. I'm going to ask for audience in just one moment. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Rupert?
J1, please.
J1 for Ms. Rupert. Anyone else for a J item? K item? L item? At this time, is there anyone from the audience who would like to speak to an item that has not already been requested for discussion?
Good morning, Anna Fusco, Broward Teacher Union President. I3.
I3. Anyone else? At this time, may the chair have a motion and a second to pass the consent items that have not been pulled for discussion?
So move.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. All in favor of approving the consent agenda, say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, say no. At this time, the board members, please identify the open items that you will be asking questions of staff. This will better manage staff's time by letting them know which open items we intend to address. Any CC items? Mrs. Aladuff?
CC 10, CC 11.
CC 10 and 11 for Mrs. Aladuff. Ms. Levinson?
CC 10 and CC 11.
CC 10 and 11, Ms. Good? 11. CC 11 for Mrs. Good. Yes, Mrs. Korn?
CC 10 and 11, please.
CC 10 and 11 for Ms. Korn. Yes, Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. CC1. And then I have the same comment for CC2 through CC9.
Okay. And then I also have comment on CC 10 and 11. Any EE items? Ms. Levinson?
EE2, EE4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13, 17, and 20.
Okay, Mrs. Aladev?
EE 12,
Oh, I'm sorry, let me just repeat those first so everyone has that marked down for Mrs. Levinson. Okay, EE 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12, 13, 17, and 20. Mrs. Aladev?
EE 12, EE 13, and EE 18.
So Mrs. Aladev has EE 12, 13, and 18. Dr. Osgood?
EE 12, EE 15, 15.
That's EE 12 and EE 15 for Dr. Osgood. Anyone else on my right? I'm sorry, Dr. Osgood. I'm sorry, Ms. Good. EE 20 for Ms. Good. Ms. Korn?
EE 4 and EE 12.
EE 4 and EE 12 for Ms. Korn. Ms. Rupert?
Sorry, EE 21.
EE 21 for Ms. Rupert. And I have comments on EE 12 and 13 and 21. 12, 13, and 21 for me. I'm sorry, Ms. Korn had
4 and 12.
4 and 12. 4 and 12 for Ms. Korn. Any HH item? II? JJ?
Yes.
Yes, Ms. Rupert?
JJ 6, please.
JJ 6. Mrs. Aladev?
JJ 1, JJ 5, and JJ 6.
JJ 1, 5, and 6 for Mrs. Aladev. Anyone else? I have, for myself, JJ 6. Yes, Mrs. Levinson?
JJ 6.
JJ 6 for Ms. Levinson as well. Anyone else? And finally, LL items. Okay. We all good? All right, may the chair have a motion and a second to consider G3.
Second?
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on G3. Board member input on G3. All those in favor of approving this item say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed say no. The item is approved unanimously. The chair would like to take a moment to recognize new staff appointments.
Thank you. I'd like to take the opportunity to congratulate our new manager in area security, Shalonda Brown. Our new clinical nurse and coordinated student health services, Debbie Carty. Our task assignment in the executive director level exceptional student learning support, Sonia Clay. Our new manager for construction sourcing, Sherry Francis. One of our two new directors in school performance and accountability, Todd LaPace. And our other director in school performance and accountability, Priscilla Ribeiro. Okay, do you want me to keep going?
Yes, please.
Okay, and so our new service manager in recovery, Martha Rodriguez. Our new purchasing agent 3, Larissa Seda. Our director for safety and security operations, Frederick Stalper. Working. Good answer. Our new manager for area security, Constantina Weston. And our other new manager in area security, James Wilson.
And I have the privilege and honor this morning to welcome to District 3 the new assistant principal for Riverland Elementary, Catherine Familia. Also, assistant principal for Florinata Elementary, Lisa Leiter. And the assistant principal for Whitten Rogers Education Center, Sabrina Smith.
Warm congratulations to Sandra Davis as the assistant principal at Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School. I'm so excited to have Brian Jasm as the assistant principal at Coral Glades High School. And with great pleasure to announce April Weich as the assistant principal to Country Hills Elementary School.
And I have the distinct honor and privilege of welcoming a few individuals to District 2. First, we have Madeline Doval, assistant principal at Walter C. Young Middle. Congratulations. Also joining District 2 at the fabulous Whispering Pines Center is Catherine Henderson as assistant principal. And down in Miramar at Coconut Palm Elementary, joining Ms. Thelmas will be Stephanie Reyes as the new assistant principal. And of course, over at Pines Lakes Elementary with the wonderful Miss Sassy, we have Amrita Sukhasingh as assistant principal. Congratulations. And I'll learn to say your name better next time.
And it's my great pleasure to announce the new appointees for District 6. Maite Garcia, assistant principal, Eagle Point Elementary. Lara Gutsmore, assistant principal at Nova High. Helene Kokis, assistant principal at Western High. Ricardo Marino, assistant principal, South Plantation High. And I know the community is thrilled to have back as principal of Griffin Elementary, Angie Moodliar Jones. And one who also doesn't have to go too far, great congratulations to Jennifer Roca, assistant principal at Cypress Bay High.
It is my great pleasure to welcome into the fold of District 1 family, Darrell Baker, our new assistant principal at South Broward High School.
And I am really tuned up this morning and excited with these announcements. I'll start with 2 reassignments. Congratulations to Mr. Anthony Favada, the new assistant principal at Walker Elementary School. And also Ms. Celeste Humphrey, the new assistant principal at Wingate Oaks Center. We welcome to Board H. Anderson High School as the new assistant principal, Alexandra Bayok. We welcome Marcus Faison as assistant principal at Lauderdale Lakes Middle. We are excited to have Linda Lopez as assistant principal at Board H. Anderson High School. We welcome as the new assistant principal at Piper High School, Sophia Scott. And this is an extremely special recognition, and I'll recognize this person in this way. I would like to welcome to Mirror Lakes Elementary School as the new assistant principal by first acknowledging her son, Kareem, who is a graduate of Boyd H. Anderson High School, who just graduated Princeton and is on his way to start his new job at Amazon. Kareem, could you wave your hand so everyone can see you? Come on out. I need them to see you. Come up, Kareem. We can't see you back there. Step up. I want everybody to see this graduate of Boyd H. Anderson High School who just graduated Princeton. Throw your hand in the air and wave it like you just graduated. Yes. And congratulations on your new job. And we welcome as assistant principal to Mirror Lakes Elementary School, his mom, Hen Hafez.
All right. I would like to welcome to District 7, Nina McWhorter, our new assistant principal at Crystal Lake Middle. Tonica Julian is our new assistant principal at Charles Drew Family Resource Center. Welcome. And Jermaine Odom, our new assistant principal at Palm Beach Elementary. Welcome.
Thank you. I'm going to take a moment of personal privilege and try not to cry. It's really not, but it's going to be. Thank you to Priscilla Ribeiro for serving the Fort Lauderdale High School community with passion, dedication, love, and spirit like no other. I wore my blue today in honor of that. And I'm a dragon. So when I got dressed this morning, it was a bit of a conflict. So I just want to say that you have served your staff and your students very well. And I'm very proud to have my daughter have been under your watch. And thank you. And I wish you all the best. We all do. Thank you. And for those in the community, I want you to know that the district held a community meeting last night. There was a lot of community input both from staff, community members at large, parents, and students. And the process is underway, so don't panic. I have faith that we're going to find someone who will be a good fit for Fort Lauderdale High School. So for those in the community who were not aware that are waking up to a shock this morning, I just want you to know that the district is working hard to fill those very big shoes. Thank you. Yes. And for those of you who didn't hear what Ms. Ribeiro just said, she's there till they find someone, so don't panic. Ms. Murray?
Yeah, I just want to make, as long as we're making comments about people, Mr. LePace, Todd LePace, has advanced himself to our cadre, moving from MacArthur High School to a higher level. And I was asked by many people, teachers and people in the community, what I think. Was I annoyed? And I said no. I said because this gentleman is going to be able to enrich a lot of other high schools in his course, in his job work. Oh, you already handed him notes, Eric? Okay. But, you know, it's... Mr. LePace has done such an awesome job in raising the performance and level of MacArthur High School. He's going to be a hard person to fill the shoes, but we have a lot of capable people out there that are ready to step up. But he knows that I'm going to be tugging on his jacket tails there, making sure that that he performs and does everything. And I'm just so elated for Todd that he has this opportunity to be able to move the Broward County school system and the high school areas forward. So, good luck, sir.
And so at this time, I say congratulations on your new appointments. If you would like to stay with us the rest of the day, you are more than welcome to do so. But now is the time it is appropriate for you to go on to your new jobs. I would ask that you leave as quietly as possible so we continue with the meeting. Now we will hear committee reports. Committee reports may have up to 5 minutes each. Are there any reports? And if so, please identify yourself and the committee you represent. Do we have any committee reports this morning? Thank you. I know it's difficult to hear.
I have some handouts for you. They're getting them in the other room.
Okay. We're going to just see if we can clear the room just a little bit before you begin. There's a lot of excitement in the air today,
Yes.
as you can tell.
You know, people are stuck out there. Why don't you give a second for people to come in? There's people waiting to come in. Can we hold on reports? Yes. Because I'm waiting for more information and answers. Since y'all didn't answer my emails. Or my phone calls.
Ms. Fusco,
Okay, I'm out of order. I'll stop.
thank you.
For now.
Want to begin with your committee report?
Yes.
Thank you.
Good morning, school board members and Superintendent Runcie. My name is Carolyn Crone, and I am the chair of the District Advisory Council. For your records, I have supplied each of you a calendar of all DAC and area meetings of the upcoming school year. I would like to take this opportunity today to respond to questions and comments that were made at the June 18th board workshop regarding proposed changes to Policy 1.2, which establishes the membership and duties of the District Advisory Council. This policy was adopted 43 years ago and was last updated in 2004. It was frustrating for us to sit and listen to discussions take place that affect the future of advisory and that can possibly solve the challenges that we are facing, especially with our membership and attendance. By not having a seat at the table or an opportunity to respond, it seemed counterproductive. How can we solve these issues and answer your questions when there is no dialogue with you? We all know that the advisory process can work extremely well when schools have an active SAF chair that is trained properly and principals have a relationship with their SAF chair. Information gets shared at the area meetings, and the SAF chair communicates this information with parents and stakeholders. DAC works as a forum for area advisory councils where issues and recommendations can then be shared with you based on our intercommunications. This is not a perfect system, but it can work, and we have seen it work. We should all take responsibility for fixing this process rather than pointing fingers. This needs to be a team effort if it's going to work and provide successful outcomes. We heard how it used to be and how the rooms used to be packed. Expectations from the district are very different today. Remember when everyone was expected to attend these area meetings? We realized that expecting every principal to attend with their SAF chair is not feasible, and we don't want to take principals out of their schools too much. Now, only one principal from every zone is expected to attend the area meetings, which we completely understand, but it does seem to be negatively impacting the participation of SAF chairs. We do realize that we have to reach out and grow the community, but keep in mind that you grow your group from your area advisories, which is predominantly made up of school SAF chairs. I believe this is the area that needs strengthening the most. Remember that DAC and the areas have a quorum of approximately 33% of their membership. The catch is, just because there is a name of a SAF chair on the SAC composition doesn't mean they attend area meetings or perform the duties of a SAF chair. Every school has a SAF chair listed, so our quorum is based on 100% of these positions that appear to be filled. Until this is fixed, we cannot raise quorum to 50% plus one. Example, Central Area needs 26 SAF chairs to make a quorum. We did not make quorum once last year. North area also struggled, but South area is faring much better. Dr. Wanza was kind enough to meet with us last week to discuss our concerns and address the issues of a lack of staff chair attending area meetings and how principals can take steps to ensure a parent has been elected to serve in the role as the school staff chair and that they understand their responsibilities. It is our responsibilities as dedicated, hard-working volunteer leaders to welcome them and provide training, as well as share relevant, valuable information that they can share with their individual schools. As for the comment the DAC was unfriendly or unwelcoming many years ago, you are right, because I sat with you at the table. I can assure you this is not the way we operate. We do our absolute best to welcome everyone who comes to any of our meetings. The tone of the meetings has changed for the better over the last few years, and we are all collaborating for the betterment of advisory for the purpose of doing what's best for students, all students. And for the record, we have no intention of limiting student membership on DAC. We highly value the input of students, and Bo has assured me that those positions will be filled. Some of you have not had board appointees on DAC for many years. This also hurts our quorum. If you did make appointments, they must attend our meetings, which has not been consistent over the years. Per policy 1.7, your appointees should be providing you updates on DAC activities and to exchange views on relevant issues. And DAC has had a strong year. Attendance was good. We met quorum every month. Multiple subcommittees were formed and 10 motions were presented to you for consideration. And yes, we had quorum to bring our proposed policy changes forward. I would call this a very successful year. Can we do better? You bet. There is always room for improvement. We will continue reaching out to the groups who have seats on our committee and do our best as volunteers to fill as many seats as possible to ensure every corner of this district is represented properly. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional committee reports this morning?
Good morning, Anna Fusco, Broward Teacher Union President. I have copies for everybody of our survey. There's enough for everybody up there, Mr. Runcie, and if you need to leave one with Jeff Moquin. I took the liberty to print them and hand them to you because you don't open emails, you don't answer emails, and I need you to understand the importance of this survey. It is the School Safety and Discipline Survey that 1,800 of our members took, and over 205 schools that they actually were willing to put their school name, at least one person from that school represented. There are open-end questions where people gave their testimony of being hit, kicked, punched, spit, threatened, guns, knives, and so forth. I met with Sheriff Gregory Toney the other day. He shared with me an interesting conversation that since 2015, he's reached out to this board and this superintendent on to stop the violence and to be proactive so a tragedy would happen February 14th wouldn't happen. I read the email. Ignored, hung up on, he told me. No conversations. And Mrs. Alderhoff, I apologize if I'm strong right now, and I can see that you are feeling, and this was not made to get you upset. But how long have you been sitting at the board, and for a short time, that you've seen me come up and say the violence in our schools are getting bigger? So Broward Teachers Union took it upon ourselves to create a very strong survey with very lengthy answers and very strong statistics that it is happening, not in one school, not in two schools, but at least 205 that people were willing to say, I work at blank school. Several chose not to put the name. This is an anonymous survey. No, there are no names behind it, but I assure you, it is authentic and it was done with fidelity. I'm asking you to meet with Sheriff Gregory Toney, as he's requested to meet with all of you, conversations, and look at the proposal that he has created to help make our schools more safe. Do not ignore him. We have a sheriff that is willing to come in and be proactive and work with our district to make sure that we are safe. He wants to donate a Stop the Bleed kits for every school and every building in this district. He wants to implement millions of dollars to help get us more safety in our schools. Don't ignore it. He asked me to meet with them, and I did. It's an easy process. You make an appointment, you go to his office, you sit down and you have a conversation. Whatever he chooses to talk about, whatever you choose to talk about, do not ignore it. We cannot have another school year that I have to keep coming to this board, besides telling you guys to have your closed-door sessions to talk about our raises and insurance, but to talk about the safety of our students and our staff and our teachers that are being hit, kicked, punched, stabbed, cut, threatened, spit on, beat up. And then when our teachers or our staff defend themselves, a student says, well, they hit me. They looked like they were going to hit me. They pushed me. They punched me. And then they're under investigation. And then it gets redirected for the proper discipline taken on with the child, the students. Then there's the Promise Program, who you know that I support if it's done with fidelity. Sheriff Gregory Tony also said that he's given some strong, proactive changes to make it better. And he's been ignored. Don't ignore when law enforcement wants to help. He doesn't support the schoolhouse to jailhouse pipeline, nor do I. He's a restorative justice type of man, and he certainly doesn't want more of our black and brown skinned students to get arrested. But he wants to make sure if there's violent crimes being done, that they need to be held accountable. A consequence doesn't mean it's negative. It means that something gets done to help. I'm asking you guys to stop ignoring my phone calls and my emails. If I'm reaching out to you, it's because I need to talk to you, and I am not getting what I need from your people that you hire under you that are directors and district supervisors.
Thank you. Dr. Osgood?
You know, I heard Ms. Fusco, and I respect her dearly, but if the sheriff has something to say to us, he needs to come and say it. I'm not going to have a word to say to him until he fired those officers that punched and beat up the Luca Rose that has now been charged. So you can't send mixed messages to my children and think that I'm going to just embrace you and overlook it. So if we want to do restorative justice, if we want to stand up for kids, when you have officers that beat up my kids and they're charged by the state attorney's office and you continue to keep them on staff, that doesn't send a signal to me as an elected official that you want to work with kids. And in order for Sheriff Tony or anybody to make recommendations about the Promise Program, they got to first know what it is and build a relationship with the kids and try to work with us. I think it's a piss poor man that sends somebody else to do their bidding. And I love you, and I love Anna, but this is a very sore spot for me because it's causing a lot of friction with my children. They don't understand how we have SROs in the school working with them, and then officers can beat up kids and get away with it. And it's time for it to stop. Too many black and brown kids are being mishandled by officers, and then their higher-ups don't do anything to address it. So if Sheriff Tony wants to meet with me, he needs to fire those two officers, and then he needs to come to the school board and meet. And I think it's a disgrace to another elected official that you only want to have meetings in certain spaces. I'm not playing these games when it comes to my kids. So hopefully Mr. Travis is tweeting and writing, and just like that message came, I'm sending my message back.
Thank you. Ms. Fusco, please, I'm asking you to not be out of order. I'm asking you patiently and politely to please not be out of order. Thank you. Ms. Fusco, please, I don't want to have you removed, please. Thank you. Ms. Fusco, please. Thank you. Yes, Ms. Good?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Mr. Runcie, I know that you've have had numerous conversations with the sheriff, and I guess not to comment a lot further, because I know we're not supposed to get into major dialogue, but I do understand that we've had ongoing conversations, you as
That is
the
correct.
superintendent of our schools, and you've also mentioned that the sheriff's gone before the Chiefs Association. I mean, typically that's
Yeah.
how it's functioned,
Yes.
and certainly we welcome Sheriff Tony to come before the board at any point in time if he wishes to. But I didn't know if there was anything else that you wanted to add as far as ongoing
yeah.
conversations. I know that you yourself don't work in a silo, so.
Yeah, so yes, I have spoken to the sheriff on a number of occasions. I've met with him as well. He has representation on the committee that brings recommendations on discipline changes to the district. So he has had staff that has been involved in that. He did send us a proposal, which we shared with the board, which is not something that is feasible for this district or any district really to execute in terms of the costs and what's focused on it. So yes, we've continued to have conversations. I haven't heard these particular issues or concerns that I heard here today, that they've never been raised with me or staff. Moreover, I would say Brian Katz, who's our Chief of Safety, Security, Emergency Preparedness, he continues to meet regularly with all the chiefs, attends their meetings, and is in regular conversation with the Sheriff's Office. So I have not heard any of these particular concerns. And, you know, as far as the elements of the discipline program, like promise, of course, this board has made changes that even go, I think, above and beyond anything that's been suggested by the commission or state statute. Those have already been made, and certainly we're operating under the policies that have been set forth. So I don't know where, you know, these particular comments are coming from, but I'll follow up with the sheriff again to clarify anything we heard here today.
Yes, Ms. Good?
So, thank you, Madam Chair. So, Mr. Renzi, maybe if we can get maybe a follow-up on anything that has been transmitted by BSO as far as considerations for your office and probably your take on some of those considerations. I know that some things were done probably indirectly, being mentioned maybe through the Chiefs Association, maybe some things were done directly. I'm not certain. Yeah. I know that one of the proposals was quite extensive as far as impacting our operational dollars, which definitely negatively impact our teachers. So I just want to make sure that, you know, we're here to work as much as we can in the best interest of our students and certainly the safety of our students. And I want to make sure the messaging, you know, that we understand anything that's communicated, certainly to you, and any recommendations that maybe you felt weren't in the best interest of this district, so that we're aware of those issues. And
and I'll just, you know, reiterate the fact that we work with a multitude of law enforcement agencies and municipalities. The Sheriff's Office is not the only law enforcement entity in Broward County that we have to work with. So, you know, we'll continue to build our relationships and work to address any issues or concerns that are out there.
Exactly, because we have many law enforcement agencies that we work closely with. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Yes, Ms. Myrick?
I just wanted to also add to what the superintendent said. Mr. Katz and I are on a small committee and working with the chiefs of police, and there's a representative from the sheriff's office regarding the exchange of information with all law enforcement that we're putting together. So he's well represented there also.
Thank you. Any additional committee reports? Okay. At this time, we will have a special presentation on Kids and the Power of Work, the Kapow Awards recognition.
Okay. Good morning, my fellow colleagues, Superintendent Runcie, staff, and community members. It's with great pleasure that I present before you today Kids and the Power of Work, better known as KAPOW, a program that is a national network of business and school partnerships which introduce students to career awareness through professional development lessons taught by business volunteers in the classroom. In addition, students are able to visit the workplace to participate with on-hands activities. KAPOW lays a foundation for young students, introducing them to work-related concepts and experiences that can be continually reinforced through their formative years. I'm glad that here in Broward, we have this partnership with KAPOW at over 28 of our schools. And now, it's with great pleasure that I introduce a very special person who works very closely with so many of myself and so many of our staff, Mr. John Casabaro, who he is the president of KAPOW for South Florida, to help me in recognizing the wonderful partnership and the experience afforded our students through this endeavor. John.
Thank you very much, Ms. Murray. And thank you for the opportunity to make this presentation today, board members and superintendent. We're here to say thank you, really, to the school district for supporting my organization, which is called Learning for Success, actually, but everyone knows this by KAPOW, but the nonprofit is called Learning for Success. And through the board's partnership with our program, we're actually now going to be in 36 schools this fall. And, but backing up a minute, just to say again for everyone to know, KAPOW links elementary, middle, and now high school students and teachers with volunteers in their businesses to help connect learning and teaching in school with its application in the workplace. We do this by training teachers and volunteers to deliver a set of lessons that help students discover different kinds of jobs, what it takes to do them, how to connect their skills and abilities with a future job, and learning about the different skills that are necessary to be a success in any job. The program also includes a required field trip to our partners' work sites to enable students to experience people's jobs firsthand. And the slides that you're going to be seeing now depict many of those field trips and classroom experiences. On your desk, besides a little certificate of appreciation, right in back of it, is a list of the 36 Broward schools who will be participating this year, including their business and community partners. This year, we expect to serve more than 3,000 students, 110 teachers, and utilize 650 business and community leaders to participate in the program. Joining me today are a volunteer, one of our students who actually got KAPOW Student of the Year this last completed school year, and principal, was with Crystal Lake, now with Margate Middle School. So first I want to call up one of our volunteers, Janine Graham Bellamy from Royal Caribbean Cruises. Janine?
Okay. Good morning. My name is Janine Graham Bellamy, and this year marks my 19th year as a KAPOW volunteer. Being a mother of 3 and a Girl Scout leader and a KAPOW volunteer, I believe there's a need to augment what the students are learning today in school. KAPOW provides that vehicle. The KAPOW curriculum teaches the students what they're learning in school and in the workforce are almost the same. They're learning about good habits, they're learning about teamwork, they're learning about communication, all these things they need to be successful in the workforce. I'm proud to be here to represent Royal Caribbean Cruise Lines as a partner, as we believe we provide a multitude of different careers. As we bring them to the worksite visit, as John has mentioned, they can see all the jobs, not the jobs that they see in school, where teachers, doctors, firefighters. They can see captains, they can see accountants, they can see entertainers, they can see engineers from mechanical, accounting, everything. So I want to actually thank KAPOW for allowing us to actually be a business partner for the 19th year, and also providing us an opportunity to speak for you to how successful this program is and a successful 2019 to 2020 school year. Thank you.
Thank you, Jean. Right now, I'd like to call up our Kapow Student of the Year for 2018-19 and her father. So her name is Brianne Howard, and her father is Vaughn Howard.
Good morning.
Morning.
When I look back on the Kapow lessons that I had in Miss Mormon's 4th grade class at Central Park Elementary, I am reminded of how much the world has to offer. Kapow lessons opened my eyes and made me realize that I can do or be anything that I want to be if I work for it. My favorite Kapow lesson was when our Kapow volunteer, Dr. Provatera, helped us create our commercial storyboard that would reflect the topic of bad and good work habits. It taught us the habits we exemplify at school are very similar to the ones we should demonstrate at work. I am interested in being an environmentalist and caring for our earth, so creating the storyboard helped me organize my thoughts and create a plan where I can protect the environment within my abilities. It has been great getting to know my Kapow volunteer this year and learning about the path needed to get us to college and then a career of our choice. Kapow lessons have been fun and interactive. My classmates and I would have so much fun during Kapow lessons because our Kapow volunteer has a great sense of humor. We would count days until the next visit of our Kapow volunteer. Thank you, Kapow, for giving us a head start on career awareness.
Thank you.
Good morning, Board, Superintendent, Madam Chair. My name is Vaughn Howard. This is my daughter, and my wife, Bridget Howard, is also here. Kapow has been very, 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 very special to us, as it has opened up eyes for my daughter and all other students to experience careers outside of the norms. And it is my hope that the school board considers instilling this program furthermore into our curriculums and into our schools, so that our children can be exposed more to careers that they never would have thought of. And again, I want to thank you for the opportunity, and I want to thank Kapow for recognizing my daughter for her speech that she actually wrote on her own. And I want to thank everybody for that, and thank you for honoring her today.
Thank you.
Good morning, Superintendent, board members. I'm here on behalf of Crystal Lake. I'm Sabine Phillips, the principal now of Margate Middle. But when Mr. Kuzbar asked me to speak on behalf of Kapow, it was a no-brainer, just as bringing it to Crystal Lake was. When he came and described the program, what it would do in terms of what it exposes our children to. And our kids every year look forward to going on the Kapow field trips. Every week they look forward to the volunteers coming in, doing all kinds of activities with them, exposing them to the careers, as our parent just mentioned to you. And my goal now is to bring it to Margate, since we don't have it there, so we got some work to do. So I just want to make sure to express my thanks to John and the Kapow program for all it's brought to the students at Crystal Lake Middle.
Thank you.
Over the last 3 years, we have developed a new set of lessons called My Future Is Now, or MyFin for short, for grades 4 through 9. Utilizing the latest research in self-efficacy, one's belief that you can succeed, and resiliency, the ability to overcome obstacles. So while they're based on the same themes as our Kapow lessons, the lessons incorporate specific and new conversational techniques and methods for engaging students, and specific activities for, correlated to reading, language arts, and math instruction. Our goal is to help create a learning environment that helps students identify, develop, and maximize their strengths, skills, talents, and interests so that they can stay in school and make their dreams come true. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today. And please let me know if any schools that are not on that list that you think might benefit from the program, please be in touch with me, and we'll get right to it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, John. I just have a couple of closing remarks. I know that my school, I can remember when the children from West Hollywood Elementary went down to Port Everglades and went on one of Royal Caribbean's cruise, and how many stories they had to share with their experience. But that's just one that I can talk about. But also in bringing corporate leaders in and solid companies, large corporations that have exposed our children to so many job opportunities and had people come in and share stories with them. We've also incorporated our municipalities. Within District 1, I have the City of Hollywood, Miramar, and Pembroke Pines, where the children are not only learning about job experience, but they're getting an exposure to government affairs and how the city is run. So they're getting just more than just opportunities to be exposed to work experience. So it's come twofold. And when I first met John, we had less than 10 schools that were in his program, and to come to now be 3 times that many, better than 3 times that many, and know the experiences that they're sharing with our kids is really a plus for us. So I would encourage all our board members, if they want to come down and see how this works. I remember when Kevin Bitterman, who was one of our city commissioners, worked with Apollo Middle on the program for Kapow, and how it enriched him. So again, I can talk about different things, but it's really such a great opportunity for our students. It opens their eyes to so many different job opportunities and really starts to set their mindset and what they have to do to prepare themselves, not only in school activities, school studies, but so by the time they get to high school, they know what direction they're going in. So again, kudos to Kapow and the staff and for the people that were here this morning to talk about it. I can't say thank you enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. May the chair have a motion and a second on item G2?
So move. Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on item G2. I have Ms. Levinson and Ms. Rupert. I'm sorry. I marked it in the, okay, sorry. Ms. Rupert.
Thank you. Hi. I was just following up on the question that I had submitted ahead of time, which is I've noticed that we have resignations to other Florida districts. And are there any specific districts that are actually getting a bigger bulk of our employees? And how do we counteract that? Is it a salary issue? Is it a compensation issue? Those are questions that arose when I was reading this.
Good morning, Susan Rockelman, Director of Talent Acquisition. So we do keep track of when a teacher does submit a resignation. There is a question, are you accepting another position? And we do keep track of that. And last year, we have less than 1% of our teachers that leave to go accept a position elsewhere, and it could be for teaching or in another profession. They do not indicate or share with us where they are going to work, so it's difficult to say, hey, this many teachers are going to Orange County and this is why they're going there. So I don't have that specific data. However, looking over our last 3 to 5 years, the numbers have not escalated. They actually went slightly down this year than in previous years. So I'm not seeing a trend that teachers are leaving. Are there some other opportunities that other districts may offer teachers? Yes, but I do not see that as a means that they are taking all of our teachers from us.
Well, I hope not all.
I
had actually just wanted to, be proactive because I do know that some districts do pay more, and they have sweetened the deal with some of them. So I know that you guys keep this track, and from what you just said, we don't actually track. I mean, we track that they leave, but unless they'll say that they're going to another Florida district, but not which one. I don't know if it's something that you can ask, or if that's an intrusion of their privacy, or if it's just a volunteer aspect when they put the resignation in, because that's a box. I don't know if you can do a drop down, or even that's worth your while. So that's for you guys and the superintendent to figure out. But I wanted to make sure that we weren't losing a lot of people to northern districts. So, okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Any additional comment from my colleagues on item G2? All in favor of item G2 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item G2 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item G4?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on item G4. Ms. Levinson?
Yes, I just wanted to mention two principals that are retiring from District 6, longtime principals that have contributed much to this district and had a tremendous impact on our students. I want to wish Gail Sillig from Griffin Elementary and John Lacasse from Nova High School a wonderful retirement and thank them for their service to Broward County Public Schools.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Yes, Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. And I would be remiss if I didn't mention that we've lost the wonderful Mary Musenik, our Director of Support Services. I hope that she comes back, and she's only a little bit north of us, but it is a loss for our Support Services Department, for a longtime employee. Thank you. I wish her well.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues on item G4? Seeing none, all those in favor of item G4 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item G4 passes unanimously. Just checking on the time. Okay. May I have a, Ms. Rupert, did you say CC1 was?
By itself.
By itself?
Yes.
Okay. May I have a motion and a second on item CC1?
So second.
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on item CC1? Seeing none, I have Ms. Rupert.
Just a second. I gotta pull it out.
Yes. CC1.
Oops, sorry. A little. There it is. Okay, I just had. Whoop. What's your? Oh, okay. Welcome. How are you? Okay, I had a question on the officer position. It looks like as I'm looking through this that it is the same pay grade as a director on this sheet because we are, I'm sorry, this is CC1, and we are talking about the job descriptions for Director, Student Transportation and Fleet Services, and then the other one is Officer, Economic Development and Diversity Compliance. So they both are under the salary band grade D and D. I totally get the Director, Student Transportation and Fleet Services. I'm a little confused as to the job title of Officer, Economic Development and Diversity Compliance. I don't know if we have any other officers in our organizational chart. And if so, are they also at the same pay grade as a D, as a director?
Thank you. Rose Hall, Director, Compensation, HR Support Services. We do not have an officer position. This would be the first position that has been titled officer.
Good morning, board members, Superintendent Runcie. Part of the reason that we went with this particular title is we did some benchmarking around this role, and what we've identified is that in some of the districts that we looked at, including municipalities, the term is often used as officer. In addition to that, we recognize that this position has an external kind of face for the district, and we wanted to make sure that as this individual is out interacting with our community, stakeholders, with our vendors, that the title just really gives it kind of the gravitas, is a word that I was used in the recent past, around the importance of this role in the district. With that said, I'm not 100% wedded to it being an officer, although I do believe that that's the appropriate title based on some of the benchmarking analysis that we've done.
I get it. It's just, I think it's confusing as we move forward. Will we be utilizing officer in other particular areas, perhaps legislative, government affairs? They certainly, using the rationale that you just said, they certainly have a public face and they interact with our municipalities, our businesses as well. So I guess, Mr. Woods, it's really not your question, it's more of Mr. Strauss, and I know you just got here. Welcome. But I guess that's a conversation to have with you, with the superintendent. You probably already had this conversation, and I apologize because I'm just getting back on my feet, and I've been gone a month, you know. So I've been looking through things with a little, you know, kind of a blind spot, and just seeing it as it is and not what perhaps my colleagues have talked about, I'm sure extremely a lot. I wasn't privy to that. So any light to share on this, Mr. Strauss, in addition to what Mr. Woods said?
Alan Strauss, Chief HR Equity Officer. If you don't mind, he was speaking to me at the same time. I apologize. If you could just repeat that last question.
I said, is there anything that you prefer to add that Mr. Woods has said, possibly about moving forward with some of these other positions that have exterior responsibilities like legislative, et cetera, to have that, to use Mr. Woods' words, gravitas, to have that feeling of, you know, importance in the community, so they have that respect?
I think it's looking at what other organizations do utilize and potentially utilizing some of the same terminology, whether it's officer, director. I know within our organization, as you mentioned, typically that is a director. You know, we utilize the language director. You know, when you go to different school districts, obviously everyone uses different. Some are deputy superintendents versus directors or chiefs and everything. So I think it's whether or not, as a board, we're looking to add that language into our positions.
Right, and you know, let me be very clear. This position is extremely important, and I understand that, and I am for that. It's just, for me, it almost is like we're taking a side road and working on this area perhaps a little faster than maybe the rest of the organization plans to catch up, and I understand that as well. I just wanted to know if this was the first of many to come, or if we were going to have this just as a one-off.
So, Ms. Rupert, thanks for the question. The sense was that this would be a one-off. The other aspect of this, though, is that as we think about recruiting and hiring individuals for this position, if it's designated as a certain way in other districts, especially, you know, within our region and around the state, it may become a little more challenging. I think if it's not situated, at least in terms of how it's presented, to be similar and competitive with the other positions, which typically have an officer title designated to it. But again, as Mr. Woods said, it's, you know, it's the title. We're concerned a lot more about the substance of it, but I think in terms of recruiting individuals, it will be helpful to do that more than anything else. So to your question, yes, there's no conversation or thought or contemplation that we would apply this to any other positions in the organization chart at this time.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate that. And if I'm looking correctly here, all right, hold on. The reporting is not to the direct director. It's going to be to you, right, Mr. Woods? Okay.
That's correct.
Got that. Got it. Okay. Well, I appreciate that. And then there's only one other part I wanted to mention, which is, hold on. If there had been any conversation, since this is going to be working to increase our underutilized vendors, businesses, have we talked about bumping up the requirements to have it not just in the preferred section, but in the essential section as to be bilingual as a conversation? To me, it's...
Sorry, Mr. Wood, you said move it from... You want to move
The
it from
preferred qualifications and experience, it has bilingual skills, and then under minimum qualifications and experience. To me, with our changing diverse economy as well as our changing diverse population, it just made perfect sense to me. But I, of course, once again, working in a silo, because in my house, so I defer to what your conversation was with them.
Yeah. So first of all, thank you for bringing that up. I think intuitively, given that it's associated with diversity, the bilingual requirement intuitively makes sense. But we also want to recognize that oftentimes these positions are, I want to say, relatively hard to recruit. And we just want to make sure that as we think about diversity, that we are considerate to the diverse population, but we don't want to limit ourselves in the pool of applicants that may apply for this particular role. I will tell you that as the hiring manager in this area, that would be something that I would kind of be taking into consideration as I'm in the interview process.
I'm going to let my colleagues decide on that, but I would like to make a motion to add the bilingual to the minimum qualifications, but I, of course, don't know what my colleagues feel, so I will be quiet at this point.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Any comment from my colleagues? Ms. Good?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate the comments both from staff and Ms. Rupert, and I'm certainly supportive of the motion should it be noted.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues? Ms. Rupert?
I move that the bilingual skills be moved from the preferred qualification and experience to the minimum qualifications and experience.
It's been moved by Ms. Rupert and seconded by Ms. Good that bilingual skills be moved from the preferred qualifications and experience to the minimum qualifications and experience. Audience input on the motion? Seeing none, Ms. Korn?
So I absolutely support having someone with bilingual skills. My question to staff is, how limiting is that going to be in hiring someone for this position?
Well, so what I would say to this, we put it in preferred for a reason to send a clear message. That's what we desire. But we always want to cast our net as wide as possible and make sure we get the broadest range of candidates. And so the rationale for putting it preferred versus required is that we didn't want to limit the pool of qualified applicants that we could receive. So I continue to recommend that we keep it as a preferred. Certainly, I can tell you as we go through the sourcing process, should we find 2 or 3 equally, situated candidates, and we find someone that's a bilingual on top, that would certainly be a tipping point in the decision for us. But that's the rationale at this point.
So through the chair, I'm sorry, if I may, I think the best data point or reference point that I have is when we were actually hiring for the manager of supplier diversity and outreach. We did have some challenges in recruiting that position, and we had a very limited number of qualified candidates. I just think this particular skill set is not one that's readily available in the market. So I too would be concerned about moving it into a required versus preferred.
So if I could follow up, I think the conversation puts us somewhat in a precarious position as a board if we're going to bring this up every time we have a conversation about a high-level, executive-level position. It was originally brought up a few meetings back when we were talking about public relations. It was then interjected into expanding that into other positions. I would love for everyone to be bilingual, including myself. But at the same time, I don't think that every employee throughout the district needs to be bilingual for us to be successful. I do think it is a core responsibility for us to have bilingual individuals in each of our departments who are able to address the majority of our constituents, students, families. But I'm concerned if we're going to put that as a requirement for each position as we continue to bring these forward, because we already struggle with trying to find individuals who are willing to come forward in many of these positions, as well as to take the pay grades that we offer, because in many cases they aren't necessarily competitive in the private sector. So the fact that it's in preferred is critically important. And the fact that it gets preference in the, and I would want to ensure through Mr. Runcie that it actually is given preference. It isn't just listed as a preferred, but that it is actually something that gives an individual preference when they are interviewed or when they even get into the category of being interviewed. But to that point, I'm uncomfortable not being able to support it because I don't want that to appear as if I don't support having someone bilingual in this position. But at the same time, the critical role for us is to make sure that this is filled and that that department can maintain communications with the community for bilingual. But I can't support it because I'm concerned that that's going to be very limiting in being able to fill the position.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Dr. Osgood?
And I agree with Ms. Korn. When I looked at this and I see bilingual, that could be a multiplicity of languages. We have about 204 in the district. So I could be bilingual in a language where is not a large number of our employees or people in this department speak the language, the other language that I speak, but I will qualify as bilingual. So I think that we need to have our net as wide as we can and do a good job with trying to find a person, as this is under preferred in the way that it is. I think that when we get into putting it for this particular job into the other qualifications, I really do think that it limits us overall when we just look at different ethnic groups and the various different languages that they speak. It may not be mirror or representative of what we're actually looking for. I think that if we've identified a particular need in, our departments where there's a language that's really prevalent that we don't have, then I think based on need, we would address that in a way within that department.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Ms. Good?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you to my colleagues. And I guess, in reading this further, I'm probably more concerned, not as much of the bilingual aspect, but under the minimum qualifications, we're going to be hiring the individual to oversee economic development, diversity, compliance, yet we're not really asking for any experience within that realm. So, other than the fact that they be certified as a professional in supplier diversity program within 18 months of employment, what experience is the individual going to bring to the table that has, I certainly think you should give some credit to someone that maybe has had experience in the diversity outreach community. I think that's what we're really looking for. The person speak multiple languages is truly an asset, and I'm certainly one that supports that. But when I started looking at it, clearly you could qualify and not have any experience whatsoever within the, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. So I don't know how to say it, Mr. Runcie, in a way that doesn't limit us, but I would certainly think that if you have worked in that field, you'd be able to demonstrate it in some fashion by either, things you've attended, programs you've developed. So maybe I'm looking for staff to kind of shine some light on that. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I do. The second bullet under the minimum qualifications section reads a minimum of 7 years within the last 10 years of experience in the field related to the title of the position. This is generic language that we include that gives us the ability to screen applicants based on their experience as it relates to the title of the position. So in screening this position, in screening candidates for this position, we would look for someone that had 7 years of experience in the areas of economic development and diversity compliance. So it's generic language that we typically use when we're outlining experience requirements.
And I appreciate you sharing that. But I just wanted you to understand where I was coming from. I mean, certainly, you know, diversity does not mean necessarily that you speak multiple languages, and I get that. But at the same time, you know, I will say, Mr. Runcie, that I think there is a lack of certain diversity within this district, especially in upper management, and I think it would be very interesting if the board could get follow-up on that as to, you know, the cross-section of diversity that we actually have in management. I will tell you that one segment definitely lacks, and I think that's information that we as a board, as a governing board, need to have to make decisions that, especially with regard to job descriptions, qualifications, and employment. So, you know, I get that the last time I know that I brought the issue up was in a communication position. I had a colleague that brought it up in a different position. I do believe it was warranted, and I will continue to advocate where I feel that the diversity element should include a bilingual qualification requirement. In this particular position, I can support it. However, I do understand that if we're going to limit ourselves, I would ask, though, and I would hope, that when staff interviews, that bullet that was referenced will ensure that you get applicants that can demonstrate a real work experience within diversity outreach in the community, and have a clear understanding of that to be prepared to do diversity compliance. I would hope that we get the best of the best, and so that's what I'm looking for. I support the officer position and hope that the position could be filled with the most qualified individual. So.
Okay, at this point,
Hold on one second, thank you. Mrs. Aladeff?
No, I would just like to say I support the motion. I think that this person could potentially make $155,000 that we can get qualified applicants that speak more than one language.
Dr. Osgood, did you have additional comment? No. So before I go back to you, Ms. Rupert, I'm concerned as a board member that we would be limiting the pool. It's certainly based on the comments of staff with regard to the limited number of applicants for the previous similar position in that similar area of work. I certainly support, I think you've heard loudly and clearly from the board that we support bilingual candidates, and when it's listed as a preference, we certainly want that to be a true preference. We don't want it to be something that just is in our job description, but it is something that is actually considered as a preference. And I'm trying to only speak to the motion, but I have a question now about the preference for knowledge of process improvement methodologies such as Six Sigma, because I haven't seen this before on one of our job descriptions, and I didn't know if this was going to be a new preferred that we were going to add. I visited the department, so I know that they are very, I've seen their wall, I've seen their strings, I know all about the process that they're working with, and I'm impressed by it. I just want to say that if it's something that we think is important in this particular job description, I'm throwing this out to staff, that perhaps it's something that certain jobs would also have that same preference listed, which I have not seen before.
So I'll address that, and I do want to just take a step back and just acknowledge the need for diversity. I get that. I will also tell you that the current department with the existing staff is heavily diverse across races and sexuality, males and females. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly.
Gender.
I'm sorry. gender. But what I will say about Lean Six Sigma and process improvement, you know, we view this, or I view this as somewhat of a startup organization, and we expect tremendous growth as we continue to move forward. And I believe that it's very important, kind of as we are pursuing that growth and on that path, that we're very knowledgeable and mature in having documented processes. Some of the challenges that I anticipate have to do with data gathering and reporting, and I just think that it's important that we have that discipline in this particular department, and that's why we included that skill set for this particular role. As it relates to broader roles, I'll defer that to the HR team. I'm not sure it's a one-size-fits-all, but personally I do place a strong value in continuous improvement and process improvement.
Thank you. Ms. Rupert?
Yes, I was going to withdraw my motion after hearing from my colleagues, so I withdraw that motion.
Need to withdraw your second? You need to withdraw your second?
Okay. I will not withdraw my motion then. I had a compromise. I was thinking, under the minimum qualifications and experience, effective verbal and written communication skills, comma, preferably bilingual skills be considered or be applied. I don't know how to put it in there, but I think it's strong enough to be up there because of the nature of this business and who we are as a district. I don't do this often. I don't do this very often for bilingual skills. So I felt strongly.
And a point taken, I just want to point out that if we include that as part of the minimum requirements, then we'll be limited. We will not be able to hire someone that is not effectively able to communicate in more than one language. If we include it there, just want to make sure we're...
Okay, through the chair, may I miss...
It's just the same issue that it's limiting if you put it under the minimum qualifications.
Okay.
Ms. Rupert, if you don't mind, Ms. Levinson has a comment.
Oh, thank you.
I just wanted to say that I was very supportive of bilingual required when we were talking about in our public information office. I think that's critical because that's getting information out to different news outlets, media outlets where you need to speak that language. I think although I am always very supportive of a second language, always speaking about it for our children and in school, our own kids and our own parents will be at a detriment. We don't require a second language be taken in our schools, and so we are drastically limiting the pool when we do something like that. And so I'm really not interested in doing that across the board. I think, like I said, for communications and areas like that, I think it's critical, and I think it's also critical that in every department we have bilingual speakers, but it doesn't necessarily have to be this officer in this position. Those are my comments. Thank you.
And if you don't mind, Ms. Good has an additional comment as well.
So based on those comments, then, I will support it not being included, but I will do it with the understanding that the board get follow-up on the breakdown within diversity within the district in some fashion. We must have that information available. I know that it's not going to be done in a week, so nobody's, but I think it's critical because we continue to say there is, and I don't really know that there is as much as we think there is, especially in management. Yeah. So I'll remove my second.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues?
Nope, pull my motion.
Okay. So now we're back to the item in its original form. Any additional comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, all those in favor of item CC1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Item CC1 passes. And Ms. Rupert, you had indicated CC2 through 9 could be taken together, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, may I have a motion and a second on items CC2 through CC9?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Scorn, seconded by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on items CC2 through CC9? Seeing none, I have Ms. Rupert on all the items.
Hold on. Okay. Sorry. CC4, okay. Sorry, we had so many updates, I had to make sure I got the right one. Okay. I said 2 through 9, and I actually meant 4 through 9, I apologize. It might be 3, but it's definitely 4. On the bottom of, and this is the pink one that came as an update, of page 2, I was reading, okay, the information where, up in the, I'm sorry, at the top of the page, so it's continuing from page 1, and then it has the, 1, 2, the third bullet down from the very top on page 2, participate in specialized training, background reviews, and full confidentiality, blah, blah, blah. It also says, hold on. Okay. What we took out underneath special requirements was must successfully pass a comprehensive background assessment, which includes a criminal history check, drug screen. And I understand you crossed that out and you tried to add it up to the top, where that paragraph was then condensed to be participate in specialized training, background reviews, and fulfill confidentiality. Well, when you say participate, to me, and it could just be the English teacher thing, it speaks to almost the applicant of this position being a part of the reviews for other employees. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I'm sorry, can you clarify?
Okay, on the bottom where it says special requirements, I'll read to you what it was. Must successfully pass a comprehensive background assessment, which includes criminal check, drug screen. That is active? Okay, so you have to pass. You have to pass the assessment. You have to have a criminal check. When you put it up here, participate in specialized training, comma, background reviews, and full confidentiality requirements is outlined by the chief. I get that, but participate, to me, is not, the way it's phrased is not must. Do you understand what I'm saying?
So
Yes.
if I, I'm
Please.
sorry, do you mind if I add to that?
Help me here.
Brian Katz, Chief Safety, Security, Emergency Preparedness Officer. So what was actually eliminated in the bottom was a notion of what already exists for all employees. So one is not necessarily a substitute for the other as something got moved up to the top. If we're looking at CC2, that's a managerial role.
Right.
So they will have staff that they will participate in those elements for their staff.
And CC4 as well.
CC2, hold on.
As a
I'm sorry,
manager?
CC4 is the one I was talking about.
Yes.
Yeah, the DSOC manager.
Yes.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay,
So that's their participation in the screening process for their own employees. And then you also just have the basic background investigation and things that are required to be done for all district employees, and we're not taking that away. Here, it had just been called out separately, and actually it was a conversation with BTU, which was, why are we calling it out in these job descriptions in a way that we don't call it out for other job descriptions? That's all.
Okay. So I was correct. It is the manager participating in employee background reviews, et cetera. Okay.
that job
So that is as it's written. It was confusing for me because I was like, wait, either it's one of two. Either it's speaking to the applicant or it's speaking to other applicants. Okay,
Yeah,
I
so
get that.
We eliminated that whole special requirements section at the bottom, and again, it was, the concern from BTU was that things that were listed in the special requirements at the bottom, the person would have had to do before joining the district, versus it being job responsibilities, which are things that they can do during their time that they work for the district. That was the call out, right?
Correct.
BTU?
Correct.
Okay. I've caught up now on that.
Okay.
I got it. And that was really the
And that affects
whole-
all of the, yeah, it
Yes.
affects all the ones. we're gonna-
Yes, that's why I pulled them. So is there anywhere that I'm missing where it says must successfully pass? As you said, it's in all employees?
That language was removed. That was included initially, the requirement to successfully pass a background assessment. We struck that language altogether
Why?
because it is not required of this position.
Really?
Well, no, I mean.
A
it's-
manager
it's
of
that it's
District
required for
Security
all
Operations Center?
District employees,
Screen.
right, all district employees. Well, we struck the, yes, we specifically struck the drug screen as an additional something. But effectively, what we said is same screening that exists for all employees.
Correct.
You lost me,
So,
once again.
I'm sorry. It is required of all. And so we took it out of this section, and we took this language out of these, and we took it out because it's required across the board. All employees must submit to a background assessment, which includes a criminal history check.
Wait, I'm a little lost, because did you not say you took out the drug screen?
No, yes, that we took it out as a specific item called.
Why?
Because what we went with is, as the school board policy exists now for all employees, that same screening applies to these employees.
Okay.
We just didn't call it out specifically in this
Correct.
job description. Because
Okay,
we don't
so
call it out in other job descriptions.
Correct.
Everybody's
And that
got
was
it.
the call out from the union was, you're not calling this out in other job descriptions.
Gotcha, okay, so everybody knows that. And, okay, I think that answered my question, I think. So you did the applicant part, the comprehensive background, and I think that's it. It's just still a little confusing. But I understand that we crossed that part out because it's understood when the employee comes and signs their stuff to apply, it's in there.
And that there are a lot of sensitive roles that exist within the district already that language is not contained in. So why were we putting it just into this handful of positions? That was the
Gotcha.
call out.
Okay, and if somebody's an incumbent, it was required before, or would they have to go through additional testing at this time?
This is a new position. This is a new position. I'm
Oh,
sorry.
I meant
She's saying
incumbent as
if
an
you have a current
employee that's
district
already
employee
with
who
us.
No,
applies
no,
for it,
they
don't.
would not.
Okay, all
They
right.
would not.
That's it, thank you, I appreciate that. So that answers 4 through 11 for me, I'm sorry, 4 through 9. And give me 1 sec, I'll look at CC3. I think I got an answer on that one. I did, okay, I'm good, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues on items CC 2 through 9? Seeing none, all those in favor of items CC 2 through 9 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items CC 2 through 9 passed unanimously. It is now 1 minute before noon, and we will have speakers. I'm not going to take another item because I'm not sure how much conversations. We have 4 people who want to speak on it. So I will, if it's okay with the first speaker, Mr. Moyer, I see you here in the audience. If I call your name now, slightly before 12 o'clock. The first speaker today, well, let me read what I have to read first. I know you all know this. This is the time of the agenda when school board members will hear from speakers. Each listed speaker will be allowed 3 minutes. Speakers are reminded to demonstrate proper decorum, and school board members will not discuss or take official action on any speaker comments. Any persons present who wish to speak and are listed as speakers on the agenda may be heard at the conclusion of the regular school board meeting at the discretion of the chair. Further, at the conclusion of public speakers, the chair will provide an opportunity for the superintendent or his cabinet at his discretion to provide comments regarding any subject matter or issues raised by public speakers. Additionally, the superintendent may have members of his staff speak to an individual public speaker in an effort to address his or her concerns and provide any follow-up to public speakers' concerns back to the board. The chair will call the first speaker, Steve Moyer. Thank you.
Thank you. Madam Chair, ladies, Mr. Runcie. My name is Steve Moyer. I live in Cooper City. I have 3 children that have attended 5 different Broward County public schools over the last 20 years. My son has autism, has gone from being nonverbal to having some limited verbal skills. He's always attended self-contained classrooms. Parents of disabled students, especially parents of non-disabled students, of nonverbal students, must send their children to school every day in hope and trust that every bus driver, every aide, every teacher, paraprofessional, every administrator, therapist, specialist, Every cafeteria worker will treat them appropriately and with respect. From the police report of an event at a Broward County Public School in May, the audio recording contains foul language in the presence of and directed at students. At one point in the recording, one of the suspects can be heard yelling at a child, identify as victim redacted by the child's mother. In the recording, the suspect sounds angry, and what appears to be slapping sounds can be heard. The victim yells out and begins to scream and cry. In a district with over 15,000 instructional staff, there's bound to be issues. In a school where the ESU program is reported to have a chaotic environment with several classroom standards violations, you'd think there might just be a little more supervision than normal. There are administrators, aides, therapists, coaches, specialists on site. There are district staff assigned to supervise schools. When parents brought concerns to administration, there was no effective response. A similar response to that many parents of ESE students hear from administrators. From the Evergreen report of 2014, 5 years ago, communications was noted as perhaps the most significant concern among parents of students with disabilities. This was frequently related to the difficulty parents encounter in making contact with school-based staff regarding their child's IEP goals, services being provided, or instruction in the classroom. Parents noted they often do not receive responses to emails, phone calls, and that in-person meetings are rare. So when out of frustration, a parent uses extraordinary means in the best interest of their children, what is the response? The teacher and aide have been reassigned. Is the district response going to continue to be banning GPS tracking devices? Is the district response going to be to ban recording devices in a public school where there is no expectation of privacy? Is the district response going to be to this event to trample civil rights of students and increase the elopement danger for disabled students? You know, when did our schools stop being about the students? Too often it seems that it's about staff and about administrators. Would you send your child to Pasadena Lakes next year? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Moyer. The next speaker on the list is Ronnie Flournoy.
Good. Hello, I'd like to yield my time to Anna Marie Pierpont.
Okay, duly noted, thank you. The next speaker is Mark Cantor. Mark Cantor. I'm sorry, sir, we don't allow any placards or boards or signs during public speaking.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Mark Cantor. I live at 2060 Riverland Road, Fort Lauderdale, Florida, 33312. And I am a 33-year resident of the neighborhood. I'm a retired firefighter paramedic from Broward County.
Pardon me for 1 second. Dr. Neesmith, could you please start the timer? Thank you.
I'm a retired firefighter paramedic from Broward County, and this was my service area, the Riverland Road area. I'd like to inform the board and the chair of an issue that is occurring on Riverland Road as it relates to vehicle traffic and the students using the sidewalks to and from New River Middle School. My wife and I have collected data via hand counting with a clicker since 2015 and have observed a significant increase in the autos and trucks using Riverland Road both in the morning and the afternoon. This coincides with the students walking and bicycling to and from school in the morning and the afternoon. Furthermore, we have collected vehicle crash data, which I have on my map, and you have in front of you, for Riverland Road from the state, county, and city between the years 2006 and 2019, up till April this year, charted and graphed for comparison. Each red mark is a documented accident with an alarm number, date, and location. Accident clusters are seen at Southwest 31st Avenue, which is where the middle school is, and the big curve on the east side of Riverland Road. Also notice the significant increase in accidents starting in 2015, and we suspect this is probably due to phone apps like Waze. New River Middle School starts and the release times are a cluster nightmare, chaotic nightmare for everyone involved, especially the students. Staging school buses on Southwest 31st Avenue block all the traffic on the road heading south. The pickup and drop-off vehicles illegally parking on the road itself, blocking traffic. And there are no police presence. There's no one monitoring the traffic situation there. The federally funded Complete Streets project for Riverland Road starts later this year and into next year. It does not include traffic calming measures. Heavy machinery will be used and there will be no sidewalks. Finally, the periodic flooding along the road east of the bend forces the students to walk in the road with traffic approaching from front and behind since the sidewalks are underwater. This is very dangerous. I briefly covered the main issues and will gladly share all the information and data that was collected. Please contact me for further discussion and to join our neighborhood initiative to reduce the speed and volume of traffic by instituting traffic calming measures. Our goal and your goal is the same, and that is to protect the students. Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you on behalf of the board for bringing this to our attention. Mr. Runcie?
Yes, Mr. Cantor, thank you for coming here today. I would like staff to work with you to get your notes, and then we'll pull a number of departments together, transportation, our safety folks, and also to work with the municipality to figure out a solution to this, because that is a dangerous situation here, so we do need to address it. Mr. Woods will take your name and he'll be our point person for coordination, and we'll work with the multiple departments involved here as well as the city. So thank you for bringing this to our attention.
Thank you for your time. Thank you.
Ms. Good?
Yes, thank you to the speaker, and also Mr. Runcie, since I serve on MPO, I'll also share it with them. Sometimes, although it's within a municipality, it may not be a city road, it may be a county road, it may be, and there may be other things that can be done, so I'll certainly take that on as well.
Thank you, Ms. Good, and thank you, Mr. Runcie. The next speaker on the list is Dr. Trudy Jamanovich. Dr. Trudy Jamanovich. And next we have Anna Marie Pierpont, and she has the additional 3 minutes from Mr. Flournoy. So if you could please set the timer for 6 minutes. Thank you.
Good afternoon, all. I have a couple of things since I got to attend earlier. Ms. Rupert, to answer your question of why teachers are leaving, I would ask for an exit interview because I know reasons teachers leave. Back to the diversity question, I am not bilingual, but I'm empathetic. I think you would want me in your diversity department. So I appreciate what you were saying earlier. I also want to warn you that when I get very angry, very mad, I cry. And I take my job very seriously. We have teachers who make mistakes, yes. We have a human population that acts in a human manner. I do not want sins of one person to be cast upon the punishment of another. We do have male and female teachers who act inappropriately with youth. And this is one of the reasons why I have a job and you have a job. And Ms. Myrick has a job and Mr. Neesmith has a job and Mr. Kowalski has a job. Because we make sure everyone's rights are upheld and that everybody is afforded due process. You have a policy, 4.9, that you need to follow and it has outlined, and I have spent hours in committees reaffirming, re-outlining with others how to discipline an employee. Having someone make comments from the dais to me is not how we discipline employees. I understand you all get documents to read prior, and everything is that's a matter of public record you all have provided for you. I personally have sat with our member who is an excellent human being, who has children who I personally, standing in the foyer of the high school, saw children just out of the blue walk up and hug the man. I mean, if you have a reputation, if you are a horrible human being, I don't imagine that that happens. And having people just walk up to me and hug me happens every day. I think everybody, well, 80% of the people in this room have walked up to me and just given me a hug and said, "Good to see you. I'm glad you're here." High school children need that. They're babies. They're not babies, but they're babies. They're young people. They are people who need to know that they're valued and that they are needed on campus and that they're appreciated and that they want to learn, because the environment is a learning environment that is not just a learning environment, it's nurturing. You want us to be mindful. You want us to have social emotional learning. You want us as teachers to know our children and say, "Wow, you look like a princess. You know, I love that hairstyle. That looks great on you." What's wrong with affirming how our girls and boys come to school? What's wrong with saying, I appreciate you? And if this was a long-term problem, why did it take years to figure out? I just don't see it. I tell people I have pretty good spidey senses. I don't get creepy feelings. I don't get this. I do. I've had people walk into my office and say, "I just need to let you know that I did X." And I've said, "You should not be a teacher. Let's help you get another career." That's part of my job, is to help people who are not on the right path get off this path, to protect our children. I have children, I have grandchildren. I would never, and I've told everybody I talk to, the barometer I use is, would I put my own child alone in the room with this individual? My answer is yes, I would. And I really think we need to reconsider what we're doing. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker on the list is Terry Lopez-Preuss.
Hello, my name is Terry Lopez-Preuss, and I am the Vice President of the Broward Teachers Union and also a community member for 3 decades here in Broward. I want to thank all of you for everything that you do, and I know how difficult your jobs are. I also have a lot of feelings about what Ms. Pierpont talked about. We are humans, and humans do need interaction, and actually, it's not just humans. We actually are classified as mammals, and all mammals rely on touch. It's how we grow, it's how we nurture one another, it's how we teach our young. It's something that happens. So I understand there's a fine line, and it's difficult to draw the line from up there. But I was very happy when I came to Broward schools that I went to a school that was welcoming, where teachers were allowed to hug. And this whole full frontal, whatever, I did master the side hug, just in case. But, you know, these kids need love. So it's important when we're distinguishing things, we need to really think before we make big sweeping changes or laws. We also need to think that it's a two-way street. What's good for the goose is good for the gander. And one person is not allowed to hug or touch, then no one should be allowed to hug or touch. Not even us here, and we do it all the time, as Ms. Pierpont said. There are a lot of things that we need to talk about as we want to deal with the social and emotional welfare of our students. And if teachers are not allowed to be human, and we are not allowed to be human, it makes it very difficult for us to proceed forward. So we can't have it both ways, and it is a two-way street, and we have to be very cautious about the things that we do when we make rules and sanction people for things that other people don't get sanctioned for, et cetera. On the strategic plan, in case I'm not here when that comes up, very ambitious. I know a lot of the things we were listened to, we were heard, and I appreciate them getting in there. I have a few concerns about whether or not it's taking away some of the freedom of teaching, and I know this was workshopped and was discussed with you, so I hope that you take some of those things that you discussed at the workshop and continue on that. With the 6,000.1, I did notice that it's still in there, that all work will be accepted, excused or not excused. I understand the parent feelings. I was on the District Advisory Council. I totally get it. I get it. And we've got to be careful that we're doing things fairly. But we're hearing a big uproar from our teachers, and I want to relay it to you, that that's going to be a very difficult thing for some teachers to be able to deal with equitably within their classrooms. So please use judgment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Preuss. The next speaker is Christian Rowell. Christian Rowell. Next, we have Anna Fusco.
So Anna Fusco, speaking as an individual. Good afternoon. I want to touch base on some concerns that I have with groups of board members at the dais that want to, I guess what we call negotiate or conversations at the dais to the public. If that's the new way we're going to do things, let me know and I can make that happen. I can not be on committees, not negotiate with teams. I could just come here every single time and we can do our own conversations and meetings, and we're going to stand up and make conversation at the dais. If that's the new way, let me know. You can email me. You all have my email address. And I want to talk about a word called due process, which it seems like people don't understand what that is, or forget what it is, or that it should be always used. When somebody makes an allegation, accuses somebody of something, it should not be automatic that one person is more credible than the other. Due process means that the person has the right to be investigated, information obtained, looked into, checked into. As easy it might be when we see somebody that's doing harm to someone, or we think we saw it, or we heard it, they should be fired. They should be consequences. No, don't forget due process. Even when I'm up here upset that some of our students get violent and they're out of control, they still have a right to due process, looked into, taken care of. I certainly don't agree that it should be totally ignored, but that seems to be the norm that's happening. But when a staff member, Broward County Public Schools, whether it be a teacher or any type of staff member, due process does not seem to be taking place with fidelity. You guys sign off on people's livelihoods of what happens. If my name's getting signed to something, I want to know everything about it. If I find out that Superintendent Runcie signs off on something or is electronically signed by people that work for him and he's not aware of it totally, that's a concern. Same thing with you guys. If you don't know exactly every detail, don't sign off on it. Your name should mean something to you. My signature's not out there electronically. I read and sign off on everything, especially when you have people's livelihoods at the stroke of your pen. Be more wide-opened eyes.
Thank you, Ms. Fusco. And the final speaker for today is Alfonso Canales.
Good afternoon, honorable board members.
Excuse me, could you just lift your microphone up so we can hear you better? Thank you.
Good afternoon, honorable board members. My name is Alfonso Canales. I've been working in the construction industry for over 30 years. I've done schools from the ground up, working for larger contractors. In 2015, I formed my own company using my life savings called ACA Contractors. I was doing fine until I started doing schools for Broward County School Board. I completed in 2017 North Andrews Gardens Elementary School canopy addition. And last year I did Plantation High School structure for outdoor dining and Tequesta Trace Middle School single point of entry. As of December, they still owe me $100,000. Today they owe me $44,000, and they don't seem to be doing their job. The program manager is really bad, it's out of control, he doesn't process the paperwork. Yet they wanted me to do all kinds of extra work, like Tequesta Trace Middle School, they asked me for extra carpet. Then my vendor refused. He says, no, I don't do schools anymore because they sit on the paperwork, they take 2 and 3 months to do it. I've convinced him, I told him, I pay you within 30 days. He went, met the principal, selected the carpet, did the work, difficult to peel off the old carpet. He did it, they signed off on it. And then after they signed off of it and the work was done, they refused to pay. They wanted more breakdowns. They say, we have a board member that work at a carpet store and she's not gonna approve it. And I said, well, why didn't you hire her? Because now I'm stuck. And then, but they wanted to open for the school. They wanted extra sidewalks, they wanted this and that and the other. I went out of my way and completed the project on time, and they opened the schools. Now I'm stuck. And the architects are impartial. The architects are not impartial because they get so many jobs from these vendors, from the program manager, that they do whatever he wants. It's not like you're dealing with an impartial architect. And so, the people I've talked to, the directors, they don't seem to care. The program manager has taken it at a personal level with me. This is John Mark. And then I spoke with Phil Gaffold. He's not much help, and Frank Girardi isn't either. Now,
I'm going to ask you to please not use people's personal names, just refer to their jobs.
They put me through a lot of stress, my family through a lot of stress, and I don't have enough time to tell you all the damage they have caused to my business and to myself. I just want to see if something can be done so these people process my payments or allow me to bill. It's just, I've never seen anything like it in my life.
Thank you, Mr. Canales. Thank you for bringing this to our attention. Mr. Runcie, I don't know if you have a comment or direction.
Yes, Madam Chair, without getting into too many details, I've got communication from staff who've been working with this company, and my understanding is that there are a number of issues that need to be resolved with inspections and change orders. So it is my understanding that the ball is in their court to fix. And I'll just leave it at that and say that staff will continue to work with you to make sure that we can get these issues resolved as a priority matter. Under no circumstances do we want to hold up any payments for any vendors. We want to be a good client. We've worked extensively over the last couple of years to modify our payment processes. I think Ms. Marte could certainly attest to that, to make sure that we're paying folks on a very timely basis. But We have to ensure that work meets the inspection guidelines as required, and staff is appropriately closing out the work and the change orders as required through policy and expectation from this board and the community.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. Did you have someone specific on staff that you would like for Mr. Canales to speak with?
I'll have Ms. Marte just follow up with it, but it's Mr. Girardi is the person that's working with them, his staff.
Okay, thank you. That concludes today's speaker list. And we have, just to my colleagues, we have about 17 minutes before we're scheduled for an attorney-client. So I'm going to say we'll take the CC10 in hopes that it won't be too long. So may I have a motion and a second on CC10? Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Dr. Osgood. Audience input on item CC10. Seeing none, I have many of my colleagues. We'll start with Mrs. Oliveff.
On the first page, but it says page 6 on the bottom. Number 9C, this was crossed out. A student whose individual educational plan indicates that full-time virtual instruction is appropriate may be enrolled in a full-time virtual instruction program. Why was that taken out?
Could I have that page number again, please? I'm trying to.
It says page 6, but it's my first page. Number 9, virtual education.
Good morning, Board. Dan Gold, Chief Academic Officer, playing catch up here. So I just want to make sure this is virtual education 9. What was struck was 9C, a student whose IEP indicates that full-time virtual instruction is appropriate may be enrolled in a full-time virtual instruction program. I believe, Guy, do you want to speak to it? 'Cause
I'm sorry, I missed the question.
Why was that removed?
Why was it removed? It was removed because there's not a requirement to have it written in your IEP to be a virtual school student. Any student in this district, written in their IEP or not, has access to virtual school. So that makes it seem like it has to be written into the IEP. And in speaking to the virtual school principal, Chris McGuire, he asked that be stricken because it doesn't matter if it's in the IEP or not. Every student in this district has access to virtual school education.
Okay, great, thank you. And then on page 46, H, number 2, where it says all makeup work must be submitted within 2 days. Could we add 2 school days?
Short answer is yes.
Yes, we definitely can. Yep.
And I support the rest of the document. Thank you.
Okay, so next I have I have myself and Ms. Brinkworth. Were there any of my other colleagues who wanted to speak to CC10? Ms. Levinson?
Yes. I'm not going to speak about this for a long period of time. I know we've had extensive discussion at workshops. I am not in favor of creating a policy that affects a particular problem that will create another problem. And that's what I feel makeup work, accepting makeup work for excused and unexcused absences does. I understand targeting a certain population and wanting to make sure that this problem gets addressed, but I don't feel this is the right way to do it. I think we should be respecting our teachers as professionals because almost all of them make the right decision in what's in the best interest of our children. And I think taking this discretion out of their hands is not treating them like the professionals they are. And if we find that there is a group of teachers who are doing this, we should be working with those teachers and working with them, quite frankly, to make their classes interesting enough where students will not want to miss their class. Because when you are a fabulous teacher, you don't have an attendance problem that way, which is what we're talking about here. So I think there are other ways to work on this, and I think that you are not treating teachers the way you should, and I think you're sending a horrible message to students across this district who are in school every day, that they don't need to be there, that they can make up the work anyway. You're devaluing what happens in the classroom every day because they can get the same credit if they're not there. And make no mistake that there will be plenty of kids in this district who will be doing that, knowing that they are allowed to do that. And so to me, I just think it's very poor policy to not address the problem at hand in a way where you're not creating a much bigger problem on the other side, and also teaching our children that you need to be present. When you go to college, when you have a job, you need to be there. And if you're not, there are consequences. So I think there are so many poor messages we're sending here that I cannot support that. And we've been around this in the years that I've been on the board, and I believe that it will be back to us again, because I think that teachers already feel a lot of times they don't have the control of the classroom the way they like, and this is going to make it even worse. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. And to my colleagues, I'm sorry, I was remiss in not taking public comment first, so I'm going to pause now to take public comment on item CC 10.
Good afternoon. My name is Debbie Espinosa. Good afternoon to the school board and Ms. Superintendent Runcie. I couldn't have said it better myself, Mrs. Levinson. Most teachers do the right thing. Most teachers. Maybe your child will not come across that one teacher or those two teachers in their entire lifetime who do not do the right thing. We want to empower teachers, but in my opinion, what this is, teachers are tired of being paid poorly. They're tired of the over-testing. They are tired of the extra responsibilities we as a district keep pushing on them. They think that this is the power they need. Most of the teachers, I would say 99% of the teachers that I have spoken with personally, don't care about this policy. If a kid misses, a kid misses. That opportunity is lost. That instruction time is lost. I think back to the analogy that Mrs. Brinkworth gave. She goes to the beach. Mrs. Merrick is home sick. Mrs. Brinkworth's mother calls her in, so she's allowed to make up her work when she was off with her friends at the beach. Poor Mrs. Merrick was homesick with the cold. Her mom didn't call her in, so now we're going to take off her work? Which one of those is a legitimate absence? If a child is absent, a child is absent. That opportunity is now lost. Give the teachers a stricter, stringent discipline matrix. Raise their pay. Empower them. Tell them how valuable they are to each and every one of us. But they not above and beyond what happens to our children. And it is unfortunately our most vulnerable population that is detrimentally impacted by this unfair policy. It is not fair. It is not right. Your own statistics tell us it is children of color who suffer the consequences. These are cultural biases. Other countries where our students come from, because we have a diverse community, are not a part of the school system. They don't call in. So how is that any more fair to a student? Because we're not basing it on the student's actions. We're not basing it on their performance. We're basing it on that their parents didn't call in. That makes absolutely no sense. Mrs. Levinson said when you go to college, you have to go to school. When you go to work, you have to go to school. Well, I don't have my mom call me in. If I'm out of work, my pay gets docked. It doesn't matter if it's a mental health day. It doesn't matter if I'm legitimately sick. We need to do what's right for teachers. Teachers are valuable. They are our backbone of our system. But never, ever should it be at the expense of our children. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on item CC10, please?
Hi, my name is Liliana Ruido, and I am a teacher. Broward School District accuses employees for showing affection towards their students and due process not being followed by the district, and instead...
We're talking about CC10 at this time.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Forcing this policy on teachers is not going to work out. As previous speaker said, that great teachers are amongst us, and there may be some that don't get it. That's possibly it. Teachers need to have the responsibility and the control and the accountability in their classrooms. You hire professionals, they're higher degrees, they take many, many, many hours of PD, extra college courses, they know what they're doing, and they have common sense. We know when students need to have their work turned in. And if there is a situation that arises, and I believe that there is less than more, it should be in the hands of the parent to take that up with the teacher, and if need be, admin. But to force this on is not the answer. We keep taking more and more away from our teachers who are in the classroom 180 days with our students, and you forget that we actually know what we're doing and get to know our students and understand what's going on. We care about our students. We love our students. We want the best for our students. I don't believe we wake up and say, let me come to school and be horrible to our students and a rotten person to our students. Do we have teachers that are human and life gets in the way? Every one of you sitting up there has life get in the way, and at times may overtake our professional judgment. But that is why we have colleagues, and if we have decent admin, they will be on top of this, and they'll know what's going on, and they'll be there to help and guide and make sure that we're doing the right thing. We want our teachers to be treated with value, to show that we know what we're doing with our students. Take that into consideration.
Thank you.
Hi, Anna Marie Pierpont, Hollywood resident. I just wanted to say thank you, Ms. Levinson. I think you get it. And we do not need to be making policies. My grandson has a father who goes to dialysis, and he misses 2 hours of school on Tuesday and Thursday because he has to be home to take care of his dad who's doing dialysis. And he makes arrangements with his teachers to get this work done. I mean, teachers are the backbone of this system, and we don't need to mandate what teachers do and don't do as a profession. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Terry Lopez-Boyce, and I am also a teacher since the 80s in multiple states. So I know how hard it is to get this right. And getting this right from up there, when the people who are in the trenches are speaking out and have these opinions that they're voicing to us every day, as I'm sure they're doing to you, is something that you need to really pay attention to. As a parent of 2 children who graduated, I also see the other side. I totally do. And I get it.
that mistakes can be made. But we're not going to fix them by making policies that are going to hurt the sovereignty of teachers in the classroom. I think I made it pretty clear about the makeup work. I think all of us have made that, somewhat clear. There are students who are going to challenge you, and it is mostly students of color whose parents don't call them in. And that is a big problem, and I want you to do something about that. I do. Because when my husband was having an open heart surgery, I would forget sometimes to call in my son's absences. And my son wasn't allowed to make up work. And I was upset, very upset. And I couldn't do anything about it. And Dr. Wanza can vouch for that. No matter what I tried, I couldn't do anything about it. I had forgotten to call. So I understand, but this is not the answer. For the most part, as we said, teachers do the right thing. They do the right thing. I had to bite the bullet as a parent. My son had to bite the bullet. Sometimes teachers have to bite the bullet. But we can't let our egos get in the way. It's about kids. It's about serving kids. It's about helping them achieve to the highest degree. And sometimes the rules that we make just make it more difficult. And we cannot take away the sovereignty of the teacher from making some of these decisions. We also have to understand that because it is mostly the population of our minorities that is suffering, we have this other population of the kids who are doing just fine. And they know exactly where their scores are. And they're the ones that are coming in and saying, I'm sorry, but I don't care because I can make up my work now because the school board said so. And those rub people the wrong way when you're in the classroom and you're trying to be a professional. It's very hard to have that thrown in your face. It's kind of like a big, I could use a word that I'm not allowed to use, but I won't, into our faces. And that can't happen. Another thing, this whole section on makeup work. I happen to be the parent of a child with asthma. When you're sick with asthma or a serious flu, it doesn't matter that you knew about the assignment. You cannot function. It's not a broken toe. You're out. So bringing it in on a certain moment can't always work either. Please review this again, maybe have a subcommittee.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Sarah Leonardi. I'm a Broward County Public Schools teacher. I live in Pompano Beach. As someone who's been teaching for 6 years, it seems like every year I have less autonomy in my classroom. By placing this policy on teachers, again, you are taking away more autonomy. What the real issue is student attendance. We need to make sure that kids feel comfortable coming to school and that they want to be in school, and this policy is just a distraction from that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Carolyn Crone. I'm going to ask you today to please do not ignore the statistics. They tell a very compelling story. On average, in our district, 94% of students are in school every day, across the board, all colors. Black, white, Hispanic had the same daily attendance rate. However, 70% of the black students' absences were unexcused, or can we use the word unreported, because that's what it is, unreported. 56% of Hispanic students' absences were unexcused or unreported. 42% of white students, which is still a lot of students' absences, were unexcused or unreported. Do we really believe that most of these students are skipping school? Absolutely not. This is not the fault of the student and should not be held against them or reflected in a grade that measures learning outcomes. If grades reflect behavioral penalties, then they do not relate directly to learning outcomes. If they're vaping, are we going to take a 10% off their test grade for their behavioral consequence? When applying grading consequences to factors outside the classroom, some students will be penalized more than others for factors that are not in their control. Many educators still hold on to the assumption that parents are capable, grounded, and in control of their children. I urge you to change your policy and allow students to earn full credit for excused and unexcused absences for these reasons. Palm Beach County has been allowing this for 5 years, and their attendance has increased. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on item CC10? Seeing none, thank you for my colleagues. I have Ms. Korn.
Thank you. Before I go back to that specific issue, I just have one quick question, kind of a cleanup one, and maybe I'm misunderstanding it. It's on page 4 of the backup that was given. This would be on number 8, where we talk about at least one course within the 24 credits required for graduation must be completed through blended online learning. And if you go down to D, all of them say you can do A, B, C, D. All of those are ORs until you get to E. And E is completion of a course in which a student earns a nationally recognized industry certification. Should there be an OR after D as well? Okay, I just wanted to make sure, so sorry. That was just a Scribner's, but it does help actually clarify when there's ORs in front of the others, so thank you. So back to page 46 of the document. I believe accountability for attendance is necessary. Having been a high school teacher, and knowing that this is specific, and again, I don't want there to be confusion, this is not related to elementary students. We're talking about our high school students. And in fact, middle school students already have this in place. This is our high school students. I believe what was previously there was the compromise. It was the compromise in that it allowed teachers still some discretion while giving the ability for families, students, and their parents to know that if they did happen to miss a call-in, there was still going to be some credit provided. That, to me, was the compromise. Why we're continuing to go away from that is very difficult for me, because it does take away empowerment of our teachers. And I think it is important that our teachers have that ability. Our teachers know their students best. Are there some teachers who do not necessarily on every decision act in the best interest of each of their students? Yes, I'm sure that occurs. Does that mean that we should make a policy around those exceptions? I don't believe so. I believe that our policies should not be to address a handful of teachers that may not make the right decision in the right situation. That, I think, should be taken up with administration. I think policy should speak to how we think education is best addressed in our schoolhouses. What was there before was the compromise. It's one that, to me, was pushed too far on the compromise side. But this goes to the place where teachers now have no voice whatsoever in the fact that students can choose not to attend their course, their class, and will still get full credit for the work that they're for their work and act as if it's an excused absence. I don't believe that's the message we should be sending, and I think this change in policy sends that message. I think it also takes away accountability for attending class. As a prior English teacher, I can tell you, you learned in my classroom. If all you were required to do was hand in my assignments, you did not get the quality of education that was provided, and I believe that is what the core of our teachers do. They provide education in the classroom. And so when we act as if being in the classroom is not important to the level of education by changing this part of our policy, I think it demeans what we do in the classroom setting. So for that reason and all of those others, I support the comments that my colleague Ms. Levinson said, and I cannot support this change, and therefore I will not be able to support this policy.
So
Thank you.
Through the
Thank you,
chair,
Ms.
if I may
Korn.
respond.
Yes.
Ms. Korn, thank you so much for raising several very important points around this. One, that the impact of this is at our high schools, and that we are talking about where we draw the line, about where the policy constraints begin and where local teacher autonomy begins. Based on analysis that was done by our colleagues and brought forward by the District Advisory Committee, what this policy change does is move the teacher autonomy line further in the direction of what I'll call student favorite, right? So it doesn't matter why you were absent, whether it's reported as excused or unexcused. You now, as a student, are given 2 days, not an unlimited amount of time, but 2 class days to get your work in. So there is not a culture of unlimited non-consequence being established. But what is being said is some parents do not report an excused absence, some do.
If I could, through the chair, we have discussed this at length. Having been a high school teacher, I know very specifically the impact of these changes, and I appreciate that others, including senior staff, may not agree with me. I'm going to respectfully ask that we not continue to go down this. I think there have been lots of comments that have been shared. I believe that the majority of the board agrees with this change. I believe this will probably be passed. It was important for me to again share my comments without going into more and more conversation. And Mr. Gall, I appreciate, and I think what you're sharing is probably helpful for the community, but we've now talked about this in several public meetings, and many of these things have been expressed. So I would just ask if we can move forward with the board comments. I really don't want us to be trying to convince me as a board member, because I've listened very carefully to the arguments. This is where I stand on this.
Understood, and thank you.
Thank you. And I have Ms. Rupert, followed by Ms. Good.
I had a question. Can a student get credit for a class without attending if they pass the EOC? Yes.
Hi, Ralph Aiello, District Director of School Counseling and Police Advisement. The answer is yes.
Okay, and that would be in this policy? Or is that Florida statute?
That is Florida statute and then reflected in the policy, correct?
Okay, got it. Interesting. That's good, though. Okay, thank you. That's all I had on that.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Ms. Good?
Very interesting, Ms. Rupert. Thank you. Actually, yes, there was a great deal of discussion when we touched on the subject matter at the workshop. Certainly, there was input from multiple levels, both staff and parents. And I will say that for me, we're always about empowering our teachers, but I have to also say that the numbers that were shared were alarming in the amount of students, minority students, that account for underreporting their attendance. To me, it's a great concern. And I think one of the highlights that was mentioned is I find it hard to believe that they are the only ones missing school. So it really starts pointing to the reasons why it is that they're the ones where the numbers are reflecting. And yes, we have to do more in making it easier for parents to report. I think that was mentioned quite a bit at the workshop, and I still think it's an important element of what we need to consider. But there's always going to be a segment of the population that either, don't understand the importance of reporting it, may have multiple jobs and don't get the opportunity to report it incorrectly. There's definitely shifts that need to take place. And as a district, I think we have to take responsibility for that and try to assist those families in making it easier to account for their child having an excused absence. And so that teacher knows that that child is safe and has an excused absence. So I look forward to those conversations. I will want staff to just quickly share of the numbers that were shared with us at the workshop regarding our Black and Hispanic students or minority students, where we were at as far as attendance for those students, if you could share that.
So the numbers that were generated show that there was not a variance in attendance regardless of excused or unexcused reporting across ethnic groups. But there was about a 1.5 times fewer reported excused absences for African American and about 1.25 for Hispanics. Those are statistically significant behaviors that have consequences when the policy is applied through the course grades. So if the homework's knocked down, then that goes into the course grade, which affects class rank, right? So this is all about where people end up there. What this policy says is, regardless of why you're excused, you have 2 days of why you are absent, you have 2 days to make it up, at which point the teacher does have discretion. If the reason for your absence is acceptable to the teacher, they can choose not to impose a penalty on your homework makeup. But the policy then allows them to impose one if they don't find the reason there. So we're buying 2 days for makeup time, regardless of excused or unexcused, which is a parent behavior, not a student behavior, at which point the teacher then has autonomy. It is a moving of the line where the constraint of autonomy begins, not an open-ended articulation.
So there is, and so as the policy states, there is a limitation as to how much time they have to turn in their assignments. And then there was the other issue that I remember we discussed about class participation, and that teachers do still have the opportunity to have value to that element. Is that correct?
Yes. This board's policy states that teachers must have at least 9 marks per marking period, and teachers have a broad swath of autonomy in order to do that, which they work with their local school administrators on the framing of the grade books. Hopefully they're working as grade level teams or course cohorts of algebra or US history or whatever the course is, in order to have consistency across the school. But participation is a valuable piece that teachers have the authority to include. What they need to do is make sure that they are making clear to the students before the course marks begin being taken in as to what those criteria are. We want full transparency to the students as to how they can earn those grades.
So I think that it's worth taking an opportunity to revising the policy in the best interest of the students, to ensure that they have that chance to make up an assignment, and not penalize them for the lack of judgment that their parents may have had for whatever reason. And so I think this is something that certainly we can take another look at down the pipeline if we see adverse impacts. Clearly, we need to ensure that we're communicating with our teachers to see what impacts they're feeling within the next year. But I think it is something that warrants a revision in policy. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Any additional comment from my colleagues? Ms. Murray?
I'm just going to make this real short. I, like Ms. Corn, I'm not going to support this policy. I've always been supportive of letting children make up their work. And are we going to start now policing our teachers to make sure that everybody follows this policy when I know the teachers completely ignore this policy? Because they're in the teaching business. They want to see their kids be successful. Some teachers only have 9 grades that they mark, and they use that at the end of the marking term. And I know teachers that may put in 20 grades. Look at the growth of their child. Have they recovered from through the term? Have they recovered and improved? And then they'll start to cut off and break it down to 9. So I've seen some innovative things, but I think when you listen to the common sense of our teachers and what they feel they want to accomplish with our students, yes, you have to be there to be educated. But again, we're punishing the student, and we're supposed to be making them successful. So there has to be a gray space. And I think when you listen to the common sense of our teachers, that's where it lays. If you have teachers that are not performing or not doing what they're supposed to or not delivering for our teachers, we have administrators in the schools that are supposed to be handling that situation. But again, teachers are so passionate about getting their children to be successful. And I think that's where the weight of the whole issue belongs. Not with us sitting here making rules that I know that teachers are not going to follow. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. And I have some comments, but I don't know if anyone else has comments before I make my comments. Okay. So like Ms. Corn, first I will go to some Scrivener errors that I found in the policy, and then I will address page 46. So A, under graduation, forgive me because I don't think I marked the page. So that's on page 1, meaning the number on the bottom of the page is page 1. Under C, 2, it says this the. Students enrolled in special magnet programs may only select this the 24 credit high school graduation diploma option.
We will strike the word "this" from the document.
Okay. And then on page 6, under diploma designations, it says pass the U.S., and I apologize if I sound confused because I'm looking at my agenda and then looking at the page. Pass the U.S. History EOC or, it needs to say or. Okay.
There's a missing or.
Yes, thank you. Sorry, I was looking at my notes and not at the page, and I was confused what my notes were saying. Okay, so got it?
We do. At the scholar designation, the last row, we will have it reflect the use of the word "or" as it does in the row above it.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so now my comments to page 46. I know we've had a lot of conversation about this as a board. I will tell you that as a former teacher, I don't want to take away teacher autonomy. That's not what I'm interested in doing, but I am alarmed by the statistics that were shared. And my comments during the last workshop were directed in 3 ways. One, I brought up the conversation about class participation and the importance that that plays in a classroom and the importance that that plays in a child's grade. And that is up to the discretion of the teacher. Number 2, that this district needs to work, Mr. Runcie, I know I and several of my colleagues have said this, and so I will say it again. We need to work on alternatives for our parents to be able to report absences. At the community meeting last night, I was approached by a parent who said, you have the opportunity by this app that we have to text us that our children are absent, and we should have the opportunity to text back to you that that absence is excused, if it is in fact so. So I really think that that's something that we need to work on. I know it's been brought up by my colleagues. I know in some districts they allow an email excusal of an absence. So we just need to look at when we are facing these stark statistics that are very clearly indicating that we have part of our population who is not reporting absences as another population is, then we need to figure out ways to make sure that those absences are able to be reported, and it needs to be easier across the board for all parents. And then the last thing I will say is I don't think this is the last time we're going to have this conversation. But in light of the information that was provided with regard to Palm Beach County Schools and the fact that they have had a policy similar to the one that's before us today for the last 5 years and their attendance rates have increased, I feel comfortable moving forward with this policy as it is today. But I want to make sure, Dr. Wanza, that number 1, it's very clear to everyone that the discipline matrix is to be followed with regard to truancy issues, because I've heard from teachers that that is an issue with administrators. So making sure that it's very clear that when students are truant from school, that the consequence that is outlined in the discipline matrix is applied. And then the other thing that I think we need to make sure of is that the teachers are aware of the class participation opportunity that they do have within their classrooms and that discretion that provides them. Dr. Osgood?
I wasn't going to comment because I was already prepared to vote when I came, but as I was listening, I just wanted to reiterate, when I looked at the data, it really got my attention. And students that are not participating in class or just not trying to grow academically wouldn't be able to turn in the homework probably either way. But when looking at the data that we received and specific ethnic groups represented, when we say that we're going to accept homework, whether it's excused or unexcused, I think it puts us in a position where we're making that extra step to promote academics. Also, I think the 2 days helps a teacher that's trying to do their work in a systematic way. It's not a student turning in some work a month or 2 late and getting full credit and getting a grade on it. So that was my thinking in the counterbalance. I certainly don't want to restrict teacher autonomy, but I can't ignore the data that we received with the absence, the school absences not being reported, you know, by the parents for whatever reason. And we can, you know, all, of course, have our opinions about parents. I know there were many times I didn't call the school to say that my children were going to be absent. Sometimes I just forgot it. Sometimes I was so busy taking care of their needs that I just didn't do it. I thought about it after the fact. But I think this gives us a balance. And what I would like to perhaps ask Mr. Runcie to consider, that maybe we can do some type of focus groups through BTU or something with our teachers to give us something that would help us address this, that would work for our teachers and our students. I think that would get us, you know, when we get the data, it's just a check mark on a survey or the way that we are capturing the data. And maybe it's not telling us the picture that it needs to be telling us. But if we do some focus groups and we have conversations and, you know, collaborations between teachers and parents about these types of issues, then it can help us. I just know over the last 7 years, we've increased attendance significantly through campaigns and various things that we've done around attendance. But the reporting of with the unexcused absences, it still seems to be something that, you know, we have not found a workable solution to doing that. So maybe our teachers can help us address that in a way, and then they won't feel like their autonomy is being taken away. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. I have Ms. Levinson.
Yes, I just wanted to make one or two quick last comments. Makeup work also has to do with tests, and that is a severe problem as well. The kids will not be coming to school because they can make it up on the next day. And kids share answers, teachers will have to make additional tests. Their workload goes up as well. So just wanted to make that comment. And then I have to make a comment about the statistics. Because being someone who understands statistics very well, there is no doubt that there is somewhat of a problem, as we see, with calling in unexcused absences. There is no correlation in those statistics as to whether those teachers are working with those students and enabling them to make up the work. That's what the vast majority of our teachers do. So just to have statistics like that with no correlation doesn't show us a whole lot. So I will be voting against it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Any additional comment from my colleagues? Seeing none, all those in favor of item CC10 indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
Item,
Roll call, please.
Ms. Rupert has asked for a roll call.
Yes.
I've been asked by my colleague if you could speak into the microphone because we can't hear you calling our names. Sorry. Thank you.
Ms. Brinkworth?
Could you just start over so it's on the record?
Yes,
Thank you.
Ms. Alada?
Yes.
Ms. Brinkworth?
Yes.
Mrs. Good? Ms. Korn?
No.
Ms. Levinson?
No.
Ms. Murray?
No.
Dr. Osgood?
Yes.
Ms. Rupert?
Yes.
Pass.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to the public who spoke, and thank you to my colleagues. At this time, I have been advised by the General Counsel that we will need to have an attorney-client session. I am requesting that all those not attending the attorney-client session exit the boardroom quietly as Ms. Myrick reads into the record what she has to read for the attorney-client session. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would like to request the school board convene for 2 attorney-client sessions in order to discuss settlement negotiations and/or relative strategy relative to the following pending litigations. The first session is Frederick Gutenberg et al. Versus the School Board of Broward County, case number SC 19-487 before the Supreme Court of Florida. The following persons will attend the attorney-client session. School board members Heather P. Brinkworth, Chair, Donna P. Korn, Vice Chair, Robin Bartleman, Patricia Good, Lori Rich Levinson, Ann Murray, Dr. Rosalind Osgood, Nora Rupert, Robert W. Runcie, Superintendent of Schools, Eugene K. Pettis, Esquire, Deborah P. Klobber, Esquire, Marilyn C. Batista, Esquire, and Barbara J. Myrick, Esquire. The second session, the following litigation, which is consolidated for discovery purposes and pending against the School Board of Broward County before the Circuit Court of the 17th Judicial Circuit in and for Broward County, Florida, under the case number CACE 19-8000, paren 26. Alicia Aladef, case number 19-008077. Ashley Baez, case number 19-007722. Scott Beagle, case number 19-007939. Anthony Borges, case number 18-008568. Isabel Shakur, case number 19-00725. Nicholas and Alexander Durrett, case number 19-007699. Samantha Fluentes, case number 19-007920. Frederick Gutenberg, case number 19-007720. Samantha Grady, case number 19-008062. Kyle Lehman, case number 19-007924. Stacy Lapel, case number 19-007784. Samantha Mayer, case number 19-008071. Gina Rose Montalto, case number 19-007737. Joaquin Oliver, case number 19-007802. William Olson, case number 19-007696. Graham and Jonelle Perkovich, on behalf of AP, case number 19-001507. Meadow Pollock, case number 18-009607. Helena Ramsey, case number 19-007727. Alexander, my mind just left me. Schachter, case number 19-007723. Carbon Shuntrop, case number 19-007736. Peter Wang, case number 19-007733. Benjamin Winokur, case number 19-007732. Tia Bell Williams, on behalf of MW, case number 19-007272. Danielle Manetskel, case number 19-012884. And Zachary London, Jacob Schwartz, Nicole Carrero, Samantha Barak, Victoria Alvarez, Emily Vasquez, Chloe Leffler, and Luco Corello, case number 19-012876. The following persons will attend this attorney-client session: school board members Heather P. Brinkworth, Chair; Donna P. Korn, Vice Chair; Robin Bartleman; Patricia Good, Lori Rich Levinson, Ann Murray, Dr. Rosalind Osgood, Nora Rupert, Robert W. Runcie, Superintendent of Schools; Eugene K. Pettis, Esquire; Deborah P. Klobber, Esquire; Marilyn C. Batista, Esquire; and Barbara J. Myrick, Esquire. In anticipation of this request, the attorney-client sessions were properly advertised for today, July 23rd, 2019, at 12:45 p.m. in accordance with Section 286.011, paren 8, close paren of the Florida statutes. The purpose of the attorney-client sessions is to discuss settlement negotiations and/or litigation strategy relative to the pending locations. A certified court reporter will record the sessions, and only those permitted in the advertisement will be permitted to attend. I anticipate that it will take an hour, so I would suggest that we come back at 2:15.
Okay, 2:15, thank you. Adjourned, sorry.
I have free.
Good afternoon and welcome back. The school board meeting is now reconvened. We will start with CC 11. May I have a motion, please, and a second? Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on item CC 11. Seeing none, I have several of my colleagues that have comments. We'll start with Mrs. Alhadeff.
Thank you. Page 4 of 9E. So the page 4 of 9E, on the new one with the blue. Yes. So in blue it says only for discussion and it says that the blue signifies that there's no change in content, just a change in location. But that doesn't make sense because on the previous one, the for discussion only was crossed out, and the black strike through is the original language deleted from policy.
Hold on just one second. Can you please make sure Ms. Batista's microphone is working? Go ahead, try again.
Hello. Okay. So, closer. Okay. Right. So the blue highlight on those words is new. If you look at the footnotes, it says blue, single, underlined, and strike through. So.
Actually, Marilyn, let me clarify. So, just so that we all can be on the same page, the yellow is the change. Yellow represents changes that were made from workshop 2, which was held on June 18th. From the date that you received delivery, we had some additional grammatical changes so that we can improve the clarity and flow of the policy language. So what you will find is the blue highlight to be the most recent changes made from delivery over the last couple of days.
Okay, but that's not what it says here in the,
In the footer?
yes.
I apologize. The footer denotations represent the original changes, and because we had a last-second change to the language, and just for spacing purposes, I did not represent the blue highlight to be the most recent changes. And again, those changes represent just grammatical. There were no substantive changes to the policy language, just grammatical changes to improve flow and clarity.
Okay, so blue signifies the most recent change, not no change in content or
Correct.
just change
The
in
blue
location.
highlight.
Yes.
The blue highlight.
Like on page 2.
Right. Okay.
So, yes, Ms. Good?
I think now, so you have the one with the blue highlight too?
Mhm.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so based on what this is saying with E, it's saying individual school board members may place B items on the agenda only for discussion and pertaining to school board business by advising the superintendent of their desire to do so. Originally, it said individual school board members may place B items on the agenda pertaining to the school board business by advising the superintendent of their desire to do so. For me, as a school board member, I think that that's how the policy should be stated. I don't think that it should be only for discussion. I think that as a school board, we should have the ability to vote on a B item that a school board member brings to the agenda. So I will wait to hear from my colleagues, but I will make a motion after everyone speaks to keep it as it was previously with having it as, with not having only for discussion.
Can she just, through the chair? Yeah.
Yes.
Can you just clarify again the paragraph and the,
Sure.
if you don't mind? 'Cause
E on page 4 of 9.
D.
E as in egg.
All right, I have it. All right,
Of the red line version.
got it. I don't have an E on there.
No.
Ms. Brinkworth?
I mean, I just think as a school board, I don't think that we should confine our abilities to vote on something and then only have it up for discussion. Thank you.
Okay, so, here, she's
She's
waiting,
gonna wait.
waiting to hear conversation from the colleagues. So I just wanted to clarify something that you said, though, because I'm looking at the original copy that we had, that we were provided, and the new copy. And the original copy that we were provided, which means this is what came through the 2 workshops and now is before us, is E on page 5 of 9, so that's in the, if you threw it away, I apologize, but it reads, individual school board members may place B items for discussion only on the agenda pertaining to school board business by advising the superintendent of their desire to do so. And I believe what Ms. Batista was saying with regard to this yellow copy that we got, this new updated one where it's in blue, it was simply moving the words for discussion only, which were in the first thing that we received and have moved over here. So I just wanted to make sure that that was clear.
Yeah, no, I understand. So my other one is in black, so that's where the confusion is.
And so let me just clarify, this morning I dropped the most recent changes, clean copy and red line version from the latest delivery this morning, so I'm hoping that you have the copies.
I have them in front of me. They were here at my place.
They were handed out to everybody, the new red line colored.
Yes.
It looks like that on the top of the page for my colleagues who don't have it in front of them.
I still miss Durensis, thank you.
I mean, regardless, I still think that we
No,
should
I
have
understand.
the ability to vote.
Yes, I appreciate that. I just wanted to make sure that everyone was aware that it was in what was presented to us originally, and it's just a move of the location for it. So thank you. Do you have any additional comments?
No.
That was it? Okay. And I think I forgot to take audience input first. So I'm going to pause now. Again, I apologize to my colleagues for audience input on item CC11. Seeing none, going back to my colleagues. Ms. Levinson?
I see this a little differently. By statute, there are 7 matters which you automatically, as a school board member, may set as agenda items. We have workshops for discussions. That's the intent of a school board workshop. I don't want to get into school board meetings where we are having discussions on things. Aside from what's on the agenda and is out there. I mean, if we're talking about individual items, we have always said that it is at a workshop, there should be time at the beginning or the end for the chair to ask if there are any items that school board members would like to talk about in the future. We used to do that. When I was chair, when Ms. Good, when you were chair, Ms. Rupert, that was always how we handled it, and there was never a problem with that. If there was consensus from the board, it was then scheduled to be a workshop discussion item. And that's the way our structure is in the district. Our meetings are already very lengthy, and I think with 9 school board members putting on something for discussion without having it go through a workshop, I just think that's not using our time in the best way. Both are open meetings. The public can be at either one, so the access is the same. But workshops have been used for discussions, and then it elevates to the school board level. So we can get input at the workshop level before it elevates itself to a board agenda. So for me, I would like to go back to having those discussions at a workshop, and if there's consensus from the board to discuss that item, it then goes on a workshop agenda. So I would like to see how my colleagues feel about that, because I feel like it's not broken now. I don't know why we're trying to change something that has always worked without having any problems.
So you would really be in favor of striking that language altogether in E?
Correct.
Because what you're stating is already in the policy under 1C, types of
Right.
meeting defined.
Right.
Correct. Correct. And the other items, I feel, should be discussed at the workshop level first. And then if the board is interested in moving that up to the agenda level of a school board meeting, it moves up to a school board meeting. That's the structure we've always had in place. So and like I said, I haven't seen any instances where there's been a problem with it. So I'd like to get input from my colleagues about that.
The next person I have is Ms. Good.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So if I understand it, so it's kind of like, I'm in agreement with both of my colleagues. So, I have so many renditions, so I'm just gonna say, under Roman numeral 3, and those list of items of which we as a matter of right pursuant to statute can act on as a board member, we can present a B or BB item for action, right?
Correct.
And so that's kind of speaking to what Ms. Al-Hadef was talking about. They're not for discussion, they're for action. So we are allowed to do that based on the way that it's written, correct?
Yes,
For the 7, for the 7, right?
for the 7.
So with regard to E, I agree it should be taken out because I think items other than those 7, I feel should either be brought up during board reports for, you know, if it's, especially if it's an issue that is urgent, or a discussion at a workshop level, at the end of the workshop or at the beginning, whichever the chair feels it fits, to discuss, you know, a topic that I feel could come before a workshop. So I think then E is not necessary, in my opinion, so I would delete it. I had that same comment. And then under E, it says here, during formalized school board member reports, individual board members may request the items related to school board business be brought to discussion at a workshop, which is what I was just talking about.
That's F.
Right. And what's missing out of it, and maybe it's an understood thing, you've done it in other areas, is delineating the fact that the school board chair will recognize a time for school board member reports. You know, typically we do it at the end, but the chair may decide to do it at a different time. I don't think you just speak about the formalized school board member reports and don't speak on how we're gonna get there. I think we all know how we get there, but it's one of those things. It's not a big deal. Then under Roman numeral 4B, I think that I appreciate, again, the comments being inserted. In the event, you know, a board member rejects a superintendent nomination, the specific facts that would constitute good cause must be clearly expressed during the board meeting as to be made part of the record. I think what's missing out of that is including the name of the nominated individual. Because I think what has happened or can happen in the future is statements, general statements are made, and there's 20 people in a G3 item, and we don't know who the individual is talking about. So I think that if you're going to have good cause regarding the appointment of an individual, then the individual, you know, like it or not, should be identified. Under public participation, under this category, under 5, I would, under number 1, public speakers during general business, you have an A and a B. I would flip it. Put A as a B and B as an A, because you speak on the current B as to, you know, the maximum 10 speakers, and you speak to the section for any member of the public to serve, to reserve time to address the board. You speak on limits. You kind of explain how they get on the speaker's list, how they register, the time allocation, and then under the current A, you get into the minutes, and so I just think it would read better as a suggestion that you flip the two, but I leave that to you all. Under under Roman numeral 5, public participation, number 3. I have it on page 7 of 9 at the top. There's just a typo. You have no public comments will be permitted, and you have 2 when the board acts. It's under the one before, the one that was given to us today, page 7 of 9 on the top.
Ms. Good, let me just clarify. It
Did you
appears
fix that?
that 2 is there, however, is a strike-through. That
I didn't
might
see a
overshadow-
strike-through in mine. Okay,
Yeah, it's a strike-through.
okay. Let me look. I'm sorry.
It's
Yeah,
highlighted in
it just
blue
needs
just
to be
to note the
strike
change,
through.
yeah.
Yes, okay. Got it. I should be doing both at the same time. I'm assuming we're going to leave that the chair will request each member from the public addressing the board state his or her name and address. That's for boundary hearing processes only. Is that the case?
Yes.
I know I had one more thing. 1 second. So, it was kind of late, so maybe I didn't catch it, but under agendas, Roman number 2, we speak to board members may pull any consent item for individual consideration. Where in here does it say the public can? And maybe I was all over the place.
Sorry, what page again, please?
So, under Roman numeral 2, agendas, 3rd paragraph, C, speaks to board members pulling consent items for individual consideration, and I just want to make sure that somewhere it says the public is also allowed to do that, and I don't know that I caught it. Could be in here, I just didn't see it.
I think it's
It's in-
public participation.
Yes,
Where is it?
under public participation.
Where?
Under-
I'm sorry?
9 of 9, right?
Where is it?
9 of 9, page 9 of 9.
What do you mean 9 of 9?
Page 9 of 9, through the chair, I'm sorry.
No, under the underlined version, or?
No, I think it's
Red
under
version? Where
public
it says
comment,
any
right?
member of the public, is that what you're referring to, Ms. Good? No.
No, that's a public
No.
record.
No.
request.
I was trying to.
I just meant when, when the board, at the beginning of the meeting, the public's allowed to pull an item on consent, a single letter item. I didn't find it in here.
It's under public comment on agenda items, section C.
Okay,
The
hold
last-
on. So which section?
Page 6 of 9 of the red line version.
It
Okay.
says, in order to address items on the consent portion of a regular meeting agenda, a member of the public may simply ask to address the board prior to the vote being taken on the consent agenda, or they may request that such item be pulled and placed on the open agenda when the chair is entertaining pulls from the consent agenda.
I guess because it was, okay. What threw me off is I saw public hearings under 2,
Yeah.
and then I saw 3 public comments on agenda items. And those are general, okay.
For that, Mrs. Good, I think we were just trying to be very specific to each of those categories and delineate the process so that it's very explicit to the public.
As long as it's there, I just didn't catch it, I'm sorry. So, thank you. That's it, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. So, hold on, let me get back to the beginning. I was paging through. On the first page, just a quick question in the introduction, and I don't know that we're precluded from this, but I guess it felt like we were in the red at the beginning. When we as a board want to have the board chair send a letter just through consensus, the way I read this was it would almost be prohibitive of that, just based on this paragraph. As I said, the individual board member has no authority to act in official capacity absent the delegation of authority at an official meeting. And I think at workshops before, we've collectively spoken about concerns and asked if the chair would send a letter on behalf of the board. So I don't know if that falls in some other place in here that would allow them to do so. But the way this is stated in that sentence, it makes me feel like if we don't officially take an action at a board meeting, the chair, who is an individual board member, would not have that opportunity. So can you help me?
With respect to that, Ms. Corn, the following sentence, I think, kind of clears that particular point up, if I'm not mistaken.
No.
And that the rest of the board is given the authority to the chair.
But not an official action. Consensus is not an official action, and it's not done at a board meeting. Can we add something?
An official meeting, a workshop is an official meeting.
Okay.
Because it is noticed. And I don't think that this restricts you all from doing a consensus at a workshop meeting at all.
Okay, that was my only concern there. So as long as that covers it, then we're good. Going to page 4 of 9, to the same letter E. The only reason that I was thinking this made sense to have here is that if there was an occasion for some emergency, something from a timeliness perspective, if it had to go through going through the board and going to a board meeting and so forth, but it's not for action. I don't want it for action, I'm talking about for discussion. But let's just say, I know there are some immigration issues and so forth that we've talked about, that the board might want to take some action, but the superintendent may not have gotten to a point where he's gotten senior staff and he's made some type of recommendation, but the board would want to at least discuss it to help give the superintendent direction on what we'd like to do. But because there might be something coming down, let's say from the federal level, that required us to act quickly, by having this here as a discussion opportunity for the board on letter B, it would give us an opportunity to be able to discuss it and give some direction to Mr. Runcie to actually then bring an action item to us. That's the only thing that comes to mind. I'm good with, I don't need it to be an action item. It would only be for discussion. My concern in limiting it to only what's in the beginning is that our timeliness to be able to do something in an emergency situation would be somewhat prohibited. And I didn't see that falling in one of those 7, the example I gave. So if my colleagues can come up with some other, way of addressing that type of what I would consider to be an emergency action, but not an action by us per se, but where the superintendent would take action, but needs some direction from us, because there could be something that comes up that we haven't really addressed collectively, but because of another body, we might have to take some action as a district, and the board may need to weigh in. So that was my reason for supporting E as being there, but again, as it's here, which is only pertaining to school board business and only pertaining and only for discussion purposes. If my colleagues aren't happy with that, I'm not going to keep this conversation going on and on about it, but that was my concern with potentially not having this there in the document. Going on to page 5 of 9, during formalized, this is a very top of the pretty colorful version we got. During the formalized school board member reports, the individual school board members may request items related to school board business be brought discussion during a workshop. Can't we also request it during the workshop? So it's, yeah, so we just need to add that board members may request the items during a board report or during a board workshop. So if we could just add that as the second opportunity to be able to bring it forward. In number 4, letter B, again, and I think this was your comment, Ms. Goodwich, was in the event that a board member rejects a superintendent's nomination, it's that board member that would need to provide their good cause. That was your intent, right, of your comment? Right, okay. I don't have any issue with switching in letter 5, the 1A and B. I think that makes sense. On page 7 of 9, letter D at the very top, it talks about speakers not engaged in political campaigning, including making statements regarding their candidacy. I think that should actually say a candidacy, because you could easily send someone else up to the podium to talk about your candidacy rather than your own. So that instead of there being ownership, it should be any candidacy. And I think, hold on. Okay, that was the extent of my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for taking my comments yesterday. And the only thing, so you gave us 2 copies today, right? You gave us the pretty colorful copy, and then you gave us a copy with no lines through it. So I'm assuming this is what the final document's going to look like?
Yes.
Okay, so I didn't read it, but really quickly on page 4 of 8, I caught in A1A, the speaker is allocated only 1 opportunity. So I would just respectfully request that, do you see it there?
Oh.
It says on. The speaker is
Yes.
allocated only on instead of 1. So I know that you are working between many documents, so I just respectfully request that someone, or 2, as is the good practice, gives this a thorough read, just to make sure that there aren't any other small errors within it, because it is a policy that's going to be part of our formal documentation. I agree that we need to keep the ability to have a B item on the agenda for discussion pertaining to school board business by advising the superintendent. I think that is, I think for the reason that Ms. Korn stated, and also, as I stated, I believe in a previous workshop, for us to, as board members, then also to be able to bring information to our colleagues, that's an avenue through which we can do that, that then makes us all have the same information about a particular topic that we might be discussing, as opposed to it being brought up at a workshop where someone might have information that the rest of us do not necessarily have access to. So that is the extent of my comments. Any additional comments from my colleagues? Yes, Ms. Good? Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Rupert.
You can go first now. Thank you. It's kind of like following tennis here, or volleyball, going back and forth. I want to make sure that I'm understanding what we're voting on today. So if we say, and I'm talking about page 4 of 9, Roman numeral 3, I guess we're down here to E again. I heard people wanted to strike that, and then I heard people that didn't want to strike that. So if we do strike that, where does that leave us? Bringing a B item when
If that portion, section E, were to be stricken,
yes,
the board would have the opportunity to bring items for discussion at the end of a workshop or during a workshop or a board report. And that's the only thing that item E addresses is the opportunity of a board member to bring an item for discussion purposes only to a board meeting.
okay, but we currently have the opportunity to bring a B item to a board meeting at this moment.
Vague.
Okay.
That's
and
vague.
from my standpoint, and I got here in 2010, I have never seen board members indiscriminately use this mechanism, period. I don't think so. unless,
I don't either.
okay,
Just-
we look like you were going to interrupt me.
No, I'm not going to interrupt you, I'm just going to comment when you finish.
Right, so, I mean, I can think of instances where Ms. Bartleman brought a resolution for Safe Haven District. I did one on Haitian immigrant, everybody up here, I'm pretty sure, not all of us, but. Not me. Yeah, not everybody, okay. But several other people have brought it, and it really was never a big thing. So I, as one board member, I would prefer that it stay as we are now. I can understand where my colleagues are, and I definitely, I love local control, let's just say that. And giving away any aspect of that as a constitutional officer doesn't really sit well with me. But back to the other aspects of the pages that my colleagues brought forward, I am absolutely in agreement for section Roman numeral 5, to switch the paragraphs, absolutely. Section 4, right above that, the changes in B, absolutely. I look forward to having the formalized, once again, the board member reports, because we've gotten so busy over the years, we have not taken advantage of that, and we used to, as well as utilizing our workshop for discussion and for topics and ideas of relevancy and action that we will take in the future be brought again. I know for a time our workshops just seemed so busy, and you would say that you wanted to talk about it, and it just seemed there was not a timely aspect of it. I think we've done a better job of that, so I look forward to that change. So,
Ms. Good?
Yes, just real quick, since everyone's discussed, I think there's opportunities for, if there's issues such as legislative or something of that nature, the superintendent can always bring up a topic also during his board report, his superintendent reports, just as we can bring up a discussion item. It's not an item, it's a discussion of an issue during board reports. I know we keep referring to it as an item, but I guess during board reports, that would be the time that I may express an issue with my colleagues, and then try to gain some consensus of the topic, and then bring it forward to a workshop for discussion, to allow staff the opportunity to research the matter, provide input. I think it's really not in the best interest of the district as a whole to bring and put an item on as a discussion item and really not afford ample opportunity for research of that topic by all parties, including staff. It shouldn't be a one-sided conversation. We should allow legal time to look at it if they have to. Whatever the pertinent department is, they should have time to look at the issue. So when we place those types of discussion topics on workshop agendas, it really affords everyone the opportunity to do the necessary research, advertise to the public, and then we seek input during those workshop opportunities for that discussion to take place. I don't think, I'm all about local control, and I think that is local control. I think that affords the public ample opportunity to know something's coming, it's been researched, and then we as a board have the chance to talk about it at length. I think to put it on a school board as a discussion item is not the most appropriate in my opinion. And I think that if something is an urgent matter that needs to be reviewed and it's come up, I think we could discuss it with the superintendent, and he can bring it up as a superintendent report item. He could place an item on the agenda, or we at the appropriate time during board reports say something's come up, this is an issue of concern, and we may have to have an item placed at the very next workshop. The superintendent may have to have a special board meeting to discuss an issue because of its urgent characteristics. So I think there's plenty of times to really bring up issues that require that kind of ample discussion and leave board meetings for action items. If, our meetings are long enough as it is, and I think these meetings are action items where the public comes and speaks to us about action items, and that's what it should remain. And I think any Any issue that we bring as far as a B item should remain part of those listed under the statute. I think that's appropriate. And so I concur with all the comments as far as, with the exception of, I think, E should be eliminated as long as those other, the verbiage still remains in here with regard to bringing up an issue during board reports or at workshops. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Ms. Solidah?
So I'd just like to understand for clarification, currently now, before this policy, could a school board member bring a B item up for discussion or action?
So it is my understanding at a previous board meeting where this topic came up and the need for clarification in the past, the original policy does not have that language in the policy. So the reason why we put it in this policy was to make sure that we codified in writing. And I believe, and again, Ms. Marek can clarify, but Ms. Marek indicated during that particular meeting that any item that would be brought up would be for discussion unless it met one of the 7 criteria outlined in 3B.
Okay, but my question is, in the past, has this board, when a board member brought a B item, can they bring that B item for discussion or action? Where they have that ability to do that in the past?
Ms. Brinkworth, I think, although I haven't been here forever, I think that, well, it might seem that way. I think that board members have always gone to the superintendent and asked to put something on the agenda, and I think what we have heard is this superintendent has never said no. So to answer your question, yes, they've been able to bring things, but it still has always gone through the superintendent. He's never said no to anybody. I can't speak to what other superintendents have been able to do. When the issue came up, and I was asked about it, as you know, I wrote the memo back in March or April, whenever it was, regarding what the statute says about the separation of the roles between the board and the superintendent. So as Mr. Neesmith just said, I think that what this did was to codify in our policy what the statute said, which is B, and to give board members an opportunity in E to bring for discussion purposes to a board. That doesn't mean they couldn't bring the discussion purposes to a workshop or ask the superintendent to bring it up or however they wanted to do it. So it's a little mixed bag. I don't think anybody ever said no, but that's not how the statute separates the responsibilities regarding, the statute's pretty clear that it says the board will act on recommendations for policies from the school board, and these issues are policies.
Is that the extent of your questions? Thank you. Ms. Levinson?
And I know some of the colleagues missed the discussion at the beginning about eliminating number 3E, because we have had discussions. That was the vehicle that we've used forever, is workshops for discussions, and to continue along that path. And to answer Ms. Korn's question about emergency, which I think is a valid point, we have workshops every other week too. So it can come to a workshop, and if there's consensus, a letter can be sent out. It's not something that we have to vote on. We need to get consensus on certain issues, that have come before us before to write a letter out. So I think to have a workshop the same frequency that you have board meetings, you would be able to do that same thing at a workshop to get consensus from the board. So I'd like to keep that same structure of discussion at workshops where everyone's prepared, we have all the background we need, and action items at board meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Korn?
So I guess the one other thing I would add is Ms. Good brought up the board reports and that was the opportunity. I think maybe if we are going to eliminate that specific item, then board reports should be stated as part of the agenda. At least then a board member would have the opportunity, because right now, as a board member, there is a place, it's possible you don't ever have an opportunity to speak to something that isn't on the agenda. I mean, just as the public is supposed to stay on topic, we as board members are supposed to stay on topic. And we talk a lot about, well, you know, we're puddle jumping, and that isn't our role. We're not supposed to just be bringing up superfluous information. So if one of the opportunities for us to bring something forward for future discussion is at a board meeting in our board reports or at a workshop, then I think within this policy under the agenda, it should state that board reports will be included within each agenda. I think that would then give us an opportunity. Now, again, that doesn't mean that's where the discussion then happens. That just means that would be the place in which a board member could ask for the discussion to happen.
So, Ms. Corner, if I may speak to that point, from, I believe, the first workshop, that point was noted, and I want to say that we definitely codified that in this policy.
Okay,
and
great.
in the script for the chair, we have, as a standard, the opportunity for the chair to speak to the rest of the board of a period for board reports at workshops and board meetings.
So that's in here. I know, having been chair, that it was always listed, but we don't necessarily get to it. So if it's not called for, then as the chair, so I was just suggesting that maybe we just state that part of the, if you look on page 2, sorry, Roman numeral 2, page 3 of 9, it talks about the agendas, refers to the different agendas. I was just suggesting maybe we want to state that board reports will be a standing part of the agenda. We don't
So-
have to get that formal. Oh, it is. Yeah.
And
Yes,
just,
I understand
as the
it
chair, I
is-
just want to say this, board reports are always listed on the agenda.
They are.
However, in the chair script, until we had that workship and I asked for it to be added, it was never
It was
included
not.
in the
I know,
script.
because as the chair, it was my discretion as to whether or not I asked for board reports. That's all, I guess that's what I'm saying, is that the chair has, in the past, has asked for them sometimes and has not asked for them other times. So I'm just suggesting that to ensure that we have an opportunity to make a request at a meeting, again, it's a request, that we would have board reports available to board members. Not saying that we all have to have them every meeting. When I first got on the board, we spent almost an hour with board reports every meeting. We got away from that. I think that was a good thing because we spent a lot of time doing that. But at the same time, we've gotten very far away from them. So if that's going to be the other avenue, if we're going to get rid of this item and just leave it at the very beginning of the agenda, I'd like to know that at every meeting, a board member has an opportunity to speak about and ask for a discussion item.
And you don't want it to be at the discretion of the chair, but as a part of the agenda.
As part of the agenda, correct.
Thank you.
Just kind of my,
I do
that's
think-
where I would be comfortable if we're going to remove the other part.
I think we could add an F to under agenda
Yes.
and put that in there and kind of just swap out what E says and put it on F. It would not be a substantive change to the policy, but just simply say that board reports will be a standing, ongoing, something, item in every agenda.
Does that require a motion? Should I make? a
Yes, it
motion?
will require a
Well,
motion.
there are several colleagues that have identified that
Yeah,
they
yeah,
want
I'm
to speak.
just
so.
asking at some point. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next, I have Dr. Osgood.
So I'm in favor of taking E out, and I'm listening at Ms. Corn, and I think, for me, what I have to remember is that decisions are made here through consensus. I may feel very passionate about something in a negative way or a positive way, but at the end of the day, if it's gonna come from this board, it has to be made through consensus. And if I'm making a major decision, I would like the professional courtesy of having the time to do my research, to ask questions, to have a workshop format or a discussion format. I don't want board reports that's gonna turn into personnel stuff. I just think, you know, if I say, like we've said before, I remember one time we wanted SRO contracts brought to a workshop. There's been a number of things that we've asked to be put on the workshop, and then we sometimes would say within the next 2 months, the next 3 months, and we were able to go through that process and get that done. I don't want to, at the end of a board meeting, go through board reports, and it's really some long, drawn-out thing now that we're discussing and going back and forth. If we're making a request, and I think Ms. Cohen chose her words carefully, that something be put on the agenda, something is brought forth, or we're communicating the issue. I see that very differently. But I think as a board member, for me, it was very helpful to me to understand from a legal and factual way what was allowed, what was not allowed, and then the way that we did things here. For example, we use Robert Rules of Order, and I say a modified version of it, because we never called a question. Sometimes we, take motions and stuff, but we do it a modified version here. And we don't call the question because we give the professional courtesy of allowing everybody to speak and give their input. And I just think in that same spirit, when it comes to an issue or an action that we want to take, that we follow that same format, that it's not seen like it's a drive-by, or, you have ample time. It's not something that just comes overnight. And when we talked earlier about Mr. Runcie putting stuff on the agenda and he's never told anyone no, I think that's what causes problems for some people, because they see it as power and that they have to get Mr. Runcie's permission to put something on the agenda. Any smart employee that has bosses that have the right to hire and fire them, regardless of what it is, I don't think they're gonna just be turning down, or acting in an adverse way with that. And I mean, it's just certainly has not been Mr. Runcie's way of doing things. But I think if we're gonna talk about this, we need to talk openly and we need to talk direct about it. So, Ms. Myrick, right now, if I wanted to end your contract or Mr. Runcie's contract as a board member, say I got that feeling right now, how would I address that? How would I get the board to address that right now? I'm not feeling that way, by the way, but I just think that we need to be specific. We talk too much here in general terms instead of just dealing with the elephant in the room or what we want to talk about.
You would have to, you could not address it at this board meeting. You would have to call Office of School Board Records, request that you put it on the agenda for the next agenda. You would not have to go through Mr. Runcie, and you would put a board item on requesting the item that, that you, in my contract or Mr. Runcie's contract. That is one of the 7. You would do that. You can't bring up any one of those 7 without, again, the 7-day notice and any backup information that you might have of why you want to end the contract. This talks about that you doing that or you bringing an item, you need to treat the item of educating your board members and the public far enough in advance so that they may comment about it.
And I think it's important that that's said for the record today as we have in this discussion. So it's not that as a board member, your authority to, or your capacity to do your job, because it is a part of a board's function to hire and fire the superintendent and the attorney. So not having this clause in here by no means interfere with that in any kind of way. And I just think it's very important that that's clear, because a lot of times we have these conversations, we talk about local control, we talk about lessening our power. I choose to focus on building relationships and doing what we can do to work through things and move the district forward. But if that's the side of our brain, or if that's how we need to look at it, I want to just be clear that that's not what we're talking about here. As a school board member, I have a way and a means of addressing Mr. Runcie's contract or Ms. Myrick's contract at any time through the process Ms. Myrick just said. And then there are several other things and reasons that we can bring items to the board. What sometimes become a gray area, even with the public, is the role of the board and the role of the superintendent. I've had people say to me, we got to get the superintendent out of the, actually candidates for school boards, we got to get the superintendent out of the day-to-day operations of the school. Well, that's the role of the superintendent. So I think a lot of times it's very confusing for people to understand. A lot of people think that Mr. Runcie is our boss, I don't have that kind of ego. I don't have to correct him all the time. I just say I work for a nice guy. I'm glad he lets me keep my job. But I just think that we have to continue to explain those things and understand our role and the role of the superintendent
And then we have an obligation to help the community understand that as well. And sometimes it is a gray area, because at the end of the day, if the superintendent makes decisions that people are not happy with, they're gonna blame the board, and vice versa. You know, the board make decisions, you know, and we tell the superintendent recommends something, and we say, no, we want it this way, and it goes awry, then he gets blamed for it, but we didn't follow his suggestion. So I think that when we bring up these kinds of policies and we have these conversations, we have to be mature adults and have the conversations just outright and very transparent. And that way we leave with our questions being answered, we leave with real information. It doesn't continue to be fake news, and we have everything very transparently out in the public so that we have the correct answers and the correct response. And if we receive the correct information and we don't like it, and we can come to some kind of consensus to change it, that's also an option. So I am in favor of removing the E on page 4 of 9 under section 3, and I'm also in favor of reiterating that we, you know, have the board reports, that they're there, and that we can exercise them as we need to. But I want to just clarify now, when we're saying board reports, we're not asking for people's calendars or all the schools they went to. No, I just think that the board, that needs to, we need to have a consensus about what the board report is going to be. It could be very different for each one of us. We could have a different thought about that, you know. And I love you guys. I'd rather just look at your Facebook page than hear, you know, at the end of a meeting, all of the wonderful things you're doing. Some of them, you know. So I just think as we even have that discussion, we need to try to come to some kind of consensus, or just educate on ourselves on what our expectations are for those board reports, so that we're prepared for those reports and that we're all on the same page with them. Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, if I may, just through the discussion, provide a point of clarification based on what I heard, and that way we can all be on the same page and try to move forward. So, from my understanding, Roman number 3, letter E, I believe it's the sentiment of the board at this moment to delete letter E.
Well, somebody's going to have to make a motion in order for that to occur.
Okay. So can I propose some policy language to address the board report, or just wait?
Wait.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for your efforts, though. I have Ms. Murray followed by Ms. Levinson.
Okay. I'm just going to, on letter E, section 3. I said this before. I don't know why we're trying to fix something that's not broke. So I would be in favor of deleting that, and I'll leave it at that. On board reports, I think Ms. Bottom and I were the longest sitting, and prior to the dropping of board reports, it was important to each board member, there was 9 of us, that we talked about our schools and the great events that happened in each one. And we were limited to 3 minutes, because we are 9 multiplied times 3, that's a half an hour. And, you know, compliments to our board chair right now to keep our meetings at a minimum, other than today, that we very rarely, I mean, our meetings end up being so long, it was the discretion of the chair whether to have board meetings, board reports or not. And then as they got longer and longer, we were sitting, they started to eliminate them. And I thought that was not the right thing to do, because, again, back then we didn't have websites, and we didn't have all the communication available to us to brag about our school's achievements. And sometimes things came out, you know, news is good for 24 hours, it's hot 48, it's lukewarm, and 72, it's dead. But if we could give board reports each time we met, then it gave us an opportunity to starburst our schools with the great events, and people want to hear that. Plus, it's a boost for our principals, teachers, and staff at our schools that we're acknowledging something that they think we're not even aware of what's going on. So I just felt that was a disservice to eliminate the board reports. But again, it was basically to talk about the events within your district individually, and talk about your schools and the great things that were going on. So, and there was a 3-minute limit, because that has to be important. Some of us are more chatty than others. So, again, I think it's behooving to us to bring those back. I would enjoy it. I think now that we have better control over our timeline for our meetings, it would serve the schools and the community. But again, on Section 3, E3, I can't say it strong enough. We abide by Robert's Rules of Order. New version, old version are basically the same. But, and I don't know why this has become such a hot item, because every board member has the right to bring something forward, whether we like it or not. If it goes down 8-1, that's still that board member's right to bring up an issue. Because at some point in time, any one of us could bring up something that might be popular and something that isn't popular. But that's the way it's written, and that's the way we should abide by it. So now trying to word this to appease the feeling of some people, it's wrong. It's wrong. We already had that in place, so I'm firmly believe that, you know, we do things thinking we've resolved it, and believe me, you fix it, a new issue will come up about this item. So the best thing to do is just leave it like it is and let the rules stand as they are, and we all have to learn to live by them and be respectful to each other, whether we agree or disagree with the item that's being discussed. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. Ms. Levinson?
I think Dr. Osgood had a very valid point about the board reports, and Ms. Murray did too, in terms of, I thought they were wonderful when we had the 3 minutes and we talked about the great things happening in our district. I think now we may get into having board reports that don't talk about the good things that are happening, and I don't know why we just don't keep it the way we've had it, where you bring it up at a workshop, and if there's consensus, then you have a discussion about it. Our board reports are going to turn into possible discussions at the end of lengthy meetings. So I think we're not really thinking it through that well, unless someone always has the right to bring up something. That's happened in the past before, where someone brings it up in their report, but then at the following workshop, we can talk about whether that's an item that goes on the workshop. I think maybe that's the way to do it. I don't want our board reports to become overridden by discussions instead of talking about the wonderful things happening in our district. So I'm not sure how we accomplish that, but I think the way we've done it is having those discussions at workshops. Again, I haven't seen where it has not worked in the past, so I don't know why we're trying to add it to something that it was never part of before.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Ms. Korn?
I wasn't trying to complicate things. Page 5 of 9 said, during formalized school board member reports, board members may request items related to school board business to be brought for discussion. That was really what I was referring. I was just referring to that ability, and since we have that ability there, that I was comfortable. I was suggesting that it actually just be stated that those board reports would be on the agenda, but if the rest of my colleagues are comfortable with that statement being there and believe that the board reports will be asked for from the chair, I'm okay with it. I mentioned when I first brought up that I was, comfortable leaving that in there was for that reason, but my colleagues aren't in support of it. I'm okay with that. I can move forward without 3E. Those were just my thoughts in terms of trying to address the immediacy of some of the issues.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Any additional comment from my colleagues? Ms. Rupert?
Thank you. Actually, I had a question about resolutions, because as it stands now, we have been able to bring in agenda stuff or resolutions under the B or the BB. That doesn't seem like it's spoken to in here. And I certainly don't think we've been indiscriminate using it as well, and that kind of speaks to Ms. Korn's idea of immediacy or something that's urgent. I think I used examples already, and they were resolutions, the examples I used. So how does that leave that aspect in here?
Well, I don't think a resolution is, you don't really vote on the resolution as an action item.
We do. So that's why I brought it up,
Mm-hmm.
But mostly haven't resolutions come under the A item? isn't that what
Yes,
resolutions is?
That's where I've seen them, yeah.
Yeah, not when a board member brings it, you know. Sorry to throw a wrench in things, it's just, as Dr. Osgood was speaking, and I'm like, you know what? You know, the examples I gave were the safe haven, Haitian immigrants, I mean, those were all resolutions that came forward, and I, for one, would not want to forgo the opportunity to do that.
Well, I think the question would be, is that something that you as a board would like board members to be able to present to the board a resolution without going through the superintendent if he decided to say no to that? And if it is, then we need to add it to the agenda, either to put it under A or to put it under B. But if you don't have a problem with going through the superintendent to put it on, even though it's your item, you could put it under B or A. It doesn't have to be spoken to. If you want at this point to say, Mr. Superintendent, I'd like to put something on there about the military, and he will say fine, and then you do it. So I don't think there's a problem with doing that at all.
No, and every one of us has done that, and it's,
Sure.
it's
I don't
been
think
on
there's
here,
a
but
problem with
I
doing
wouldn't
that.
want to lose the opportunity to do it.
I don't think this would prevent you from doing that.
A question that I have, if I may, for resolution, should it not just be an A item moving forward? Considering that is part of the agenda?
Yeah, I think
titled
that there's no,
resolutions?
yeah, I think there's no reason why, if a board member wants to put a resolution on the agenda, that it doesn't come under A. It can come under A, it could be your resolution, that's not a problem.
Okay. But
It could
that's
come
not
under-
from a board member then.
Yes, it is, sure. It could also come under B. It doesn't matter. I don't think that's an issue.
I didn't either, but I
Okay.
was like, well, gosh, you know.
No, I don't
wanna
think
lose
that's
my
an
ability
issue.
to do
I don't think that's an issue.
Okay.
Can I just respectfully say that I don't think that the policy as it's before us today would permit a board member to place an A item on the agenda.
No.
I'm not a lawyer, but it's not listed as a school board. It
Well-
says in B, a school board member may set agenda items for action at any time exclusively concerning the 7 matters listed below. And then if we are keeping E, we could place a B item for discussion only, but other than that, this policy does not permit us to place an item on the agenda.
Right.
I would agree with that, except that when I started, I said that going through the superintendent.
Correct.
You know, if you want to put in a resolution on the agenda and ask the superintendent to please put it on, I think you could put it under a B item, or I think you could put it under an A item. It would still be your item when you came forward. You're right, I do not think you can place a resolution on the agenda without going through the superintendent the way it reads now. If you want that ability and not have to go through the superintendent, then we would need to, we could change E to address resolutions instead of just items for discussion.
Are you finished, Ms. Rupert?
I'm just throwing it out there. So comments would be good.
Okay. I have Ms. Good and Ms. Levinson.
So just, thank you, Ms. River, for bringing that point. I don't feel that the way it's written would allow it. I do have concerns with resolutions just being brought forward without any heads up. Sometimes they're, sorry?
Yes, so do I.
Oh, okay. I know in the past it's happened and it's blindsided me. Especially, some of them have ramifications greater than just what's simply written. So, you know, I think this is, again, something that you can bring up at a workshop and say you have a desire to present a resolution, you know, pro dogs and cats throughout the county or whatever, and there's consensus, and maybe that would allow you to then present an item at the board. But I have a concern of resolutions being brought forward at the last minute, and it may be something of which I don't think there may be consensus. It puts the entire board in a real predicament when it's something that maybe we should have that opportunity to discuss it at a workshop level. You know, the ones that are no-brainers are no-brainers, but there are some that are more controversial. That particular board member may feel a certain way about an issue, the others may not. And I think that if there's not consensus, it puts the board corporate in somewhat of a dilemma. I don't know how else to say it other than I think nothing precludes you from bringing the issue up at a workshop and saying that you have a desire to present a resolution for this topic with these issues, and you'll present whatever backup, because sometimes the resolutions really require backup. And then there is none. And so you're forced to vote on an issue that has implications with no real research or time to, you know, make your own educated decision. So it really puts us all in a predicament. So I just would ask that they not be allowed the way, you know, that the time would be to bring it up at a workshop, to say that you have a desire to bring a resolution, and therefore on this particular issue, you'll present the backup prior to the meeting so that the board has an opportunity to look at it. And if there's no consensus, then the resolution, because it's a board resolution. It's not board member A's resolution, it's the board's resolution.
Thank you, Ms. Good. Ms. Levinson?
Okay, I think that were very good points. I'd like to make a motion to eliminate 3E and to add to 3F during formalized school board reports or during a workshop. Individual school board members may, blah, blah, blah.
It has been moved and seconded, moved by Ms. Levinson, seconded by Ms. Good, to remove 3E and to add or during workshops to F after, during formalized school board member reports. Audience input on the motion. Board member comment? Oh, I'm sorry. Didn't see you. Stand up. I apologize.
Terry Lopez-Preuss, MVCT. I want to thank all of you for your rigorous attention to these matters, and I appreciate seeing it. I was at the workshop where this was discussed. Some of these same things that you're concerned about right now are things that are being discussed for a second time. I think last board meeting we talked about widgets and whether or not board members could be talking about widgets, and I specifically said if I wanted my board member to talk about widgets, I wanted her to be able to put that on the agenda because widgets was important to somebody in your district. You should be able to put it with no one's permission. And I frankly am a little surprised that it's being discussed to this level again, because it seemed to me like at the workshop this was spoken to. So that was something that really caught my ear. I appreciate the motion. I think the motion is one that will help and clarify. And again, to all of you, thank you for paying very close attention because we want our board members to keep all the rights that they've always had, not to lose them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comment from the audience? Any comment from my colleagues on the motion? All those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. No.
Do a roll call, please.
Ms. Rupert has requested a roll call.
I think it was just me with an echo, but go ahead.
No.
It's hard to, it is, I agree.
Ms. Alladef?
Yes.
Ms. Brinkworth?
No.
Mrs. Good?
Yes.
Ms. Corn?
Yes.
Ms. Levinson?
Yes.
Ms. Murray? I'm sorry?
She said no.
Okay. Dr. Osgood?
Yes.
Oh, excuse me.
Excuse me, I need to change mine. Mine was a yes vote, not a no vote.
Yes, okay.
I'm so used to saying no.
I'm sorry, Dr. Osgood?
Yes.
And Ms. Rupert?
No.
Okay, passes.
Okay, the motion passes. So now back to the item as amended, and I need to get clarification from Ms. Myrick whether or not that change is substantive?
I would say no, given that you still have the ability for the board members to bring a discussion and to talk about what they would like to do at workshops. I don't think it's substantive.
Okay. Ms. Good?
Yes, I had discussed under Roman numeral 4B to include the name of the nominated employee. So it would be in the event a board member rejects the superintendent's nomination, the nominated employee, and the specific facts that would constitute ...
Second.
It has been moved by Ms. Good and seconded by Ms. Levinson that section 4B would include, in the event a board member rejects a superintendent's nomination, can you say it again, the name of the employee and the specific facts, is that what you said?
Right.
Okay, the name of the employee and the specific.
It already says the second part.
So the name of the employee would be
Yes.
added. Thank you. Audience input? Seeing none, colleague input on the motion? All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Motion passes unanimously. Now back to the item as amended. Any audience input on the item as amended? Colleague input on the item as amended? Yes, Ms. Good?
Yes, Madam Chair, I had asked that under Roman numeral 5, since we're making already so many other changes, that A and B be inverted. So A would become B and B would become A under public speakers.
Does that require a motion?
Second.
I don't
That's-
think it
that-
requires a motion. I
Okay.
think we can just do
That's
that.
fine.
All right.
And also, since there was so much discussion about the board member reports, I'm sorry, I'll lean forward. Since there was such discussion about board member reports, I remember that there wasn't anything in here that indicated that the chair would recognize a specific time for them. I mean, it gets a little bit to what Ms. Corn was saying, so I don't know if that was necessary.
Are you done, Ms. Good?
Okay, it's okay, it'll help us
Ms.
get through this.
Levinson?
Yes, I was just going to say, I don't think that's really necessary. We've
Okay.
had board members who have said, I'd like to make a statement about something, this is the only place I can say it. So again, I don't think we've had a situation where someone can't give a board report if they'd like.
Okay.
And I don't want to get where we must have them every meeting, because depending on the meeting, where everyone gives it, you know?
Well,
Everyone always has the option to state what they'd like at the end of the meeting. That's
no, and I'm not, thank you for clarifying. I think what I was speaking to is that the board will designate a time for board members to advise whether they have a board report. So I just want to, I don't want it to be to the chair's discretion, whether you have them or not. I'm just trying to clarify my understanding. The whole point of me supporting the removal of that is that for certain, as Ms. Corn was mentioning, there is a designated time. So if staff feels that it already speaks to that specifically enough, then I'm okay with it. I don't want it to speak to, this is the time that board members should do it, but there's nothing in there that says you gotta do it. The board chair has to do it, that's all. Can you help me out? Is it clear the way it is? And I'm good.
So based on the discussion, what we have is Section 2 agendas, a new letter F, which would read, board reports shall be part of all regular meetings and workshops.
Oh, that's right, because Ms. Myrick brought that up.
Correct.
Okay.
But do we need a motion for that, to add that to the policy?
Yes, and I also think that what I would like is to have the chair be required to announce at the beginning of the meeting of what time that will be, whether it will be at the end, whether it will be after committee reports or whatever, so board members generally know what to do, when they're going to do it. I think
it's helpful. You don't have to speak on the issue.
Right.
You might not have any board report, but, you know, if, everyone needs to know when it's gonna be asked so that you can, it's simple. I mean, I don't think I think we've talked more
If I
about
may,
it than we should.
But it's also included on the agenda, and typically the way that we flow with the agendas that we go in order. So the board reports will typically come at the very end of the meeting.
I'm just gonna
according to the
say,
agenda, so.
and this will be my last point, it's been on there forever, and we haven't had them.
Right.
So it just, board chairs change, people change, superintendents change, attorneys change. I just want this to live on its own, and it just says that board chair will identify, I think there's nothing, if you don't have anything to say, don't say anything. I don't think it hurts anything, so I'll make that motion, or Ms. Korn can make it, and I'll be fine with that.
Okay.
Ms.
so you-
Korn, I had actually
Yeah,
talked about
maybe
this.
I would just say as a friendly request, maybe we just say, we could always just put at board request. Meaning if no one has a board report that they need to make, then then it doesn't have to come up, and if a board member wants to make it, then at least the board chair, if a board member requests to have a board report, then that board report will happen. So if there's a request, then it would occur. I would think they would ask the chair.
Well, and I will just tell you that after our last workshop conversation, I intentionally asked staff to add, and I have it in here. In the script, it says, at this time, do any of my colleagues have any reports or items to bring forth to the superintendent for consideration? And then it has each one of your names that I could call off to ask you individually if I so choose.
Okay.
Been there forever, by the way.
Not in the script,
Not in the script.
No.
not in the script. Understood.
Yeah.
Understood. So, I don't know when it came off of the script. It's back in the script now. And if my colleagues believe that we need to codify it within policy, that we will have board reports as part of the agenda, I don't think that there's any reason why we shouldn't do that. So, I don't know where we stand. I don't know if Ms. Good's making a motion. I don't know if Ms. Korn's making a motion.
No, I think
I would second the motion you just made, that board reports will be made at board request.
Okay.
So it's been moved by Ms. Korn and seconded by Ms. Levinson that board reports will be made upon request, upon board member request. Okay,
Madam Chair, can I clarify?
you certainly may.
So the way we have it in draft is that board reports shall be part of all regular meeting and workshop agendas at board request. And that would be letter F under Roman number 2.
Sure. Instead of shall, it might have to be may.
May. Okay, board reports may be part of all regular meeting and workshop agendas at board request.
We never had board reports at workshops, at regular meetings.
I think from the second workshop, there was a discussion to include the opportunity for board members to have a board report, even at workshops, to,
Not reports.
Now, I think
Just
that here's the confusion, right? So what we're trying to do is we're trying to accomplish an opportunity for a board member to make a request that something be brought forth for discussion, whether it be at an agenda or an action item to the superintendent. And separate and apart from that, we also have board reports. So I think they're getting intermingled in the conversation. We're using the board report time frame in the agenda for my colleagues to bring up something that they would want to have for discussion. And similarly, we have that opportunity during workshops, but we don't have board reports during workshops. Because some of my colleagues would like to have board reports that talk about the good things that are going on in the schools, and I think that's a good thing. But it's also a time for us to bring up an item for discussion. I don't think we want to add to our workshops an opportunity for people to then start talking about the good things that are happening in their schools, because our meetings are going to get really, really long, as if they aren't already long enough. Yes, Dr. Osgood?
I'm hearing what he says differently. What I thought we said is that board reports would, just like it is now, be a standard part of the agenda and made at board members' request. It's on the agenda as a standard item,
Yes.
and
Yes.
it's made
Yes.
at board members' request.
Yes.
Yes.
That's not what he was saying.
Okay, so did you get that?
So let me read it again, and we can clean it up. So board reports may be part.
No.
No.
Board reports.
Shall be part of all regular meeting agendas at board members' request.
And made. The report is a part of the agenda, whether we make the request or not, it's on the agenda, but we make the report as we request to make it. Having it on the agenda is separate from us actually making the report. You make the report as you request it. if
Thank
would
you.
like.
Thank you. Mrs. Aladev?
And then I just like clarification, is there still the 3-minute time allotment?
No. We've never had a time allotment on ourselves.
Please use your microphone.
Okay, let's do that.
I think, okay,
That's
so
what Ms.
here's the
Murray
problem,
said.
is that we've now gone from a board item conversation into almost like a workshop, because I think that there were some places where we still need clarification within this policy, so that's why this is being a very lengthy discussion. But I think it's helpful, and I think that we're getting to a place that we're trying to address the issues and the concerns that have been raised over multiple workshops now. So I would say we need to probably get consensus from my colleagues with regard to whether or not, the question of whether or not there's going to be a time limit. I'm hearing from my colleagues that there has in the past been a time limit. I'm not aware, since I've been on the board, that there's been a time limit, or do I think that we've regularly done board reports. So if anyone on the board would like to weigh in on that question that Mrs. Aladev posed.
I remember us doing them, and I think we should be consistent with what we give the other committee reports. If we're going, we can't say to other committees, you have 5 minutes or whatever, and then we take ignazi. I remember we had board reports, and I know exactly the chair who stopped the board reports as well. They're not here, but I remember very vividly. But I think we should be consistent with what we ask our committees. We limit them to 5 minutes. I think we should follow what we ask them to do.
Okay, any additional
Or
comments?
3, or even 3. Or even 3. But I don't think we
Wait, I don't
should
need
do
everyone to talk
more.
at the same time. If you want to weigh in, go ahead.
I don't think we should do more time than what we have our committees or the public do. So I could go with 3. I'd be good with
Okay, Ms. Levinson, did you have a comment?
You already know what I'm going to say, 3.
Any of my colleagues have additional comments with regard to, anyone want to weigh in that they do not want to have a time limit? Yes? So I've only heard from 3 people to weigh in on their time, saying that 3 minutes seems to be what people are comfortable with. So somebody's going to have to make a motion in order, or who made the motion?
Well, the motion's already on the floor.
Okay, so a friendly
I'll take the
amendment.
friendly amendment with the board reports limited to 3 minutes.
And the friendly amendment also from Dr. Osgood with the
That it be
made,
upon,
request made by the board member.
made by the board member. Yes.
Yes, please read it.
Okay, I have it written, I think, Dr. Naismith? Board reports shall be part of the regular school board agenda and made at the request of school board members, limited to a maximum of 3 minutes. Per board member.
Can we go one more time?
Board reports shall be part of the regular school board meeting agenda and made at the request of school board members, limited to a maximum of 3 minutes per board member. That was Ms. Korn's motion and
Yes, it was-
Dr. Osgood's amendment.
Yes, you were just clarifying. And
do I
who was
need
the
to
second?
second?
on-
You seconded it.
I second.
Yes. Okay. Any audience input on the amendment?
So fascinating. Yeah, the amendment, Terry Lopez Price. What Dr. Osgood said was actually true. It shall be on the agenda, but it may be made. And we didn't put the may in this time, and I think that that may is important because it changes what the whole dynamic is. It may be made. And again, I want to thank you. One other thing,
and because I'm a little confused now with so much going back and forth, this looks like it might need to go back to workshop a little bit, because some things that were discussed at workshop are being rediscussed here. I'm just saying. However, one item that's really important to me, because things are changed, even though they're on there 7 days in advance, they get changed at the last minute, and sometimes the paperwork is not live, we can't get to it, we don't know what the changes are. It's really hard, especially because you guys are quick, and things are happening very fast. So a little bit of awareness on how hard it is for those of us out here to keep track when there are changes at the last minute, and today there were several. It's 7 days for the public. It would be nice if we could keep to the 7 days and put it up and let it be up, and that's that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Myrick?
Well, it is in there for the 7 days, and if the information was not provided in 7 days, that too would be up to the chair to determine if good cause was there to do it without the 7-day notice. And although I need to think a little bit about all these changes and whether they're substantive or not, even if they're not even if they are substantive, it would not come back to a workshop, it would come back to the board, and it would be 28 days, 30 days. But I have to think about that. Look at it again, everything that we've changed to make a decision. I will let you know.
I'm just going to weigh in on that. I think that they are, and I think that we probably need to give it one more review before it becomes a final document. And I hopefully we won't have to have a lengthy conversation again. Any additional comment? Yes, this is on the motion.
Yes, about
The amendment.
the amendment.
I'm sorry, yes.
Yes, about the 3 minutes.
Yes.
Okay. You asked if others were in favor of it, or you just want me to vote when we vote, or do you want my opinion?
Oh, I was asking, I mean, if you'd like to give your information to your colleagues before we take the vote, that's fine.
Okay.
One way or the other. The motion's already been made, so.
Okay, we're good then. I'll just
Okay.
vote. But I'm actually, I'm not going to be voting for 3 minutes. What did you want? 5 or 10 minutes. I would think 5 is reasonable. It's reasonable. We give our committees, and that's if you have to talk, not if you want to talk. There's a difference.
Any additional comment from my colleagues on the amendment?
Would you like me to read the amendment?
Please
again?
read the amendment.
Board member reports shall be part of the regular school board meeting agenda and may be made at the request of board members and limited to a maximum of 3 minutes per report.
Okay. All those, ladies, it is only 4:34. All those in favor of the amendment indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
The amendment passes. Now back to the main item as amended. I'll go back to the public. Any comments? Seeing none from my colleagues. Any comments? All those in favor of the item CC 11 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no.
No.
Item passes. Yes, Ms. Levinson?
I just wanted to take a point of privilege for 1 minute just to thank Dr. Naismith and Ms. Batista, because this has been a very long ordeal, and you put a lot of time into it, so thank you to both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm just checking
Where are we
my
going next?
sheets. Looks like we're going to item E6. Someone correct me if I'm wrong. I may have a motion and a second on item E6, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Mrs. Alhadeff. Audience input on item E6. Board member input on item E6, please.
You're killing me.
I have Ms. Levinson and then Ms. Rupert.
Okay, just a couple of quick questions here. Just get it out. E6, okay. On page 11, I just, you have several of the metrics that have TBD. The operational efficiency KPIs showing improvements. You have them listed already in the appendix under page 4, number 7. So why don't we have those metrics to put into the strategic plan yet?
Give me 1 second, please.
Because it does say at the bottom of the page, you know, either the data is not available, and, I mean, those through the council are available.
So, good afternoon or good evening, board members. Maurice Woods, Chief Strategy and Operations Officer. Because we wanted to do the aggregate together.
I mean, we don't have them now, so basically, when will we have them? I don't need to make a lengthy discussion about it. When will we be able to put those into the strategic?
Yeah, we're working on pulling an aggregate measure of the ones that we've identified so that we can have that on the summary sheet here. How long it will take us to do that is approximately by the first quarter of the school year.
Okay, very good. And my other comment is, like I said, on the bottom of these pages, it says either data not available or systems to be developed. There's a lot of these. And so the timeline and the cost of each, I think, is really important for the board to have a discussion about, because I don't want to be spending a lot of money for some of these metrics when the money may be spent better ways in actually moving our students towards this outcome.
So thank you, and you've communicated that consistently. What we can do is a lot of these actually fall in the area of the newly created safety and security area. So I think we'll just have to go back and try to assess what, if any, cost we may incur in that. I just think we're so early in developing that unit that it may take us a while to really understand what the costs are going to be to create the systems for that area. That's my fair and honest answer. I don't know, Dr. Posner, if you wanted to add anything to that. I really think it's just the newness of that function and us being able to identify what the source of the system's going to be, what the cost of it's going to be. I just think it's going to take some time to do that.
Oh, no, and I understand the time piece, but Mr. Runcie, I just want to make sure that it's brought back to the board before we decide to make large expenditures on some of these items.
Yeah, and we can guarantee that, and I think I'm going to say what you're thinking, but our plan is to come back to the board more frequently every quarter.
And that's
to
something
talk
I know
about
I've
the
talked
strategic-
about for a long
Right.
time, and I know you all said that that's going to
So
happen.
during those quarterly meetings, we would provide updates on things like that. Dr. Posner, do you want to add to that?
Absolutely. Mr. Woods is correct. And if I may add, Deborah Posner, Executive Director, Strategic Initiative Management. We also will be bringing the plan back annually for review and refresh. And so where there are some TBDs, baselines don't exist, the next iteration of the plan should include at least a baseline, so then we can reset targets accordingly and continue with the quarterly progress updates from there.
Okay. Terrific. Thank you very much. I had one last thing here in the back. Again, I know I brought this up in the workshop, and this is under Mr. Gold, the college and career exploration and grade level recommended activities toward development of a post-secondary life plan, grades 6 to 12. Again, I hope that there's going to be a discussion with the board about that. I still don't know what that looks like and what that is.
Which one are you?
It's on, in the metrics appendix in the back, page 3, item 5, under high-quality instruction. Percent of students in grades 6 to 12 who have completed grade-level recommended activities towards development of a post-secondary life plan.
So, Dan Gold, Chief Academic Officer. Ms. Levinson, we'll certainly be coming back to the board to it, but as this board is well aware, and I want the community to know, there is new statutory language requiring all middle school students to leave grade 8 with a high school plan. And so this anticipated that, so this will be worked through, how we are ensuring it, not as a class, but as a process that every middle school student has to do. And then a similar one for as students graduate high school, do they have a general sense of what it is they are going to do? We have well heard your language concerned about being overly prescriptive, time burdensome on families. We do believe that given our resources, our current investment in Naviance and other things, this is not a big lift, but monitoring it to make sure that it's going on throughout the district is something that is appropriate. But we'll be coming back to workshop the board on this.
Terrific, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Ms. Rupert?
Thank you, and thank you, Ms. Rich Levinson, for that, those questions and clarification. I had a question about, hi, I know I hate this seat, I can't see you guys. And I think it would fall under Initiative 1 for Public Relations, Partnerships, and Legislation. As I went through the communication aspect and the marketing, I didn't see addressed basically communication externally that's about us, that's about the school board, address that it's correct and that we have the ability to give a statement prior to. And especially with stuff that's been in the media the last week or two, I know we had time to respond on some issues, but I think it's a problem, and it's definitely a weakness in the fact that, A, we don't have possibly as good a communication with the media that we need to have, and how do you do that? Or as well as a PIO, as that department, there's gonna be somebody that's gonna be the key person that works on being able to address that and answer the questions, and it kind of dovetails to also public records requests, which it's the same thing. You know, we can't have a very long time going between them, and I didn't see that specifically written in here, and it goes back to that conversation that I know I've had with you and ad nauseum about being proactive and not reactionary as much as we possibly can. So if you could orient me to where that's actually.
Absolutely, and those are very valid and important points. And those points were actually echoed in the work group conversations towards developing these. The good news here is what you see in front of you are only key tactics. They're only a subset of a larger set of ideas for continuous improvement around these initiatives. And I will go back and make sure that the project plans, which are going to be much more detailed to support each of these initiatives, that this particular project plan includes those thoughts, and that the work group is very intentional around addressing those. And what you're going to see in our quarterly updates will be those project plans with a fuller list of tactics being addressed.
Perfect. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That was the extent of my question.
Thank you, Ms. Rupert. Mrs. Alhadeff?
I'd like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Woods and Dr. Posner and staff. I think you guys worked really hard and did a fabulous job to put this document together. So I really appreciate all the hard work and efforts.
Thank you.
And I think it's important to state out where it says in the summary of explanation and background that the plan remains a living document which is flexible and responsive to the evolving needs of our stakeholders over time.
Yes, ma'am.
And Mr. Runcie, I think that this strategic plan is
Sorry.
It's a big plan, and there's a lot of big opportunities for the district to move forward to try to execute this strategic plan. So I look forward to you and staff getting this done and executed over time. And then my last point on page 49, the one pager with basically the way that we're going to be communicating
yes.
With parents and stakeholders. How are we going to do that communication and get that communication out to the public?
Great question, and this is exactly what we're in the process of doing now. We are going to be providing this to all the schools and departments through our internal communication systems, our alerts, our pivot messages. We also want to communicate this out more broadly through social media, and I look forward to working with Ms. Koch and her department to do so.
Okay, and I guess too, like, I just see like big poster boards with this on there.
Yes.
You know,
Yes.
just to really help communicate and get the information out.
Yeah,
Okay.
the other part of, you know, thinking out communicating that was at the start of the school year, that we would incorporate into our back-to-school activities and open houses, to let everyone know that we have this plan. So we'll do that.
Wonderful. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Aladeff. I apologize. Any members of the public who might want to address item E6?
Terry Lopez-Price, a teacher and Vice President of the Broward Teachers Union. I'd also like to thank everyone for the hard work on this ambitious plan. And I've been able to get to the heart of some of what, how come I only have 2 minutes? Hold on.
I think it didn't get restarted.
I need my minutes.
Hold on 1 second, and Dr. Wanza will start the timer for you.
It's so cold in here.
Okay, go ahead.
I have confidence in what's at the heart of these initiatives. I've been very involved with the SEL program and what's going into that. I've been involved with Dr. Posner putting some of this together. And the coursework and the books that she depends on, which are books that I've depended on throughout my life and are wonderful. So I'm hoping this will do nothing but bring wonderful, good stuff. I want to thank you on page 18 for listening to us about the data, about the different ways that we have been required to give paperwork. And it's still happening. And we'll, you know, principals will say, I want it on this paper, I want it done this way, you have to hand it in this way. You know, sometimes management will ask their principals to do things in a certain way. I really appreciate that here it says on page 18 that we're going to limit duplication of paperwork, which is in our contract, and that you're listening to us, and we hope that we don't have to keep going to Dr. Wanza or OSPA or whomever and say, people are asking our teachers to do this way, that this will hopefully be heard. So thank you for that very much. One of the things that this talks about is recruiting and keeping great teachers, and we appreciate that. Today I happen to be at a NTA, and there are a lot of new teachers coming in, and some of them were already here before, and they're wondering why they got let go in the first place. One of the things that came up was, well, maybe they don't want to pay my insurance over the summer. We can't have that, and we have to hold on to our teachers. I know we've talked about this in many ways, but recruiting, holding teachers, giving them the resources needed is in here all over the place. Thank you for putting it there. We're going to hold you to it. We don't want to see 300 people go so that 300 people can come back. We don't want to see that. They have the talents, they have the skills, they should have the resources. We are having teachers that don't have laptops, that are getting hired, that don't have access to understand how to put the grades in, that don't have enough support, and yet we're hiring more and more coaches. So we need to fix that problem, and I hope that we can help you do it, and thank you for always reaching out to BTU. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
I still have some time. Hold on 1 second. What was the other thing? Okay, on page 19, it says to improve the use of personalization periods. This is a big red herring for me because personalization periods came in as one thing. They've sometimes been used as other things. They're sometimes not used as productively as they might be, but we can't have the job description of personalization periods changed so that it's a different situation for teachers and what they are required to do. So I don't know what this improve the use of personalization periods means, but we definitely have to join with a discussion with the union because we really don't like, and I know you don't like, when we get those phone calls about what certain schools or certain cadres or certain groups are asking teachers to do in personalization period, which was outside of what we originally agreed. Thank you all for your work. Thanks.
Thank you. Additional public comment?
Oh, yes. You know it. Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union. So this strategic plan, so wonderful on paper. You guys are rock stars now, right? here's what we have on paper. It's called the CBA. There is a contract. Nothing in here supersedes our contract. So I appreciate Maurice Woods reaching out to us a couple months ago when he brought in a group that you guys brought in from somewhere else to help with the strategic planning. And the process is a good concept. But if you don't follow what we already have in place and don't try to circumvent it or go over it, which is what we find your district personnel likes to do a lot, that would be one thing to help out with the strategic planning. So I want to just touch base on improving the personalization. What are you improving? It's in our contract on exactly what it is, on how to do it. It's there. It's cut and dry. We already had your PD department, PLC department, come in a year ago and try to school us on PLCs and PD and put all kinds of things in their little planning that just completely tried to null our contract, and then I had to school them and bring it to the table negotiations and waste time in negotiations with something that's already there. So when you have your district personnel out there seeking to put something together, do not ignore the 15,000 teachers you have and the contract that we have. That is, it's a wonderful thing if it's followed, and it should be followed. And we shouldn't have to fight to have it followed. So you want to create a strategic plan, that's fine and dandy. But do not go outside of what we have that will violate what we do. And retaining teachers, which is something I've discussed over and over again, year after year. Here we had this layoff, which you all got my letters from our attorneys, but nobody responded, on the wrongful way that you laid off teachers and our ESPs. And we still have to have that conversation because it's not done and over with. We don't get to just do it and say, oh, well, and then you just move on your merry way. If we're gonna have teachers in our district and we're gonna have a strategic plan that's gonna work, stop finding ways to keep releasing them or coming up with excuses and wrongful rationale of why we release them. We have a child fair in 2 days, but yet we released hundreds of teachers in June. How's that part of this?
Thank you. Any additional public comment? And additional comment from my colleagues? All those in favor of item E6 indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. Item E6 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item E7?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Horn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on item E7. I have Ms. Levinson and Ms. Horn.
Okay. Okay, this had no financial impact to the district because we're rejecting all bids. How much was this supposed to be for? Approximately.
Yeah. Hi, Sean Serra, Director of Athletics and Student Activities. This would be a fee that would come out of the revenue generated through athletics, and it would be going through internal accounts, and it would be approximately per school $500 per year.
Approximately $500 per year. Okay. It's not a major amount of money. It wasn't listed in here how much, so that's what led me to ask the question. I really believe those should be reinvested in schools for students, and there's so many other needs we have in terms of automating in this district. Again, this is not a lot of money, but I just don't see this as a priority of spending money on this in order to pay the officials.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Ms. Korn?
Yes, so this was a new intent, is that correct? We haven't done this in the past.
Correct.
Have we gotten complaints and issues from officials? Is that, like, what was the reason we went this path?
Right now, there are a lot of steps that have to be taken to pay our officials. Once the official arrives at the premise and works, they give their form to the athletic director, athletic gives it to the bookkeeper creates a log, check request, it goes to the principal for signature, then it goes back to the bookkeeper does some additional paperwork and photocopies it, then it sends it to accounts payable. Accounts payable takes it from there to another process, and then a check is cut. It's right now averaging, best case scenario, 2 weeks, and then we've had checks that have gone 4 or 5 weeks, depending on one of those steps being delayed. So the effort and the idea behind the research that we did as a department was to look nationally at programs that exist. And there are opportunities that are effectively working where the officials get paid in 48 to 72 hours. Philadelphia, Dallas, Texas, and school districts across Florida are starting to implement this. West Palm Beach recently, Hillsborough, Orange County, Dade County is in negotiations. So we wanted to stay in line because it's very competitive right now. If the other school districts can pay their officials in 48 to 72 hours, and it's taken us under the current system 2 weeks, best case scenario, we're going to lose some very talented officials to our neighboring districts.
Okay, so I appreciate the proactive approach. Why, if this is happening across the district, do you think we only got one bid? Okay, how about we go, let me ask more proactive. How do we get more bids? I know you released it to 75, and I think it was 7 were downloaded, 1 responded. So how do we do better than that, or do we just walk away from the idea?
So thank you for your question, Ms. Korn. Mary Coker, Director of Procurement and Warehousing Services. So basically what we did in order to canvass the market, we did actually do an RFI prior to this to understand who exists, what companies exist that provide this service, and we did identify a number of vendors that would be interested in providing this service. What took place was when the RFP was released, there was miscommunication and a lot of vendors didn't respond, and therefore we had one vendor, and the vendor was actually new into the industry and didn't have the experience needed, which is why we're rejecting all bids. But we're hoping that if in the event that we do put this bid out again, that we're going to have more respondents, because we did receive feedback from the RFI that there were people that do this. In fact, we currently do business, and I found this out as I was discussing with Mr. Serra, that we have an existing vendor that does another type of scheduling. I believe it's the scheduling of the officials that also provides this service. So this is one of the vendors that we're also looking to hopefully respond.
Okay, so the next step is we're sending it back out for next school year, for this school year. What's the timing? How are we doing it different? Let me ask this question. I don't actually need those details. What I need to know is, are we pursuing this again, and do you have steps so that we get a different response next time?
Yes and yes.
Okay, thank you. Oh, I'm sorry, for this school year?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Dr. Osgood?
Ms. Korn just asked. I don't need that.
Okay. Any additional questions or comments from my colleagues? Seeing none, all those in favor of item E7 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The item is approved. I'm going to call for the EE items that no one said that they wanted to speak on. So may I have a motion and a second on items EE 1, 3, 10, 11, 14, 16, and 19.
So moved.
And could you also add 7, please? I don't need 7 anymore.
And 7. Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Good. Audience input. I'm going to read them again so that there's no confusion on items EE 1, 3, 7, 10, 11, 14, 16, and 19. Seeing none. Colleague input on those same items? Want me to read them again? Okay. EE 1, 3, 7, 10, 11, 14, 16, and 19. Any input from my colleagues?
16 was withdrawn.
I'm sorry, I didn't have that marked on here. Thank you. So, did we get that? It's not EE 16, thank you. Again, audience input, now that I've included EE 7. Seeing none, colleague input one more time. All those in favor of items EE 1, 3, I did, EE 1, 3, 7, 10, 11, 14, and 19 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. I'll read them one more time. Items EE 1, 3, 7, 10, 11, 14, and 19 pass unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE 2?
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on EE 2. Audience input on EE, are you moving for audience input? EE 2? E6 has already been passed. Can you just ask your question to Dr. Neesmith, and then that way we won't be breaking our decorum here in the boardroom. Thank you. EE2, any public comment? Seeing none, I have Ms. Levinson.
Yes, this is divided between SMART and general fund money. It said in the backup that the building material surveys, the 30 sites, are the remaining 30. Is the abatement monitoring 106 projects also the remaining ones?
My name's Allison Wodashinsky. I'm coordinator for environmental compliance for environmental health and safety. Yes, that would include the remaining 30.
So that would take care of the remaining in both?
Yes.
Okay. And then I just wanted to ask about the abatement monitoring, why there's such a big difference in the SMART budget and the EHS, average fee, I mean, for each, for the abatement monitoring.
Generally speaking, when we do stuff under our department, it's for a repair of something, so it's a much smaller project than the big SMART renovation projects.
Okay. And then my last comment was just when you looked at some of them here and the vendors who agreed to move forward, there was one that had an increase of 10%. Why would that be okay, and why would we continue with someone who was asking for 10% more when the others were no increase, or there was a 3%, I believe?
Give us 1 second, please.
There's no page, but it's the last one before the evaluation. Evaluations.
So normally our process is when we're going to request an extension. In this particular case, we go back out to the vendor, and hopefully that they would be willing to keep the same pricing based on the fact that we're asking them to leverage the spend. At times, we have vendors that have an increase. This particular case with this vendor, if you look at the financial analysis worksheet, is actually the vendor that we've used the least. You'll see they are the ones that we've used from the list for $250,000 thus far.
Yeah.
So being the vendor, I want to believe operationally that even though that there's a 10% increase, that they're going to either not use them or continue to use them least. I know from speaking with Roger, the way they use these is based on availability and obviously pricing. So in the event where none of these other vendors are available, then they would use the professional services, which is the one that had a 10% increase But I think that would be managed at the operational level.
Okay, and I don't think that's a really good answer, because it's about rotating the vendors, was the answer I was given the other day, and so I don't understand why one with a 10% increase would be included at all anymore.
We have to reach out because everyone is under the contract. We have to reach out to every single vendor, and if they even
But
decide.
it's a renewal.
It
You
is.
don't have to renew, it's an option to renew, correct?
But it's an option to renew, and they chose to renew at a 10% increase. If they would have chosen not to renew, they would have also given us a letter stating that they had chosen not to renew.
So we have to accept whatever a vendor's increase is in a renewal, you're saying?
No, we negotiate. We try to negotiate that, but in this case, there was a 10% increase. My only message
Okay,
here.
I'm just going to say that, Mr. Runcie, I don't agree with that. I don't understand why we'd continue with a vendor who has a 10% increase. That's all. I don't want to belabor the point. It just doesn't make sense to me. When you have 5 different vendors on here and others are maintaining their price, why you'd keep that one? And that's it, on a renewal.
So can I ask you to look at the page that has a letter to the Professional Services Industry, Inc.? Staff, so on the page 2, the vendor, you indicate that they have to indicate whether there'd be a pricing change of if the price would increase if there was a new RFP. 10%, is that correct?
So as I look at this, I wanted to make sure that I was reviewing this correctly with Ms. Coker. It's my understanding, based on the professional service industry document, that they offer to renew at the current contract award,
Because it would go up by
right?
10%
And
if we did.
if they did not renew and we went out for an RFP, then they would take the 10% increase. That's how I read this particular document. So the 10% increase is not reflected in the pricing for the renewal. It would have been reflected if we went out to reissue an RFP.
All right,
And
that
that's-
makes sense.
yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues? All those in favor of item EE2 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE2 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE4?
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on item EE4. Colleague input, I have Ms. Korn and Ms. Levinson.
So the payment for the Cambridge comes from the district. Is that correct?
Staff is approaching behind you, just so you know.
Good afternoon, Shrina Grant, Director of Innovative Programs. In essence, no, the payments actually come from the schools, from monies that the schools generate from Cambridge testing themselves.
Okay, so this is, so the expanded, I guess in the years, the pricing is different for the first year spend and the second year spend? Is that because we're adding more schools, or what's the differentiation?
It's a combination of both. We are adding schools. This year, we are going up to, next year, we are going to 23 Cambridge schools. And as we add schools, we also add the number of students who are taking Cambridge exams. So what we used to sort of, it is an estimate, but we looked at the 3-year trend in spending and noticed that there was an approximate 30% increase each year in spending, and that's what we used to determine the requested spend authority.
Okay, so I guess I'm looking at page 4, and it talks about that in 2017-18, they earned $4.77 million. I don't know how much the contract amount was, but I guess what we're saying is that we anticipate with these additional students that will fully cover these costs.
Correct. There was no spend authority before because we never had a bid in place for Cambridge. There was some arrangement that was made when we had our first two Cambridge schools back in, I believe, 2014 with Cypress Bay and Fort Lauderdale. And the board had agreed on the spend authority specific for those schools.
I see that there.
Right,
Here.
so now
Okay.
we have gone to additional high schools, and the amounts that will be used will absolutely fall within those numbers.
Okay, because when we do, the reason I was asking is our innovative programs are typically, they're brought to us for approval, but those costs are covered by the individual schools. So in this case, the schools are able to cover it through the funds that they receive by the students passing the tests.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Ms. Levinson?
Yes, I just wanted to take a moment to thank Dr. Grant for her work. She's fairly new to this area, and I think this has really been done from a smart way from the district level, leveraging the volume that the district has and waiving and reducing various school fees. So even though this comes out of each school's budget, there's savings for the district as a whole through the school budgets, yet the schools are very happy because the funding source is with the individual school. Whatever they produce still remains with that school. The professional development decisions are still with that school. So we're keeping the autonomy of the school, yet getting operational efficiencies from the district. So I want to thank you for your work on this.
Thank you. Team effort.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson, for those comments, and I echo those sentiments. I thank you, Ms. Grant, for your time on Monday to review these, and I too am very happy with the way that this is moving forward, so thank you. Any additional comments from my colleagues? All those in favor of item EE4 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE4 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE5? Moved by Ms. Good, second by Mrs. Alhadeff. Audience input on item EE5. Seeing none. Ms. Levinson?
EE5, the requested spending authority is 3.4 million, yet the financial impact says 3.5 million. So that was my question, the difference in those two.
Yes. Do you want to speak to that, or I can?
With a 0% increase, I wasn't expecting to see that increase.
Okay. There, on the agenda request form, it states 3.5 million, which is the correct cost. In the executive summary, it states 3.4 million, which is a typo. So it should be 3.5. This is not an increase, but the board pays for core disability coverage for its employees. And so the board's annual spend, on average, is $3.5 million to cover core disability. And so that's what that is. It's not because it's an increase, it's the annual cost of paying for the insurance.
And so last year's would have been 3.5 million as well?
It was a little bit lower based on, and this is an average, it's based on, the formula is based on the total payroll times the cost of the premium, which is 0.477, divided by 100, because it's $100 per dollar of the payroll, divided by $100 rather. And so that's how we would come up with the cost.
Okay, so the financial impact is correct, the executive summary
That is
should have
correct.
that number.
That
Okay,
is correct.
thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional comment from my colleagues on item EE5? Seeing none, all those in favor of item EE5 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE5 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on EE6?
So moved.
I need to ask Ms. Levinson, she's the one who wants to speak on 6 and 8.
Totally separate, but you can take them together and ask two
We'll just
questions.
do EE6 and then we'll move on.
Okay, EE6 is a
I
similar
don't
type
think we-
movement. Oh,
I'm sorry, who made the motion?
Me.
Okay, Ms. Rupert made the motion, Ms. Good made the second.
okay, again, this is a difference between what the financial worksheet says and what the item itself says. The new award total on the financial analysis worksheet is 1,452,350, and then the item new award amount is 1302350. And so when I worked it out, it came out to 1302350, what the financial impact says. So is the financial analysis worksheet incorrect? The new bid award total?
Please give me a second to review.
Is the financial impact page added up with the breakdown that you gave? And I know we're voting on the financial impact on the agenda item, so as long as that's okay and the other one was just written incorrectly.
So it's 1302550, and here's, she's questioning this. This here is incorrect. This is 1452. It should be 1302550.
Okay.
It should be 1302550.
Okay.
This is a manual input, so that's why the error was made.
Okay,
So it
thank
is
you.
1302550.
Okay, so the financial impact is correct. Thank you.
Yes.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. I need to take audience input, please, on item EE6. Seeing none, any additional board member comment? All those in favor of EE6 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE6 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on EE8?
So moved?
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Zaladev. Audience input on EE8. I have Ms. Levinson.
Yes, the question is, did the cost per student remain the same from last year, and why only a one-year contract instead of a two? Hello, Mr. McGuire.
Good afternoon. Chris McGuire, Principal, Broward Virtual School. First question, the price is exactly the same.
Okay.
It's uniform across the
Okay.
state. The one-year contract allows us to consider other options a year down the road.
Okay.
The Department of Education, Florida Department of Education vets the providers, and right now there are very few. We anticipate some more being on the horizon, so we'd like to keep our options open.
So that's why we went from a two to a one.
Right.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any additional questions from my colleagues on item EE8? All in favor of EE8 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE8 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on EE9?
So moved?
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Zaladev. Audience input on EE9. Seeing none, I have Ms. Levinson.
I just wanted to find out if this is the same charge as last contract and whether it's the same amount of schools. And I do want to, continue to mention what a great program the Network for Teaching Entrepreneurship is in our schools, and I'm a big supporter of the work that's done through it.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. My name is Enid Valdez, Director of Career and Technical Education, and this contract demonstrates an increase in our schools. We've increased by 4 schools: Deerfield Beach Middle, Parkway Middle, William Dandy Middle, and New River Middle will enter into the NIFTY component.
Okay, so if you could just include that in the future in the backup, that would be great, just so we could see what the difference is from the previous year. And what about the cost?
So the cost is less expensive to open, but because of the increase in schools, the price exemplifies the increase of the schools.
Okay, but the unit price is no more, is less.
Correct.
Okay. And then having seen that you have added some middle schools, I'd like us to just keep in mind about the feeders, and when the middle schools are added, if we could look to make sure that the high schools have the program as well, so once they start on this, they can continue, similar to what we're doing with the Cambridge program.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Any additional comment from my colleagues on item EE9?
Dr. Oscar?
I'm sorry, Dr. Osgood.
Just, mine is more of a question, and I love this program too, Ms. Levinson. When I look at the funding source right now, it's coming from the CTASE General Fund, and it says, and/or District Perkins Fund. So, and I noticed that it talked about 3 years. So at the end of 3 years, what happens?
So at the end of 3 years, we look again at the Carl D. Perkins grant. It is under reauthorization where it will include grades 5 through 12, and we're hopeful with the changes at state legislation that there'll be increased funding, and that funding supports these programs.
So what I'm focusing on is after 3 years, it's not an expectation that the schools are gonna have to fund this from their budget. We're looking to sustain it with outside funding source for the school.
Correct. It's been our track record to sustain or maintain the curriculum components, as well as through Perkins, the CTSO, and the ICs. So yes.
I know we've done it historically, but we have a lot of strange things happening in some of our government places with funding as it relates to education. So that was my question, and thank you for all the great work that you do in your department.
Thank you for your support. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Any additional comment from my colleagues on EE9? Seeing none, all those in favor of EE9 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE9 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on EE12?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert,
Second.
second by Mrs. Alhadeff. Audience input on EE12? Seeing none, I have Dr. Osgood.
On
EE12, please.
EE12, I got my answer from staff.
Thank you. Mrs. Alhadeff?
Okay, so on E12, page 1 of 4 of the contract, the agreement, the date wasn't filled out. But then when I go to the follow-up information, it says that it has the dates August 9th, 2017 through July 31st, 2019, 2 years district-wide, with the option to renew in the 3rd year. And then when you go to the beginning of the packet, it says 3 years. So is it 2 years or 3 years?
This is Daryl Diamond, Director of Innovative Learning. Both this and EE13 were 2-year contracts with an option for a 3rd year. So this First Amendment is for that option.
Okay, so,
So you're looking at 1.02, am I correct? Give me just 1 second, please.
It's 1.02. So, Ms. Alhadeff, on page 1 of the agreement, while the original agreement is dated August 8th of 2017, it is section 1.02 term of agreement that we are executing here from August 1st of 2019 through July 31st of 2020. So this would be for a 1-year extension based on the initial agreement.
okay, so why didn't you write it that way?
So I think part of the challenge here is the original agreement isn't here. What you have is the amendment, right? This is not the original agreement, is it? What? I mean, no, you're right, it's the renewal. So if you had the original one, it would probably make a lot more sense. So this is just the amendment to the existing contract, so you'd almost have to look at the original contract, Ms. Alhadeff, to get the full.
Right, so the requested action infers the original contract with this being the first extension. So, sir, you're absolutely right. And it says on the requested action agenda request form that the contract term is August 9th of 2017 through July 31st, 2020. So they are consistent, but it is not clearly explained. You are correct.
And then the last 2 pages, page 1 of 3, so I guess this was a survey for 236 schools, but we only got 152 responses. Why so limit response?
So we work with the department to put out a survey, and these were the responses that we received.
I believe that this is optional data that was asked for by the Office of Procurement, And I think we sent it out late in the school year, so there were a lot of teachers who were going off on vacation when the survey went out.
Right, so I suggest that, to get a true indicator of how people feel about a program, you need to give them time to be able to respond for 236 schools. Thank you.
Thank you, Mrs. Olive.
Ms. Brinkler.
Yes. Ms. Myrick?
Sorry. Mr. Gall, I think that then the requested action is inaccurate. Your original contract term was through July 2019, which was 2 years. And then this is the extension. So I think that the requested action needs to be changed. The original contract was for 2 years with an option for a 1-year extension. So you are trying to exercise that 1-year extension. I mean, I don't have the contract in front of me, but that's what I would guess it says.
Yeah, so through the chair, correct me if I'm wrong, the approach that we're using on the requested action is very consistent with what we've done for multiple years now. We actually, when we come with the renewal, we add that in to the original, and we list what the new term, this reflects what the new term would be with the renewal added onto it. And
Then that's all right, but there needs to be an explanation someplace in the information of what the 2-year was, and then the requested action is to add the 3rd year, so the contract would be for that. But, well, it says that in the executive summary.
and
I just think it needs to be clear, that's all.
And I agree. I actually think the superintendent hit the nail on the head by mentioning if we would have had the original in here, I think it would have been extremely clear as to us adding the 1 year on the renewal. So that was an oversight on my behalf, so.
So we're going to go ahead, just to be clear, because I'm looking at the other items and it states the same.
No, leave it here. I think, I guess if I was going to change it, I would say and amend the contract term. You're approving the first amendment and renewal to the above agreement and amending the contract term to August 9th to July 31st, 2020. I don't think you need to change it if that's what you've been consistent with, but I think it could be clear.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Myrick. Ms. Levinson?
I know we didn't get a lot of responses, but I do want to say that when I'm out in the schools, this is a resource that the teachers talk about a lot, and they love having access to news articles, and even kids love it. They so infrequently look at news articles that I think it's a real plus that we bring this to our students each year. And my comment was just to ask you to please look at some of the teachers' suggestions on 2 of the items and see if the vendor could work with us on incorporating some of their suggestions when we do send a survey out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson, and I'm sure the board has noticed that we have brought to a trickle the number of technology contracts we've brought forward. We've heard you very much this spring about the reduction in the managed menus and all of those pieces. You're seeing a few things begin to move forward. You've got 2 on this item. You'll have a few more moving forward, but we have heard you.
Right, and this is something that they really don't get any other way. So to have access to news articles all around is an incredible opportunity.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. My question is regarding actually the financial impact. I thought we had talked recently, I thought I had asked, it gets confusing when we add spend authority on top of spend authority that's in essence expired and then spend authority, like every time we do a renewal. And so I thought that I had asked, and I thought there was a consensus, Mr. Runcie spoke to the fact that it would be easier when we have something new, which is, I understand it's an existing contract, but those original dollars were either spent or underspent or overspent. But what we're doing now is getting a new contract, this renewal, should have its own independent spend authority. Because let's just say, for instance, the original spend authority was $737,000, but we only used $600,000. We know the new contract is $368,000. Well, we don't really need to add $368,000 to the original spend authority because we would have underspent it. So to be accurate with spend authority, again, for checks and balances to really serve their purpose, is we want the spend authority to be as close to the contract value as it can be without necessarily being there, because again, it's a spend authority. There's some flexibility in many of these contracts. But when we keep adding it to whatever the original spend authority was, it doesn't help us as a board follow whether or not that check and balance is really in place, because we either maybe overspent or underspent from the original contract. So I know we've been doing this for years. It's been confusing for me for years. So I'm wondering if that's something we can do going forward.
So through the chair, and actually, we did, I believe we actually thought it was a great suggestion.
I thought so too.
Yeah, so we did make some modifications, and I just kind of want to point out where they are. So one of the things that we did is in the requested action,
Yes.
we clearly identified the
You did.
addition, right? So that was one of the modifications that we've changed.
And I did note
right?
that. So I want to acknowledge that this actually did read differently. But the other half of it was, again, the building. So the explanation is better here, but the building of it on the prior
Right.
still means that we don't know if we, and I know in the background, backup, most of the time you tell us, we've
That's
underspent
correct.
or we overspent. But again, the purpose of spend authority isn't to have to go back into pages and see where we were year after year, especially if it's a 5-year contract that was originally 3 and we've renewed. Anyway, just my thought and my suggestion as we're going forward.
Thank you for the reiteration, and I actually agree. As I was going over the documents with Dildra earlier today, I kept reading the new award amount. I think it should be the total amount. It's not a new award, because we're not awarding a total of 1.5, 1.1, and I'm looking at EE12. It's not a total of 1.15 that we're awarding today. It's the total for the entire amount of the contract that could be a bunch of years. So we have the new additional requested amount, 368,600. I'm looking at EE12. And then the new award amount, I think it should say the new total amount, which would include what we're adding today plus what we've already spent of the entire contract. And then on the financial analysis worksheet, just to maybe clarify what you stated, when we have a new spend authority, unless we request for that spend authority to be depleted, we always include it as part of the entire contract.
Okay.
So you made mention to an example that if you had, I don't know if you need me to elaborate.
Yeah, so this is, I guess, the scenario that I was thinking was, if in the first year, easy numbers, right? It was a $500,000 original spend authority, but we only spent 400 of it. But then the next, on the renewal, it was 250, right? And then you added that to the 500. So now your spend authority is 750. But you only spent 400 the first time. That really gave you now 350 to spend, or in essence, overspend in the contract, because your spend authority was there with a buffer. Are you, what,
Yeah,
is
we
this complicated?
understand your feedback.
Okay.
And we will
So
make the
just if
modifications, right? I don't want to
Correct.
go.
In
we
some
get it.
contracts, it may make sense, and in others, it may not. But if you can just know, that would be my goal for what checks and balances are intended and why the spend authority was initially put into place. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. I had a question. I don't know if it was relayed to you from my conversation with Ms. Coker yesterday, because it didn't really apply to procurement, but it more applied to your department with regard to when we looked at the state budget being decreased for digital classroom, have we adjusted our spending accordingly? And I heard your comment, that we haven't seen as many items. So I just wanted to feel comfortable. My comment is the same for 12 and 13 with regard to the reduction in the state allocation.
So thank you, Ms. Sprinkworth. Yes, the digital classroom plan, which is referenced as the funding source for here, has been reduced by 2/3, from 75 to 25 million by the state. This has been the source for paying for many of these system-wide pieces of software. We don't know what's going to happen. Initially, it would have been zeroed out in the governor's proposal. Should that happen next year, we're going to have to massively reconsider what we have. We're already trimming. A 2/3 budget reduction will have a commensurate reduction in the supplementary materials, digital resources we have. These contracts, our CFO has been absolutely on top of this, will not extend beyond the availability of funds. They were all modified to make sure they fit within that time frame.
Okay, perfect, thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues on EE12? All those in favor of item EE12 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE12 passes unanimously. Motion and a second on EE13, please. Moved by Ms. Good. Second by Dr. Osgood. Audience input on EE13. Seeing none, I have Ms. Levinson and then Mrs. Alida.
Okay, on EE13, again, very good feedback. You know, these are two of the programs that our teachers use a lot and the kids have very good feedback about. My question on this one is, there was a response given to the board members today of different softwares, the landscape. If we are purchasing district-wide a vocabulary program in all schools, why am I seeing other vocabulary programs? These are the kinds of questions that I'm talking about. You know, either we leverage it as a district and we move forward that way, or the schools are finding their own. But when you see both, that's what I'm talking about.
So thank you, and I'll let Dr. Diamond talk about the email that she authored this morning. I want to thank her for being so timely in responding. But we do have, in limited circumstances, justification where schools are addressing specialized populations, such as students with dyslexia, students with cognitive disabilities, where a program like vocabulary.com may not take into account the particular learning profile of those students. But those are extremely limited and need to be reviewed. And that is what we have begun putting in place based on the now prolonged conversation we've had about the software piece. So working with our partners in procurement, setting up with the academics department review processes, working with our partners in OSPA to make sure that the schools know how to execute this. We will have improved process and be able to identify when and how we have different solutions, and even then have a limited menu, because the dyslexic students' supplemental materials should be the same across the board.
Well, it makes sense when it's filling the niche that it needs to fill, but we do need to look across the board, so. And then my second question is $8,750 for training and development. For whom? Doesn't say anything about what that's being used for. On the financial impact on the executive summary.
So we have up to 5 days of training where we can call in people from vocabulary.com. It is teachers as well as our staff too, if there's any new changes to the program that we need to know in order to be able to train our staff.
We can or we will? I mean, we're paying to bring
will.
them in.
We will.
I mean,
We
it's
do.
part of this contract.
Correct, we
so.
do. Yes, we bring them in when we need them to balance what we're doing here in the district.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Alida.
So I have the same comments on this item as I did the last one. Just need to have better clarification in the write-up with the requested action. And then also, for this survey, there was only 94 responses. Thank you.
Thank you. I had the same question from EE12 on this one, so that one's already been asked and answered. The only other question that I have is this software, actually, it goes for both of them. Are both of these available to all students across the district, at all schools?
Within the grade bands in which they're utilized, vocabulary.com, for example, is grades 5 through 12. So there are grade level limitations, but the answer is yes. This is a ubiquitous supplemental resource that we are actually embedding in our Canvas courses.
Okay, and then do you have information that you can provide to the board with utilization, since it is something that's offered district-wide within the grade bands, so that we as a board can see that the investment that we're making is being utilized, and then if it's not being utilized, or perhaps there's a need for PD or whatever that might be in those particular pockets of schools, that's a conversation that then you
Yes,
have.
and as a follow-up, we'll give that by school so you can see which are the high users and not. But yes, some of that material's been included in the background.
All right, thank you. And I guess my last question would be is Are these available to students even if their particular school or educator is not utilizing them in the classroom?
The answer is yes. The students are able to access this independent of their teacher through the learning management system, through Canvas.
Okay, and there's no information that they need other than just their single sign-on?
Correct.
Okay, good to know. Any additional comments on EE 13? Ms. Murray?
Yeah. This is a program that I've followed for the past 2 years. I keep challenging my middle schools to knock off Margate, but no one's successfully done that.
Hey.
Well, you know, we're a very competitive district. But talking with the teachers that use this program, when the students take the state's, Florida State Standard, they can, for those who really are faithful to doing this day in and day out, how much of a jump they're taking. So, again, it's really a very resourceful tool for our teachers to really push the students.
I thank you for saying that, because there was a research done where they took Margate Middle and the work that Margate is doing and compared it with 4 other middle schools. And because Margate does it on a continuous basis and it's school-wide, the growth for the FSA was there. There was the correlation between using the product and the FSA. What we're pushing vocabulary.com to now do is a longitudinal study where they look at the schools that are using it over time and then take a look at the PSAT and SAT scores of the students who are participating and see what kind of correlation we get there. So that's in the works right now.
Because I know when I talked to the vendors, I had met them somewhere, the thing is, the children, when they go in and start using this, they really have to accomplish certain tasks so that what they are reading is locked in. It isn't just going in, looking at it, and going on. They really are absorbing information, that they're developing their vocabulary, but actually knowing how to use the words that they have looked at. So it's just a great tool. I'm so happy that, you know, I think for the team that brought this in here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. Mrs. Alhadeff?
Thank you. I approve this item. One thing I just want to say is that with approving all this technology, that I don't want to see us just putting our students in front of a computer for hours upon hours and doing these programs so they can get to a certain number, and that we need to allow our teachers to teach and have activities where the students are actively involved and not just sitting in front of a screen.
We couldn't agree with you more.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues? Seeing none, all those in favor of EE 13 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE 13 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE 15, please?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on EE 15? Seeing none, I have Dr. Osgood on EE 15.
Certainly, and mine is a comment. There were several items of articulation agreements, and I did ask this question to staff, and thank you to Guy and all of you that responded to my last-minute questions, but mine is more of a point. When I continue to see us do these articulation agreements, and I have to mention that they continue not to include HBCUs, or historically black colleges. And the answer that I continue to get is that the local one is a private school, and that because of FAMU's distance, it's a problem. And I would just say that I saw an item with Emory. That's all. Emory is also a private school. And if we can work out with Florida State, University of Florida, to make those dual enrollments work, I don't understand. We have many students that go to FAMU, Stella Engineering, Pharmacy program, Nursing program. We have Bethune-Cookman College that have some phenomenal programs. I am, Mr. Runcie, not okay with keep getting the answer about it being a private school. I understand if it's a capacity, if one is offering something that the other one cannot offer, and it's a capacity issue that they're providing a special, unique thing. When we look at where our children are going to school, all of our children, and I'm not just speaking exclusively about minority students now, We have a lot of our students that go to FAMU particularly for their engineering, their pharmacy program, and things like that. I just want to make sure that we're doing our due diligence and offering these opportunities to those historically Black colleges as well. And I keep bringing this up, and I keep getting the same answer that they're private schools. Well, I see private schools on this list that we approved in some other items, so I'm hoping I won't get that as a response again. I'll get something, at least a better explanation. If it doesn't work, it doesn't work. But I have to make sure that that's included in this conversation. I have nothing wrong. I'm in favor. I'm going to vote yes for the articulation agreements, but I have to bring up the HBCUs, and I will continue to bring it up every time. Hopefully, Mr. Runcie, I won't have to too many more times, but it is a concern of mine because many of our students are matriculating to those schools. And if we can give them the opportunity to do the dual enrollment, it helps them just as well as it helps the students that are going to these other colleges and universities. And I know that at these historically Black colleges, there are programs and academic opportunities that are just as valuable as the ones that they're getting at these other schools as well.
So through the chair, Dr. Osgood, thank you for raising this. I'd just like to make a couple of very brief remarks. One is FAMU is one of our preeminent universities in the state of Florida in the country. And it is not just through dual enrollment that we have partnerships with schools. As you are well aware, we have a special relationship with that school and have invited them down to have access to our students, and our students have access to them in order to consider them as a destination through our seniors attending and summer programs. We will continue to explore where we can have dual enrollment opportunities. With the other institution that's on today's agenda, we have a grant in order to have that private school partnership. We really do have a systemic bias towards the public schools. But I hear you, and we will reach back out to FAMU to see if we can explore dual enrollment added on to our already commitment. A lot of proud graduates of that school in our system right now. They remind me all the time that whenever those people are coming through, they do personal visits at our schools. We will deepen our relationship with them.
And I don't want to count out Florida Memorial University that has a stellar aviation program, especially now that we're doing the aviation initiative at Boyd Anderson and we're developing out that piece. You know, there might be an opportunity for us there as well. And I'm not advocating for a particular school. I'm talking overall about HBCUs that are in the state of Florida that I don't see. And I know the wonderful relationships, the recruitment and the things we do. But when I look at these articulation agreements and where we're doing dual enrollment to give those opportunities for our students to get those college credits now, I don't see them in the mix with that.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Any additional comment from my colleagues? All those in favor of item EE15 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE15 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item EE17, please?
Moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on EE17. Seeing none, I have Ms. Levinson.
Yes. This one in the backup, this is a one-year agreement, and it has a financial impact of $60,000. Shouldn't it be $30,000?
Yes, Ms. Levinson. So I had requested earlier from Dr. Neesmith that we identified that the requested amount, the requested action is $30,000. It's not $60,000 as it states in the financial analysis.
Okay, so I'll just, how do I handle that, Ms. Myrick? Just make a motion?
Yes.
or- Okay, so I'll make a motion that the estimated financial impact to the district be changed to $30,000.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Levinson, seconded by Ms. Rupert. Public input on the motion. Colleague input on the motion. All those in favor indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The motion passes. Now back to the item as amended. Any comment additionally from my colleagues? All those in favor of EE17 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE 17 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on EE 18, please?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Levinson. Audience input? Seeing none, I have Mrs. Alhadeff.
Yes, page 3. Can you explain to me what does, under the spending rationale based on historical expenditures, what does less unused authorized appending mean?
Sorry, what page?
Page 3.
Of the executive summary.
Spending rationale based on historical expenditures. What does less unused authorized appending mean?
Page 3 of the executive summary. 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
Oh, it says appending. It should say spending.
That's AP should be placed for that.
It's spending authority, and that, what that is, if you look at the financial analysis worksheet, you'll find in the top left, unused authorized spending, and you'll see the same amount, 429,098. Basically, this is a spend authority. We had requested one amount, and we unused that amount we requested. So we're kind of putting it as a credit that wasn't used. And it's spend authority.
Oh, I was just reading it how it says. Thank you.
Thank you for catching that.
Any additional comment from my colleagues? All those in favor of item EE 18 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE 18 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on EE 20, please?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Corn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on EE 20. Seeing none, I have Ms. Good and Ms. Levinson.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. So just real quickly, there's reference in the item regarding the need for additional students, funding for the capacity to increase, I guess, the student involvement. So how many students are participating in the program now versus how many are you looking to have?
So, good afternoon, Enid Valdez, Director of Career and Technical Education. So this was a request made by Coral Springs High School, Vivian Suarez, in regards to students requesting to enter into the program. So I would have to get back to you on the exact number, but there is a limit to, I believe it's 18 to 20 students, but I'll double check on that information for you.
Additionally, let's see here. It speaks to the fact that it will be taken out of Coral Spring High School's general budget. They're the ones that are going to be funding it.
That's always been historically what the school has done since they started the program.
And we have programs like this in other schools. They're very successful. They're wonderful collaborative opportunities. But with some of the other cities, the cities contribute toward a portion of it. And in this particular case, the school is solely responsible.
Correct. So in other municipalities, there's a licensing component that the municipalities seek through the state. And Coral Springs has that licensure. So the students in this particular program are involved in that licensing component because the city of Coral Springs is one of the few, it's actually the only city that has this licensing component to certify students in the first level of this firefighting program. The other cities offer the assistance but don't do the licensing because they don't have the state licensing. So each city pursues it as they see fit in their city, according to my understanding of this.
So, Ms. Brown, is Ms. Brown available? I know that we have a similar program at Everglades High School, so I just wanted, she may have not caught what you said, but my question was regarding this item. It's the Coral Springs, City of Coral Springs item. The school funds the program. It's a firefighter type of academy. And Ms. Valdez was just speaking on the fact that the city is one of the few that has, I guess, a licensing. I know we have similar type of programs at other schools. In particular, to mind comes Everglades High School.
Yes.
So she was saying that in this particular case, I guess, City of Coral Springs is unique, that it provides some type of certification. I don't know,
Yeah, I just have to apologize. I'm not sure what the city of Coral Springs does in comparison to what our relationship is at Everglades with Pepper Pines.
Okay.
So I can't make that comparison.
I understand, and I should have let you all know about it ahead of time. I guess what I'll be asking is, have we reached out to the city of Coral Springs to see if they would consider contributing toward the program like we do with other municipalities? It's more of a collaborative nature instead of it falling solely on the school.
We have in the past, but that doesn't mean that we can't continue pursuing that conversation and meeting with the school and the principal to further explore that possibility.
I mean, you know, it is a successful program. There's the opportunity, of course, for students once they graduate to go into the program. So I would just say that, you know, we have that conversation with the municipality and see if there's a desire for them to participate and contribute toward that success of that program. And then the only last thing I wanted to say is in the backup, it mentioned it benefits students from select high schools, and in plural, but I didn't know what that meant since it's only one school.
We can make that correction. It could be a Scribner's error.
It should be singular, not plural on select.
It's only one high school that's benefiting from this agreement, correct?
So we'll make that correction. Thank
Maybe
you.
they were talking global.
Right, right.
I think it's a template
For others. Okay, okay. Thank you, and again, I think it's just it's a great opportunity. I would just, Mr. Runcie asked that, you know, maybe we touch base with the city and see if there's an opportunity for greater participation if they were willing to participate.
Absolutely. Thank you
Thank
for
you.
that feedback.
Okay, and so next is Ms. Levinson.
Thank you. I had a question on the financial analysis. Only 39,000 of the 147,000 has been spent. So why are we looking to increase? The first year, that's all that was spent. It says the next 2 years are 16,000 each for $32,000. The original contract's for 147, of which 39 has been used. Why are we asking for additional?
Give us a second, please. Give us a second, please, Ms. Levinson.
Would you like for us to table this item and go to the next one?
Yes, I would appreciate that, please. We just need to decide the
That's fine.
information.
Thank you.
Okay, should I make a motion?
Please.
Make a motion to table EE 20 to later?
Second.
It's been moved by Ms. Levinson, second by Ms. Rupert, to table the item EE 20. Audience input on tabling the item. Colleague input. All in favor of tabling item EE 20 till later, indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Item EE 20 is tabled. May I have a motion and a second on item EE 21?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on EE 21.
Hear me?
Yes, now I can hear me. Anna Marie Pierpont, City of Hollywood resident, and I just want to bring to everybody's attention that these change in...
Hold on 1 second, please. Could you please start the timer? Thank you. I apologize.
It's okay. The timer in my head was working.
Go ahead.
The, teaching for a living puts timers in your head. The change in start times for schools and closing times, I've gotten a great number of phone calls since this agenda item came up. And it was kind of a surprise that we got phone calls from teachers who pay attention to the agenda items, and teachers knew things before their leaders. So that was kind of a surprise to us. But we want you to stop and think about the fact that aftercare contracts have already been done, and we don't have opportunities for some of our students to get before care. So because the school just doesn't have it, and the school will be starting too late, and parents are at work, and it's a school safety issue that I know in the schools that I serve, we have a great number of children who are taken care of by siblings, and they're brought to and from school with siblings, and having a 9 o'clock start time if they're used to a 7:45 we're going to leave children outside of locked gates that are not going to be having supervision. And I just wanted to make sure that we had that in the forefront before we got too far into this. And I understand transportation and gas, and that we're playing with a lot of different cogs in a machine, but I think our first cog is student safety.
Thank you. And I just want to make sure that the public is aware that there was a revision to this item, and there was significant thought given to those comments. And I don't know if you've been given the opportunity to review the revisions or not.
Well, thank you for bringing that up, because that is part of what I wanted to talk about. Terry Lopez-Preuss, MBCT. I am a citizen and a parent and a teacher and the vice president of the Broward Teachers Union. And this concerns me a lot that changes are made so close to the beginning of the school year. It also changes me that it troubles me that I see memos that are coming out on July 18th, on July 22nd, that things are being changed. And yeah, we don't have time to look at it. We can't. People are working. Parents are working. It's not possible, something of this magnitude, for it to be changed at the last minute. Even if the changes are wise and prudent and good, we can't keep up with it. And today, Dr. Naismith helped me a lot, because there were things that were changed that didn't come up on the website, that weren't active as per the changes. So we don't know what the changes are exactly. And there are times when there's a small change that makes a big difference in people's lives. And let's not get into shall or may, but you see how important it is. I was a teacher at Olson Middle School since the year 2000 when I came to this county. Go Vikings. I had to wake up at 7, or be at school at 7:05. I'd never had a school time so early. I hated it, but some people loved it. At some point it was changed because of pressure from somewhere to 9 o'clock. There was a fatal accident, okay? Someone in my community died, and it was changed back to 7:05 before I got there. Again, there was pressure to change it, and the community fought again. A 9 o'clock start time in some communities can cause a lot of problems. I see a lot of 9 o'clock start times. I think you don't realize how much more traffic there is at that time, how it can affect things, and I bring up the Olson Middle School because that was a deadly situation that affected a lot of people, and our community really got involved in making sure that the 9 o'clock start time was not the time. Considering that parents might not even know this, they have childcare in the morning. Some of our teachers have childcare. They drop their kids off. They pick the school they're going to work at so that they can do all these things. This is a massive ask for people to change their lives in this way. And again, I know it's difficult. You're making the decisions up here. If this is about saving money, this is not the place to do it. This is not the place to do it. You got to find another way. Can't do this to people, can't do this to kids, can't do this to parents, can't do this to communities. And please, again, be very mindful. When you change things, and it's less than 7 days, people have things ready, printed, looked at, analyzed, and the change of the word shall to may, or the change of 9:15 to 8:45, it's a big deal in a lot of people's lives. It might not seem that way to you, but it is. So please, be mindful of that. This needs to be looked at. Thank you.
Thank you. Additional audience input, please.
So Anna Fusco, Broward Teaching Union President. When this first came out, and I'm hearing that the times were revised, and I saw them, and I'm glad that you heard the outcry from many parents and educators throughout Broward County and the areas of where the schools that they took place. But I want you guys to look at why did it get to that point? How did it get there? Why such late? And listen, our teachers and our parents were ecstatic that our schools came off for the extended day. But to go at the last minute to say July 23rd, we're going to have a board meeting to approve these new start times that were so drastic, did anybody up there ask the question, did we not plan for this before? Because every year we have schools come off the list. We have every year schools get on the list to where it doesn't have to be that drastic. I don't get into all the nooks and crannies of all the finances. Myself personally, we do have people that analyze your budgets for many reasons. This is something that we are going to look at also, but I want you to look and ask the proper people of why so late in time that we had so many people in an uproar to where you guys were getting imploded with calls and emails, and I was getting imploded with calls and emails and conversations of fix this, why, how can this be? And the number one thing that should have went to our mind was, we're putting this so late, what is the safety of our students by changing these time frames? If you're not quite sure, drive around schools. Parents will leave their students at the gate. They already do it early. And to have them sitting there possibly a whole nother extra hour, we are just drawing more attention to have some serious safety concerns. So I ask you guys, let's get the group, whoever's in charge of making sure that this doesn't happen again next year, for whatever reason why we need to change school times, starting or ending. It has to be well in advance, and it has to be thought through with fidelity so we don't have this kind of uproar in our community. It was an unnecessary shakeup of our educators, an unnecessary shakeup of our parents, and what could be done to our students. But I am glad that you guys heard the outcry and it was taken care of. And let's learn from this and not have this be repeated for any other years coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Fusco. Any additional comment from the audience? I have Ms. Rupert.
I'm okay, thank you. Answered my question.
Okay. Yes, Dr. Osgood.
And thank you, staff and Mr. Runts, for going back and relooking at this. The calls I got were actually from teachers who have kids that they have to get to school and are single parents and just could not come up with extra money for early services at daycare. So we know that this is coming at some point in time, and maybe next year we can plan a little differently or, try to give some advanced communication, because I know that I know that we got grades laid and different things happened as we were moving forward with this, but we have to look at not only the students that are in this school, we also have to consider the teachers that are working parents that have kids and families that have to get them places as well. And when they think that they have a job at a certain place at a certain time, you make arrangements based on that. And to have to change that 3 weeks out can be a problem.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Mr. Runcie, did you have a comment?
Yes, Dr. Osgood, I certainly share the same sentiments, and certainly the first thing I ask staff is, is there a way we can do this earlier? But the fact of the matter is, the state gives us the list of schools who are going to be on the lowest 300, in the middle of the summer, just a couple weeks ago, and that leaves us, I'm sorry, what? Right, and so that leaves us very limited time. We can't go around and start guessing which schools are going to be on a list or not, and then start having conversations with the community. So this is a timing problem from the state that puts us in this type of predicament. What I then asked staff to do, since the times were all over the landscape, it ranged from 30 minutes to 90 minutes or more, I asked them to set a a benchmark of no more than 30-minute disruption in the time. So that's what's reflected here. And the reason why they came up with the original schedules is they knew that there wouldn't be any additional money. Our budget's pretty tight. So this modification will require the board to approve something close to $900,000 to $1 million in order to make these kind of adjustments and minimize the impact on our families and students.
And I appreciate, the Chair, I appreciate that, Mr. Munson. And maybe our communication is to the state then. Maybe we need to make the state aware of how this impacts us locally.
We have,
And I mean, it might not change anything, but I think we have to at least, verbalize that and make that known. Then that way, the members of our team that are impacted know that we are communicating to the state how it imposed upon them. I know that because we were all looking for school grades and wondering why, they didn't come out sooner. And they came out at some point. So I get the state part of it, but I just want to make sure on our end that we are communicating the predicament that it put us in. And I appreciate staff going back, you and the staff going back and looking and coming to the resolution that you did. I think that put us in a much better place.
And staff, through Dr. Wanda's office and Mr. Woods in transportation, they sat down with school leaders as soon as we received the list to try to work through this. So,
thank you.
Ms. Murray?
I also, because two of my, I think, when I looked at my schools that were affected, I went back and I looked at the opening time for my schools last year, and I know that a couple of the schools are being taken off the 100 list. But I couldn't figure out why. It means just if they went from 8 to 2, and then when they went on the list, they went 8 to 3, how we went to a 9 o'clock opening when we took that hour off. It's unconscionable because, middle school and high school kids can sort of find their own way to school, but elementary students, 99.9% are dropped off by parents or some family member at the school. Schools don't always have, and like someone had said, parents will drop their kids off because they got to get to work. So it's a safety issue for our students. It totally disrupts not only the staff, the school, family planning, but it also disrupts the traffic flow in those zones. Because now, BDOT are going to have to go in and change all the signals, and that's going to disrupt the traffic flow. People are going to be used to doing certain things at certain times, and then all of a sudden, whoa, the lights have changed, and it has such a domino effect when we do something this drastic. When I first got on the board, we had issues like this before where adjustments are made to school at more than 30 minutes to an hour, which, again, there was an uproar within the community. And it was decided at that time with the existing board that when we made an adjustment, that we do it in 15-minute increments. Mr. Superintendent, you mentioned 30 minutes. I don't know. But there was never a discussion with 30 minutes before the board, because I would have remembered that. I do remember that we said no more than 15 on the schools, because you have to have that discussion with the parents and the community and like I said, BDOT, because it impacts so many others. There's a lot of things that have to be in consideration here. So I just felt having the times change so drastically within 3 weeks of school, people are away on vacation, visiting families, that this would have such a disruption within my community. So I'm very grateful that that we were able to change these times back before we voted on them today. And again, if we feel that monies can be saved by changing times, we've always, in my experience, we've always been very careful with elementary schools. Like I said, middle and high school kids, the children are more responsible at that age, but elementary are a very fragile part of our community, and we have to think it all out how this is going to impact, like I said, family, community, traffic, the whole 9 yards. So I just didn't see that here. So again, Mr. Superintendent, I thank you for addressing my issues when I sent that text off to you, and like I said, if we need to revisit this for the opening of the 2021 school year, then I think we need to do an appropriate timeline so that the community and everyone involved has a clear understanding and can make that adjustment without having any fear. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ms. Murray. And I did have some comments related to this particular item. First, I want to say thank you to staff, those of you who worked together to ensure that we were addressing the needs of our most fragile students, whether they be in a lowest 300 performing school or not. One of the things that I've mentioned before, and I'll say it again, is that we have this yo-yo effect that's going on with the lowest 300. And so a school goes on the list and we have to add time, then they come off the list and then we take their time away. I don't think that provides a benefit to the students, to the teachers, to the community. And I think that as a district, we probably need to look at a plan that looks different from what the state is asking us to do. So I would ask Mr. Runcie that we look going forward to eliminate that yo-yo effect if we can, and see what opportunities we have through grants or other avenues to make sure that we are serving our students in their best interest. And I want to also say that, Mr. Runcie, it is, I would assume as a board member when a board item is uploaded that staff has worked across departments to ensure that this is the best move for the district as a whole. And I don't know necessarily that was the case with this item. And I just, this morning, happened to run into a principal and made a comment about, and his comment back to me was, I was on vacation, I didn't even know that there was a proposed time change for my school. And it was a significant time change. The time change still exists, and I will say it is an equally fragile segment of the community, and so I'm concerned. But when we as an entity make a decision that greatly impacts students, whether it be their safety or their education or what ramifications it has to our staff or to the parents as far as the hardship that it might create, that our different departments work together before something is posted and put out there for the public and creates the amount of chaos and concern that was created around this particular item. And then just to piggyback on what Ms. Murray said, just making sure that the proper people are notified with the time so that the school zones can be changed prior to school starting, because I know there have been times when school times have changed, and I, as a parent, have been driving and noticed that the school zones were not adjusted. I know that's not on us, but that we reach out to the appropriate people and let them know that the bell times have changed. And then the last thing that I want to say about this particular item is I know Dr. Wanza and I had a long phone call about it, but looking at the opportunities that we have to serve our students over and above what we're required to do, I think is something that is incumbent upon all of us to consider. So thank you to staff for working it out and getting the revision, and to the public with the comments with regards to the revision being late. As the chair, my comment to staff was, the next board meeting that we have is on August 6th. If we were to wait to bring the bell times to the August 6th meeting, that would create a further delay to when people would know what time their schools would be starting. And so I felt it was very important that the item go ahead and be allowed to go forward today so that we could get that item taken care of, and that would be solidified for those parents and for those teachers so they would know what their schedules would be. So thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues? All those in favor of item EE21 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE21 passes unanimously. May I have a motion to bring back EE20, please?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Good. Audience input on EE20. This is the tabled item. Staff, did you have a response?
Yes, thank you so much for giving us the opportunity to clarify. I think the lack of information on the item caused a little bit of confusion on everyone's part, but clearly, as we pulled up a report, the financial analysis worksheet, basically how we obtain this information is we obtain the data from SAP. And this came in June 2018, and it was a 3-year agreement for $147,000 committed spend. Therefore, it makes sense. We have only paid 1 year. We haven't paid 19, 20, and 2021. So that's why the financial analysis worksheet only calls for $39,000. The agreement here attached with the adding of the additional module to this agreement brings first year, 49,000, second year, 65,000, third year, 65,000, and then the 32K that we're asking for is the difference of each of the second year and the third year, 16,000 each year, which would be the 32,000. So this is just, we're only asking for $32,000 because the first 3 years were already committed from the contract that we brought back in June 2018. That's why we're not giving any money back. When initially looking at this, you would think we would be because the financial analysis did not show that it had been spent. But it's committed.
No, it was very clear that it was a 3-year. It says it on there. What needed to be said here was that the second and third year were going to jump to 65,000 each. Had that been in there, that's how all items are done, it would have been there and we would have been able to see it. That's what the question was there. There was no backup explaining just the 16,000.
Other than
for
the
year
contract,
2
because the
and 3.
contract states that we should have broken it down in the executive summary. You're correct.
That's it. Okay. All right, so we're increasing that many students or modules? I know Ms. Good had asked some questions, and we're increasing students or enhancing the program going from 39 to 65?
My understanding from the principal is that we're increasing enrollment, and so she had to add sections. That was my understanding from Coral Springs High School.
Okay, I think that that also should be in the backup. We need to see, that's a lot of money to be spending.
Correct.
In one school. So we need to see exactly what's coming out of that. And I also think the question that my colleague, or the comment that she brought forward about this being a collaboration with the municipality is very important, because it's creating a workforce for the municipality.
Correct.
So I think that needs to be pursued as well. All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues? Ms. Korn?
So I appreciate, obviously, the board's the questions and comments on this. But the reality is most of these programs don't come to the board. Most of these types of programs, unless I'm incorrect, are done through the school's budgets. And it's because this one happens to have this type of an agreement that this would be coming to us. But normally when these types of things happen where they're expanding opportunities at schools, either they're adding a couple of extra classes during the day and so forth, we would never see that to get involved and question it. Is that correct?
For the most part, historically, like you have shared, this agreement started that way with the city, and so I guess historically it has continued that way.
But I'm talking more globally with CTASE programs in general. I mean, when there's changes in terms of there being more courses offered, less courses offered, that would impact the number of students and therefore the cost for the program. That's something you may see, but we don't at this level, correct?
It depends on the program itself.
Yeah.
And the level of curriculum or facility pieces that may come into that program. But you're right, there are some that don't, and some, but the majority of them in some way, shape, or form sometimes actually do come to the board because of curriculum pieces and things that have to come in a contract.
Okay, so the reason I'm asking the question is I just don't want schools, this is why, I don't want schools to start to get nervous or uncomfortable that they don't have autonomy to be able to expand programs or reduce programs because a contract that they use happens to come through the board. Because I can tell you the principals I talk to, just being very involved in CTASE programs, most of them make these adjustments from year to year based on the fact that it's a very successful program, or maybe an instructor left and now it's not as successful anymore, or all of a sudden because there's been some change in the dynamics of the students coming in, or some other feeder program from the middle school to the high school, now there's more. So those changes are typically occur at the school level without us weighing in. I just don't want schools, and this is not at all a negative comment to my colleagues for being involved. Anytime we have to approve something, we're responsible, right? So we need to have the answers, we need to answer the questions. I just want to make sure that the schools don't feel a level of concern that, well, the board's going to weigh in now on each one of these things in terms of whether or not we can expand this program or not expand it at my school, if at the school level they've been able to determine that there is a desire for these classes, or they need to back down and expand some other program because that's what they're seeing as the need within their school. So that was the only reason I was sharing that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Any additional comment from my colleagues? Ms. Good?
Yes, and I guess my comment was more to the fact, since it is a partnership with the city in the sense of its police and fire, and we do have it in other types of partnerships with other municipalities. I'm not looking to minimize the school's opportunity to expand a program that they think entices students to their school, or impacts their enrollment, or provides a service to the students that they have. Clearly, I've seen it in my own district. But I do believe that there is a benefit overall, not only to the students and the school, but the community as a whole. And I wouldn't want us to not reach out to the city of Coral Springs as a good partner that they always are in looking at an opportunity for them to further enhance that program. So, it's a large expense for the school, and many of them will consider spending it because it does help their enrollment. And I just want to be able, for us as a board, to support the school in any way that we can.
Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Good. Any additional comment from my colleagues? Seeing none, all those in favor of EE 20 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item EE 20 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on HH1, please?
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Korn. Audience input on HH1. Seeing none, colleague input. All those in favor of HH1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. HH1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on I3, please?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Korn. Audience input on I3. Audience input on I3.
Can we table this until?
She's coming now, I just
Oh,
heard her.
okay.
Thank you.
Ms. Rup,
Okay.
General Counsel has something to say?
It's time for
Okay.
public speakers. Go ahead, Ms. Fusco.
Is it, for I3?
Yes.
Yes. This particular person that is up for a 5-day suspension was protecting her other 18 students from a student that was running around with a pair of scissors trying to stab at them, and then proceeded to go after them with glue in a glue bottle. The student was beating on this 67-year-old teacher, punching her breasts, beating up on her. How many of you up there are okay with getting beat in your breasts? I'm not. I never have been. But I don't think I would enjoy it. We have a right to protect our other students and protect ourselves when we're being attacked, and inadvertently may have a hand on a student with no malicious intent. And when we start having our principals and our cadre leaders implementing harsher disciplines than what is deserved, the Broward Teachers Union has a concern with it. I'm asking you to not approve the recommendation of a 5-day suspension on this teacher, who chose not to file charges on the student. Should have had it. I know you don't want to hear it, but how many times do we get to getting beat up? It's not okay. She believes in restorative justice. She is a mother of 8 adopted children. She is a good person who, in a situation, reacted in the best way to protect herself and her other students. And a medical condition came out of this onto her because of this. Nobody in that school cared that she reaps a medical condition now, and that she is condemned because she did harm when she did not. She did not maliciously hurt a child. She was protecting her other students. There's a state statute that we have that protects us for when we're protecting ourselves and others. And all someone heard was that she slapped a child in the face. She didn't wake up in that morning, walk into her classroom, and say, let me slap a child. And this child is a continuous, I could say it 30 more times, severe, violent, disciplined child. I'm asking you to not approve that suspension and have it re-looked at.
Thank you, Ms. Fusco. Ms. Myrick?
Yes, I just wanted to remind you all that your role for these I items is if you is to accept what the complaint states, and if you feel that the discipline is appropriate. This individual has asked for a due process hearing. I mean, a hearing before DOA. She's had her due process rights up to this point, but she certainly will have her due process before a DOA judge. And so she's already requested that. It's already, will be filed tomorrow, since if you approve that. But this is not the place to argue the facts of the case. That happens at DOA before the ALJ. The only issue would be...
Ms. Fusco, please.
The only issue would be is if you disagree with the punishment.
Ms. Fusco, I'm going to ask you again, please. I don't want to have you removed, but I need you to please be quiet during board discussion. Dr. Osgood?
This item has me really caught between a rock and a hard place, because I personally, it's one of my schools. I personally know the person involved. I've known them for an extremely long time. And trying to balance where that fine line is when you have a student just out of control and somebody who is probably not as forceful as I am when dealing, with kids that would just at some point respond out of fear. It's a very, very difficult position for me to be in, and I've gone back and forth with it, and then to see the person get physically sick because they have worked in the district for like 20 plus years with an impeccable record, always preferably worked in schools with very, very difficult children, who even with this situation is saying, I have to be in my class in the beginning of school, or it's going to set my children off on the wrong path. It's certainly different from someone with a lot of disciplinary problems, someone who does not have such a heart that really care about children, but find themselves in a difficult moment with a student acting in a certain way toward other students, and consistently for a couple of years just trying to deal with this student and the family to make sure that the student had the best results, even to the extent of not wanting to get the police involved, because that would assure that the student's future would just be way off track. But it's very, very difficult. And as a board member, trying to navigate that line with staff and Mr. Runcie making the decisions that he needs to make, but personally knowing someone from a school and from just years of, growing up and going to school and having them move from one school to another, this document that we received with what happened, to me, does not speak to the character of this teacher and the quality of this teacher. On the other hand, if I'm a parent, anytime I hear that a kid is slapped, it puts me at between a rock and a hard place. And I've thought about it. I thought about, termination. I thought about 10-day suspension. I have this at 5-day suspension. I say on one side of my mind, there has to be some disciplinary recourse, even if it's a day or two. In the other side of my mind say, if a child is being that forceful where they're just out of control in the whole class, what recourse do I have as a teacher? Or even as a board member, the superintendent, or someone else, a volunteer that's in the school, and a child kind of goes off in this way at that moment. And yes, the school disciplined the child was suspended. And when you look at all the records over the last couple of years that the child has been in this school, the school has done above and beyond to follow all of the discipline matrix, to do different things to help this child, who, by the way, will be going to a different school in the beginning of this school year. So it's really, really a difficult position to be in, and Ms. Fusco's comments was very appropriate when it relates to this particular individual that's involved in this situation, who chose not to come today because she just don't want problems or want to be put in a bad light, you know, just want to work with our kids and be with our kids. It is very, very difficult, very, very difficult. And I heard Ms. Myrick's comment about the ADOA judge and that whole process that we have in place. But if I'm this person that has worked in the district all this time, and now I'm on blood pressure medicine at 68 and going through this, it's just a real, real difficult dilemma. And I'm gonna hear what everybody else, you know, has to say, and I may or may not make a motion, but I can tell you it is really, really challenging for me, particularly with this particular situation.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Ms. Rupert?
Yes, and I'm not, excuse me, commenting on the specifics of this case. I just have a procedural question. It's confusing to me that sometimes we go to professional standards and sometimes we don't go to professional standards. And it makes it way easier as a governing board when it has been taken to professional standards, because that's a third party, that's not us. So it's their peers. They're talking, they're recommending, and certainly we do have a process in place, and it wasn't utilized in this particular. This was all done at the school level, which is totally within the principal's right as well. I think it just brings a larger question as to what is the checkpoint where you go to professional standards or when you don't go, because you can't have it both ways. If it's policy and procedure, then it's in, and I'm not clear on that, and this doesn't speak to it. When I read it, unless I completely missed it, and Lord knows I had a lot on my mind the last month, I couldn't find when this went to at all to professional standards. Am I correct, Dr. Wanza?
Valerie Wanza, Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer. So no, this did not go to professional standards, and Policy 4.9 does not say that all investigations have to go to professional standards. No, so there are instances where if a principal sends a request to professional standards and they are told to handle at the school level, then they work with employee and labor relations, they work with talent acquisition and operations, they work with OSPA, so it's not just the principal making the decision. In this particular case, no, it did not go to professional standards, and you will find that you voted on other action today that did not go to professional standards as well. No, it was not teachers, it was administrators. So every single recommendation for discipline doesn't necessarily have to go through professional standards, and that is within 4.9. It talks about investigations done at the site level,
right,
as well as those done by SIU. This is one that went through the site level, and then it went through our procedures and protocols that we involve when principals take the lead on doing investigations.
Right, and I appreciate that answer. Thank you. I absolutely know that not everything goes through there, but I think somewhere down the road, it would be helpful, not very far down the road, if the board knew what those actions were, or what boxes needed to be checked in order for them to go there. And is there a part where the employee has a right to say, I'd like to stand in front of my peers at professional standards? Just saying.
Wait, I need to make a point of clarification. So the Professional Standards Committee is an administrative process, and it is comprised solely of administrators. So there aren't teachers on professional standards. I just wanted to make that point of clarification.
And then the other piece, the items that go to professional standards are when an investigation is typically launched by SIU versus a matter being handled at the local school.
That's not what you just said, though, Dr. Wanza.
So It is within policy 4.9. Policy 4.9 speaks clearly about investigations that are going to be administered by SIU. Those are the ones that go to professional standards. Those that are administered or led by the site, the location, they do not go to professional standards.
Got it.
Do you have any additional questions, Ms. Rupert?
I'm
going to ask the audience, please.
I'm struggling over this one, and I don't want to get in the weeds, and I don't want to do any of that, but I certainly want to make sure that somebody's rights are not being trampled on as well. And I do know they have a right to go to the DOA administrative. I absolutely understand that, and I'm not being contrary to you, Dr. Wanza. This has nothing to do with that. I'm just being very honest, saying I'm struggling with the 5 days. That's just me.
So I'm going to let Ms. Myrick speak to rights being violated, but I can tell you, to the best of my professional knowledge and recollection, her rights have not been violated. Whether or not the discipline is something that is acceptable to the board is certainly for the 8 of you to consider, but her rights have not been violated. And if they have, Ms. Myrick, you can correct me on the record.
No, I agree that her rights have not been violated, I do know that the principal got advice from employee and labor relations from that department that helps monitor and guides principals and other administrators through some of the disciplinary process. Her rights haven't been violated, and obviously, and she does have a right, and she has asked for a hearing, and so that is when the facts of the case will come out, and witnesses will be brought, and the recommendation order from the administrative law judge will come back to you for a final decision.
Okay.
So I'm going to say that I am concerned that we don't have a definitive notion of when something goes to PSC and when it doesn't.
Thank you.
So if there's something that provides that as an automatic, or something that provides that as...
I think that the difference is just what was said. If SIU investigates it, it goes to PSC. If it is at the school level, they do it in consultation with employee labor relations. The process usually is it comes to us or to the cadre, but if it comes to us, it then is forwarded to Valerie and the cadre for them to look at it and to agree or not agree with the recommendation from the principal regarding the discipline. And then it would come back to us for us to to draft the administrative complaint and to have the employee served. So when it goes to PSC is when it is investigated by SIU.
Okay, but as a board, we've had a lot of conversation about what is something that's handled administratively, and that's more like an HR issue, and something that would be an issue that would need to go to SIU for investigation, and then by the way of through SIU to PSC. So the difficulty that I'm having is that how often, if a teacher does something as is alleged here, does it go through PSC, and how often is it handled? Because now my concern as a school board member is, as I'm sitting here, is so this incident could happen in a school, it could be handled administratively,
Yeah.
and we would never know that had occurred at a school because no discipline would be meted out, right? That could be the determination of the administrator for whatever reason, because it's their friend, because they didn't find cause, for whatever reason. So as a board member, that puts me in a really difficult place. It further puts me in a difficult place.
Yes.
And I know that this is not the place that we are supposed to try this or to hear the facts of the case. And now we've heard statements that have been made by members of the public and members of our own board. And so it's further complicated. And I know it's easy to say, Ms. Myrick, that we vote on the item today and we transfer it on to a DOA hearing and an ALJ, and that's a painful process. And so I'm having angst as a school board member understanding how in my mind I can rectify where one situation would come before us from an administrator, another would come before us through SIU and PSC, and another may never come before us because it was settled or determined that the administrator was not finding a reason to bring it before us. So I'm having difficulty, and I'll leave it at that for right now. I have Dr. Osgood and Ms. Good, I think.
Yeah. You know, I would say it was probably even difficult for the principal in trying to make a decision with it being a lead teacher. And I know that the police was involved and the teacher was not arrested. I know that the mom was very concerned to see if the teacher was okay. It's just a difficult place to be in, and I do think that we're gonna have to have a conversation that we do have a clear way of knowing these types of things, because you're right, Ms. Brinkworth. If I'm a principal and I decide not to do anything, and I may have justification for that, but the board may not ever know. So I just think, even as an administrator, it would be very difficult for me to make a decision around this and just balance it. It's really a real moral dilemma. I mean, it's, you know, one mind is never okay to slap a kid. Another mind is what kind of message then do I send to students and teachers about it being okay to hit and attack a teacher? So if I'm gonna say it's never okay to slap a kid, then should I also say it's never okay to punch or slap a teacher? I mean, so that's the dilemma. And depending on what was all involved, and as it goes, somebody will make a decision on it. But it is just a difficult place to be, personally knowing somebody, their character, have them move from one school that they were at for over 10 or 12 years, a very difficult school, now to this school for the last 4 or 5 years, be a lead teacher, do a really, really good job with students, and now have this situation that is causing health challenges for them. It's very different than from somebody being a disgruntled employee who we've had numerous problems with, misbehavior that's just out of control all the time. It is just a different, I feel like I have an obligation to the kid, but I also have an obligation to the teacher. And it's just a hard place to be at.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Ms. Good?
So, Ms. Myrick, so this couldn't be forwarded to PSC?
It's not the way the policy states. If it goes, if it doesn't go through SIU, it doesn't go to PSC.
That's
The
in
review,
policy?
I believe it's in 4.9. The review is to go through cadre and OSPA. So it's not that the principal makes the decision on their own. The second review, the principal does the investigation, and the second review of that, just like for SIU, is to go to PSC. The second review for principal's investigation is to go through OSPA.
So the last thing I just want to say is then, because I don't want to get into the specifics here at all. Mr. Runcie, I know there are been times when you've gone back just to look at a particular recommendation, just to make sure that you've seen all the particulars, discuss it through staff. I mean, I think that would be the most prudent situation than getting into specifics here, whether or not you know the individual. If that's something you're amenable to, I don't know. I don't mean to put you in a situation, but this is something that's going to impact one of our staff members. So.
I mean, this is a case where, you know, I look at what's in front of me on paper, and we make a determination, and I look at it and see now the additional information I've heard here today, the context, Dr. Osgood giving some additional background on the individual. I don't have a flavor of that. I could certainly take it back, sit down with staff, talk to the principal, and get a better sense from them around what we recommended here, so I have no concern about doing that.
Then, when appropriate, I'll make a motion to table the item to the next school board meeting.
We're not making a motion yet because we still have colleagues that want to speak on the item. Thank you. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. Well, that was actually going to be one of my questions was going to be to what extent, Mr. Runcie, have you given this a thorough review? We have asked you in the past to take another look at it. If you would say that that would be appropriate in this case, I would support that. That was going to be my first. The other, from a progressive discipline, it's unusual that the first time we see something, it's at 5 days. And so I guess that was one of my thoughts, was if you hadn't looked at it again, looking at what we have done in similar cases, and I guess this might be my question, is when it's left at the principal level to then work with staff at the district level, I'm going to make an assumption, but in this case I don't want to do that because we're making a decision on it, but district staff's role then would be to share what would the normal progressive discipline be, correct, in
That
this
is
type
correct.
of case?
And so, Valerie Wands, the Chief School Performance and Accountability Officer, so yes, that is correct, Mrs. Korn. But we have also been given guidance that sometimes the lowest level of progressive may not be appropriate depending on what, we are dealing with at the time.
Right.
And you will notice in several that you've approved that have come straight through me, did not go through SIU for administrators, they went to not starting at the lowest level of progressive discipline. But listen, at the will of the superintendent, will do whatever I'm directed by the board.
And I'll say, we brought items before where individuals at schools have hit children, which we've given them far more days than this. But again, I'll go back and look at the full context a little more around this one.
Perfect. I had more comments, but I'd just rather you do that before we as board members weigh in further.
Mrs. Alhadeff?
I just asked Ms. Myrick if you could follow up with the board in writing that the whole process that you were talking about before, so I can clearly understand.
I'll be glad to.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comments from my colleagues? Was someone, Ms. Good?
Yes, I'd like to motion to table it to the next school board meeting.
Second.
Is that the next school board meeting? Is that August 6th? So Ms. Good has made a motion and has been seconded by Ms. Korn to postpone I3 to the August 6th school board meeting. Any audience input on that motion?
Hi, Terry Lopez Proyce, MBCT, teacher, community member, concerned citizen, and vice president of the Broward Teachers Union. I want to thank you for tabling this. I want to thank you for thinking about this. Sometimes things are rushed through quickly, and sometimes things look one way on paper, and the wisdom that is needed to decipher, as you said, Chair Brinkworth, whether it's a friend of an administrator, or if it could have been handled at the school, or if it's someone that is not particularly fond of, there are all kinds of personality things that happen, and these decisions are huge on a person's life. And we have to have a policy that is the same for everyone. And it's very hard for us to sit here and hear certain things when we hear inaccuracies being discussed, and we're unable to help or correct or say anything about the inaccuracies. I just want you to know, as we sit there, inaccuracies have been said about certain things, about procedures. I'm not going to get into it right now because I'm afraid that if I get into it, I will say the wrong thing, because some of those inaccuracies have come against me, have come against President Fusco, the differences in policies, the way things are handled, deeming people guilty without due process, and I know I'm taking a lot of time, and I know you know what I'm saying, but the fact is, it's hard for me to sit still when I have been wrongly accused, President Fusco has been wrongly accused, BTU staff has been wrongly accused, and teachers are getting wrongly accused. And it's just a paper floating on someone's desk. And then we hear things like, everything that goes through SIU, this happens. No. Everything that's, no. So I'm going to use moderation in continuing. This is very upsetting to me because it must be fair, it must be just. People's personalities and people's relationships with one another at school and on this board and between other things that happen change dynamics. And those dynamics are costly to people, to students, and to you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on the motion?
Yes, I'm Anna Marie Pierpont, BTU employee, City of Hollywood resident. Policy 4.9 says that everything will be handled with, that all employee discipline matters will be handled in a uniform and consistent manner. And bringing that to your attention, I agree with tabling this item. And I just want you to remember that your policy states all employee discipline matters will be handled in a uniform and consistent manner. And because that doesn't happen, I have job security. And I don't like that because I think consistent is the key here. And I believe that we need to be able to step back and look at these individual cases through impersonal lenses. And when you're in the same school as an incident is happening, I don't believe you have the ability to step back and be as objective as you want to be. I personally have been attacked by students. I know that I have defended myself. I know that what I might be doing might appear to be something that is not intended. And I think that's the case here, that there's an appearance and there's what happened. And we need to take that into consideration in tabling this and reviewing it. And thank you, Dr. Osgood, for your input and your continued support.
Any additional comments on the motion to postpone to August 6th?
Anna Fusco, Broward Teaching Union President. I appreciate you guys tabling the motion, and I appreciate the comments and the questions that were drawn to make some of your colleagues rethink of what possibly happened here. And I know you don't know all of the details that go into it, but when I get here is because I know all the details that went into it. And when I'm defending and sinking my teeth into it, and I know when somebody's due process was violated. I know all the semantics that has happened in the conversations I had. So I appreciate you tabling this and making some strong directs on looking into this. There are at times when employees make mistakes and have to be held accountable and accept consequences. But then there are times when that doesn't need to be, and this case is that case. This is wholeheartedly a teacher that was protecting her students, and if she would have just said, I'm not getting in the way, I'm not gonna touch, you would have had some students cut. So because a teacher decided to intervene and protect, she protected her children, and not only herself got severely hurt and now has medical conditions from it. I can stand here all day long and tell my teachers and our support staff and our ESPs, just don't touch, don't break it up, just let them do it. But what if it's gonna be, if we're protecting and we're helping and it's gonna be the consequence on us, we have to make that decision. And I need you guys to help make this decision where we don't have to pick and choose. It shouldn't be that we're protecting and helping and now I'm under investigation. Oh, now I'm getting a consequence. 5 days of no pay can be very detrimental to anybody. And just having the record that she is the person to blame instead of being treated as somebody, thank you for protecting.
I have a real big problem with it. And I will continue to speak out here if I'm not heard with the district personnel, which is what happened and why I'm standing here. And to save it from going to a 120 hearing to now when the child will be brought in question because it was only a one-sided investigation. None of us had an opportunity to investigate. We just had to accept the investigation. And I saw flaws, and I heard flaws. And I know it was overridden over the principal. I do not blame the principal. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on item I3 being postponed to the August 6th meeting? All in favor of postponing the item to the August 6th meeting indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say, I'm sorry.
Just to clarify, and if I could get clarification from legal counsel, should there be a change in what's recommended, I believe we then have to renotice the individual, and that means it would not come back to the next meeting because there's X number of days that they have to review it. Is that correct?
Yes, if there was a change to the, change of the discipline, the employee would have to be renoticed. So
So you would say the next
so the next
appropriate-
available meeting,
Yeah.
so it probably would be a month from now, 4 weeks from now,
It could-
because she has to have 15 days notice.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Runcie, for pointing that out. So we're going to ask Ms. Good to change her motion.
No, let me just say, there's 2 ways to do it.
Okay.
And you can come back next month. There are 2 ways to do it. Generally, and it goes both ways in this district. In the past, has done it one way. In the last, since Paul was here, we changed it. We try to get the administrative complaint and the notice out at least 15 days prior to the board meeting. So therefore, when it comes to you, you all know whether they have asked for a hearing or not. In the past, and other districts don't give them the notice until the board has made the recommendation to move it on. And then therefore, they get the 15 days. So we can bring it back on the 6th. And then if you change, if it comes back to you as a different item, a different discipline, then we would notice her afterwards. So I think it would be better that we bring it back on the 6th so that everybody knows where we are as soon as possible. And then she will be noticed after that if there's a change, and then she will have 15 days to request or not request a hearing.
My only question is to make sure that that would comply with our policy.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so I'm just going to ask again for all those in favor of the the postponement of item I3 to the August 6th meeting indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item I3 is postponed to the August 6th meeting. May I have a motion and a second on item I4, please?
So moved.
Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on I4. I have Ms. Levinson.
I'm sorry, Mr. McGuire, I wish we had taken this with the other one.
No
We should
problem.
have taken both
Not a
virtual
problem, Ms.
school
Levinson.
ones. This really just has the contract, so I just really wanted to get an explanation about this inter-district and this being a third option, the cost. Do you enroll in your own district? Are there courses
Happy to
available to
explain.
you? How does it work?
Happy to explain. So
Okay.
it's an agreement, it's not a contract. It's an interlocal enrollment agreement authorized by state statute. It's referenced in the item 1002.455. Districts have to offer options within the virtual instruction program options. So to be in compliance with the minimum of 3, a district our size has to have a minimum of 3. We double up with Miami-Dade to provide them with an extra option, and they provide us with an extra option. Now, I'm happy to say that most students come north to our program, particularly kids who are seeking a diploma that's endorsed by the NCAA. So I work very closely with my counterpart in Miami-Dade County to make sure that if her program doesn't suit the needs of her students, then they have a great option here in Broward County. So there's the other part of your question about funding, the funding follows the student. So the student registers in Broward County as a public school student. which is not really new. Students have always had that ability to register in other districts, but the statute as it's written requires us to have a formal agreement in place for the option that's provided. Did I get to everything?
Yeah, and so you could choose any interdistrict one you would want.
Right, so just a bit of foreshadowing, I plan to do the same thing with Palm Beach County to recruit students from that county, and they're interested as well.
Okay, well, that's very good because, you know, the reputation that you've established with our virtual school certainly would attract more students.
Thank you, I appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Levinson, and actually, you asked my question, so thank you. Any additional questions from my colleagues on item I4? All those in favor of item I4 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item I4 passes unanimously. We're going to go ahead and take I5 and 6 together, please.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Mrs. Alhadeff. Audience input on I5 and 6? Go ahead.
For the record, Anna Marie Pierpont. I just want to repeat what Ms. Myrick said in that you all get to, by policy, agree or disagree and send back for further investigation or not. And in this particular case, I believe you sent it back for further investigation, and my teacher was not interviewed. There was nothing done. I mean, I don't know what was investigated and why a change was made, because this has been through PSC. What was recommended to you was through 4.9, through policy, and 1 day of my pay is a hit. 10 days of my pay is a detriment to I can't pay my bills. And I don't know what else has been investigated. My member doesn't know what else has been investigated. As far as I know, there's no video evidence. There's still a couple of statements, and there's just nothing there. This is just not fair. I don't know how to say it, but the consistencies, the inconsistencies, the fact-finding inquiry that's supposed to go on, that we cannot be making decisions based on things that, when you read this investigative report, this says that it's based on progressive discipline. The former discipline has nothing to do with this. It was having a second job and having a photography business. That doesn't have anything to do with this. This gentleman is not inappropriate. He's loving, gentle, kind, and wonderful. I just am still stymied that we're even at this position at this point, because there's nothing inappropriate. There are students who love this teacher. This teacher should not be found in the same pool as other teachers who are making the news. Just gonna put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on items I5 or I6?
Hi, my name is Liliana Ruido. I am a teacher. Since we are talking about norms, procedures, and rules that need to be applied to everyone the same way, I would like to bring this point to all of you and think about what I'm gonna bring up. So Broward School Districts accuses employees for showing affection towards their students and due process not being followed by the district, and instead they are firing teachers. The Committee of Administrators who make the decisions towards the Good Samaritans, ironically, is a group of management who have been accused of unwanted touching, but yet the district has not taken action against them. Since you say that the rules and norms should be applied the same way to all of the school employees, and so far, nothing has been happening, my question is, how fair are we when we can apply the rule for certain groups of people and others no? We are teachers, and we in the classroom, we apply the rules for everyone the same way, and I don't see this is happening from the district area towards their employees. And I want to say it in Spanish, and si las mismas consecuencias se tienen que aplicar de igual manera a todos, no solamente se le puede aplicar a los inocentes o a los débiles en este caso. So therefore, I'm bringing this to you so you can open your eyes on this situation, because this has been happening for many, many years, and I'm aware, and I know that a lot of you know what I'm trying to project to you today, and I am waiting for actions, and I am waiting for changes, because if I don't see any changes with people who are abusing their power, and I don't see that you are listening to what we are bringing towards your attention, then sometimes you give some of us no choices than, find different resources to help some of us, okay? Thank you, have a nice evening.
Thank you. Any additional comment from the public on items I-5 or 6?
Hello, I'm getting so popular today. Terry Lopez-Preuss, and I am a teacher, community member, and the vice president of the Broward Teachers Union. I do have some concerns about I-6, y estoy de acuerdo con lo que dijo ella en español. For those of you who speak Spanish, I am in agreement with the words that she said in Spanish. This is a difficult one. I know I've given each of you a copy of my book. I know most people don't have time to read, but love in the classroom is so important, and affection is so important. And I know that people don't have time to read books, and maybe not mine. Maybe you can take one chapter, one kid, and read a story so you can understand why I feel so passionately about this. Kids need people who care. And there are times when children get upset at the people who care, for whatever reason. And they make up stories. They've made up stories in my tenure about teachers, about their own parents. They call HRS on their own parents and make up stories. Things are being made up. So when I am hearing that because someone said so is why an action is taken, because 2 people said so, because 3 people said so, this is some 2, 3 people right here. We've said so about certain things, and nothing's happened. And I'm very frustrated with that, because I've said so and I've said so. I've said so to legal team. I've said so to many people in leadership about certain issues that I've had. And my said so apparently isn't strong enough as a student who's upset at someone and said so there. We have cronyism rampant in this district. We have favoritism rampant in this district. We have nepotism rampant in this district. And as you said, are you a favorite? Because if you are, there are a lot of things you can do. And if you're not a favorite, you can't do too much. You can't do anything. In fact, you might not even have committed the alleged thing, but because it was alleged, bye. You're not a favorite. This needs to end. It has been happening for many years. Our teachers are talking about it. Our students are talking about it. Oh, but that teacher does this all the time, and that teacher does this, and the principal did this. How come this is the one getting in trouble? The kids see it. The parents see it. Dr. Osgood even said the parent was concerned about certain things about the previous case. We've got to stop with the favoritism. It's got to end, because it's happening. And we're starting to get really upset, and that's never good.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on items I-5 and I-6?
I-6. Anna Fusco, Broward Teachers Union. I'm speaking on behalf of Mr. Cabrew, very concerned from the last board.
Pardon me, I'm sorry, can you stop the time for just a second? Can you just confirm, I'm sorry, I know we've had a lot of interaction today. Can you just confirm for me that Ms. Fusco has not already spoken on I-5 and 6?
I have
Okay.
not.
Thank you.
I spoke on I-3.
Thank you. Go ahead.
I pay attention.
I was paying attention, but I was confused that perhaps
Got you.
I had lost track.
Okay.
I wanted to make sure. Can you please start the time over for Ms. Fusco so she has her full 3 minutes? Thank you.
Okay. I'm speaking on behalf of Mr. Cabrew as the Broward Teacher Union president. I have put myself into his case wholeheartedly. I've spoken to him on countless hours. I'm curious to see how many of you spoke to him for 1 minute. I bet none. We've sent you emails. I've asked you to call me and speak to me so we can talk about it, since particular board members at the last board meeting decided that this person deserved more of a consequence based on what was written on paper. And I know for myself, as being a person who was accused by our Broward School's own legal team of things that was not investigated 1 second, but on paper it sure looked like I was guilty. So this is why I ask that we go into it with wide open eyes and understanding exactly what's going on. Unwanted hugging in the halls, but yet no videos captured it. Amazing. Conversations with students that we didn't have an opportunity to speak to, and we have exercised our right to take it to a hearing. So now we're going to incur costs, lots of costs, that you guys are going to hire out a private attorney firm to represent Broward schools, which is going to suck up tax dollars. And then we're going to get a chance to have our side to investigate and speak to all of the students. And then we're going to bring them up because they won't be redacted anymore. And to jump from a 1 to 10 day without having any other conversation, any more investigation, because I'm reacting because my board members reacted. And I know that's what happened. And you don't have to say it happened or didn't happen. But I know when I went back and I looked at the 2011 investigation on this particular member of what he was actually reprimanded for, it did not correlate of what he's being reprimanded now for. But because somebody made a comment and it sounded like it was similar, then he must be guilty. If that's how we're going to run on things, then I guess we're going to be having a lot of dais, podium conversation with board members and the union, if that's how it's going to be. And then we're going to have a lot more court cases, because we're not going to stand by anymore and watch due process flawed. And that's exactly what happened in this particular member's case also. I do not agree that it jumped to any suspension. He should not be reprimanded at all. He's clapped it up, he's high-fived it up, he's hugged it up his whole career. And unfortunately, when we do get students that are disgruntled and they say things in knee-jerk reactions because they're not getting their way and they don't realize what's happening to that teacher, it becomes a bigger problem. And that's what I asked you guys to look into, and none of you did.
Thank you, Ms. Fusco. Any additional public comment from the audience on I-5 or I-6? And I have board member comment. I have Ms. Levinson, Ms. Korn, and Ms. Rupert.
Ms. Brickworth, before
I'm
you
sorry.
start,
Yes,
that's
Ms.
okay.
Myrick.
I just want to clear up something that was said. The board did not ask for this to be reinvestigated. The board asked for Mr. Runcie to review it, which is what has occurred. PSC is a management committee that makes a recommendation to Mr. Runcie. We have PSC because we have a policy, but you know, these things could just go directly to Mr. Runcie if we didn't have that policy, and he would make the decision. So PSC recommended the 1 day because of the allegations. It was going to be a termination. You asked for him to review it. He reviewed it, and he has brought back a 10-day. So there was never a request to reinvestigate this issue.
Thank you, Ms. Myrick. And I apologize, Mr. Runcie, because you indicated you wanted to make a comment.
Yeah, so I went back and looked at this, and, you know, for me, this isn't so much sometimes about the hugging, et cetera, which folks have talked, but the actual statements by students in terms of what they've said, and I think we've agreed here as a board, and I've clearly heard from all of you that we will take sexual harassment cases very seriously. That's what we've done, and what I would say is that we have I'm not going to go back and try to go and do a investigation and talk to every student and the teacher. That's what the administrative hearing process is for. So on this one, I would absolutely say we need to move this forward and let it go through the administrative hearing process and get to a final conclusion.
Thank you, Mr. Runcie. Ms. Levinson?
Yes, and that's exactly what happened. Mr. Runcie was asked to review the case. We are not the judge and jury. That is not the school board's role in this. So when there are comments made that we should be investigating, we don't investigate the case. We have SIU, and Mr. Kowalski, you believe this has been investigated the way it should have been investigated. Is that correct?
Greg Kowalski, Chief Special Investigative Unit. Yes.
Okay, so as a board member, I have to look at the facts that are given me, and I have to review those. And as I said at the last board meeting, I have zero tolerance for sexual harassment. I don't care if it's a teacher, if it's an administrator. I believe there were comments made about that as well. It needs to be treated the same across this district. We work very hard in empowering our students to have a voice. I spend a lot of my personal time working on that. And this is not one or two people, but this is 6 she says. 6. So that's what we have due process for. That's what DOA is for, so that due process may happen in front of an administrative law judge who can look at all the facts and then make a determination. But I am always going to err on the side of caution when there are 6 young ladies who have come forward and given their story. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. So I think there have been a lot of comments obviously shared from the last meeting and this meeting, and there's a consistent referencing to he just hugged, he just hugged, he just hugged. That is not the information we have. We don't have information that he just hugged students. At the same time, I will tell you that the additional information that we have is the information that the Professional Standards Committee had. No additional information was reviewed by Mr. Runcie, I believe.
Right. That's correct.
And so to jump from a 1-day to a 10-day, when the same information was, so I understand here publicly we keep referring to just hugging, but if I'm going back to who evaluated this and what information was evaluated, the same information was evaluated and reviewed when a 1-day recommendation was made and when a 10-day recommendation was made. And so to me, that gap is a very significant gap. And again, going back and seeing, I would assume, the Professional Standards Committee looked at all of the information, including past transgressions, in terms of when this had come up before. It's not as if this is progressive discipline with this teacher with these types of actions. By no means am I saying that what has been reported here is appropriate. At the same time, the Professional Standards Committee, and we are talking about treating the same across the district, the Professional Standards Committee made a 1-day recommendation. To me, there would be some consistency, and I'm having a hard time understanding how 1 day and 10 days could be seen as something that was something consistent across the district. To me, it seems as if this is a significant change from what was brought forward to us, and I'm uncomfortable with a 1-day to a 10-day when the same exact information was reviewed, and this change occurred on limited conversation at the last board meeting. I do think it needs additional investigation. And the reality is, whether or not this teacher thinks this is appropriate or thought it was appropriate, it is not. But a lot of that comes then with there being the conversation with the teacher and some level of discipline. Again, jumping to a 10-day discipline when this teacher has never been brought up to this teacher in the past. From what's been brought here, these allegations aren't ones that were reported in the past, and they aren't allegations that were reported to the teacher or the administrator. So if students are uncomfortable and they don't share that they're uncomfortable, and I can tell you back from when I was a student, teachers hugged me all the time. So if there's a teacher who's been in the district for 20 and 30 years and they've been hugging students all of this time, if it was just hugging, I would say, I don't even know then why this is being brought forward. Obviously, there's more than that, so to me, discipline is appropriate. But again, my discomfort is to go from 1 day to 10-day with no additional background being brought forward. And I guess I'm a little confused. I do believe we should be consistent across the district. In fact, that's what I asked when we were just talking about I-3. And I'm, I guess, a little bit perplexed with how this is considered consistent in this case. To me, this seems like we could be consistent from this point forward. If we did 10 days now, we would need to continue to do that kind of discipline going forward. But I don't know that I would be able to confidently say that would be, this would be being consistent with what we've already done in the past with these types of incidents, especially when we've got someone who hasn't had this type of progressive discipline brought before.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Dr. Osgood?
I'm going to say what I said on the last item. This is a very difficult place to be in. I was surprised to see the 1 day come forth with the allegations, and looking at the information with witnesses and comments from students give me difficulty. Having had an experience this weekend in another school with inappropriate behavior, it just puts us in a difficult place. And as we're in this season that we're in right now, we have to do something, Mr. Runcie, to communicate, maybe overly communicate. Our kids are children. And the way that I interact with my children and my granddaughter, I don't do that with kids in our school system. Sometimes I feel really close to them. Sometimes I feel like if I'm their mother or even their aunt. But I'm very careful about touching them, even when I want to hug and embrace them, because of the climate that we live in. As a woman, I'm always very cognizant of issues like this because in many instances, they're downplayed because some sects of society think that it's okay to say and touch women and we're supposed to just be okay with it. This employee has been in the district. I mean, I could go on and on with different things that I've seen over the years and even experienced, and have someone that I know personally that eventually went to jail for some inappropriate behavior with about 30 young persons that at some point you just had to know that they were telling the truth. Somebody that I knew personally that I would have even trusted with my kids. But when we have these type of allegations coming forward, we have to tread on the side of caution, as Ms. Levinson said, and to have the information that we have in this item with, I don't know, a multiplicity of witnesses with comments in this way. I don't understand how it was missed before with the Professional Standards Committee, or why it came forth this 1 day. And then it takes me back to another situation that we had where someone was given 1 day and we ended up in a certain predicament. But there is a big change from the 1 day to the 10 days. So I don't know if when we have these kind of cases like this, if there needs to be another step that as, if they go through the principal way or through the professional standards committee, that there's some kind of way that due diligence is done through Mr. Runcie and another level of staff before they get to us. I'm beginning to be very uncomfortable now with our process with addressing these. And I do look at it based on what the issue is. I see this very differently than the other items because this involves touching kids. I also know of cases or things that was reported and, you know, nothing didn't come out of it because I guess the kids had graduated and those persons are still at schools. But from SIU's perspective, if they don't have witnesses, they can't bring stuff, substantiate stuff. In this case, we have witnesses. So I don't understand the big change, and maybe I missed that part, you know, and I don't know if this is the appropriate place to even have that discussion of how we went from 1 day to now 10 days. Because if we're saying 10 days now and we came forth before saying 1 day, then I would say that process, something needs to be reevaluated. Or if the 10 days came because it was perceived as an expectation of the board because we had a lot of questions when the item came before. But we have to find a way that we address these things in a consistent way, that we give the punishment based on what is happened and what's involved. And I tried very hard. I didn't have an opportunity to try to talk to, you know, students in this school that's not even involved. Sometimes you get information in that way. But it's a lot of kids, a lot of students here with comments. And that's what, you know, gives me very, very concerned, a lot of concern. If I didn't have all the students with the comments, then I probably would have a different perspective, but that's what gives me a great concern.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Mrs. Aladev?
Thank you. I'd like to just refer to the additional information that the board received. And then on the bottom, it says previous case. My question is, what does EEO overview training, what is that?
Craig Kowalski's Chief Special Investigative Unit. It was it's sensitivity training delivered by the EEO department. So it deals with, again, that was several years ago, so I have to get a lesson plan or a presentation, but it's usually delivered by Vladimir Alvarez, the director, one-on-one. I can follow up with him to determine what exactly was delivered at that point.
Okay, and my second question is, would this previous case have any reflect on the current case? Would they be looking at the previous case in their decision on the current case?
They will consider the discipline as far as if it's progressive, based on a decision of either back then it was probable cause or just cause. So they will consider that only when during the disciplinary decision process.
Okay. So, I mean, just to my colleagues, if you haven't requested the previous case, I would recommend that you do. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Good?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'll just say that the information that's before us notes then, and I'm just reading from the information that was disseminated in 2008. The individual was given a summary memo, which included that they would not have students in the classroom unsupervised in 2011. That was in 2008. In 2011, the individual received a letter of reprimand and EEO overview training that was referenced by my colleague concerning a violation, both Code of Ethics and Principles of Professional Conduct. In 2012, again, a summary memo was received, which include intentional use of embarrassing and disparaging remarks to a student, lack of professional judgment and integrity. In 2015, once again, use of embarrassing and disparaging remarks of a student, lack of professional judgment and integrity was referenced. I'm just reading from this report. So I'm just saying that the information that's included in the backup is of concern.
Please, Ms. Fusco. My colleague is reading from the item, I can assure you. Ms. Korn?
Thank you. I just wanted to make note, and I don't know that this is important, but in the backup, where we're given the administrative complaint, on page 11, it refers to, is that the page? Sorry, hold on. Yeah, page 11. It refers to 1 day without pay on number 51. So I don't know, I mean, that's depending obviously on what the vote happens today, but right now, the backup says that the constitute just cause to suspend him for 1 day, and that's what's the backup for this item. So I don't know what would need to occur with that, but I just wanted to make sure that that doesn't get missed depending on what actions taken. That was all. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Korn. Dr. Osgood, did you have an additional comment?
I was just going to say, I forgot to say what Ms. Aladaff said about requesting the other case, if board members haven't done that, and I don't know what latitude we have here now, if you have that it could be shared possibly.
I don't have that right in front of me right now. We can share it at a future date.
You're clearly entitled to see that. It's a closed investigation. It becomes a public record, so you clearly are entitled to see that if that's what you would like. To see any of these things that, any of the evidence that might be there. That one, I think, did go through SIU.
Yes.
And PSC, so they certainly have that. I don't know about some of the other things that Ms. Good just read, but about those investigations, those might have just happened at the school, but they certainly are, you're certainly entitled to see those.
Through the chair?
Yes.
What is it that we need to do that we have, because if we get an item like this about an individual, and we just get a few lines about something previous, without the backup or the case, it doesn't give you the whole picture. If you have to request it every time. You know, then we get down the road and something has happened and we're not aware of it because we didn't per se. I don't think we should have to request the backup. I think it should come with it when it's something like this, because to me, it's although it's something that previously happened, it's a part of the progressive discipline, and it certainly speaks to whether behavior is consistent or not. You know, if you've had something of the similar nature some years ago, you got whatever discipline you got recommended to EEOC, now it's something again, that shows a pattern. So whatever we need to do policy-wise to fix that we get that information included in the backup, I think it would be to our advantage, and it would help us to be more responsible and have more information for our decision-making.
Thank you, Dr. Osgood. Any additional comment from my colleagues? The only thing I will say is I think that one of my colleagues said this with regard to the climate in which we live today, and the stance that this board needs to take with regard to inappropriate touching or comments that would be construed as sexual harassment. And I'm not speaking specifically to this case now, I'm speaking in general terms. What I'm saying is, what my comment to Mr. Runcie was, we need to ensure that whatever our standards are for our teachers are the same for our administrators, are the same for our district level employees, and that they mirror those that we hold our students to. Because if we are going to suspend our students for a certain number of days for a similar type of infraction, we need to make sure that we're being consistent across our organization. And our message, I believe, needs to be very clear that we have zero tolerance. Because I believe that is the position that I've heard my colleagues put forth. So it's not for us to decide or try the facts of the case, but I will tell you, in the information that we were provided, it was very troubling to me that PSC would come through with a one-day recommendation. That was what was troubling to me. So I don't know, Mr. Runcie, where there might be an opportunity for staff to come together and have a conversation, whether it's with the first, among staff and then with the board, but to very clearly delineate what constitutes sexual harassment, what constitutes a certain level of punishment in response to that, because we can't put ourselves in a predicament as a board corporate that allows us to not identify if and when it is sexual harassment. So that's what I need to have a better understanding and comfort level as a board member, is how do we, and don't take this the wrong way, how do we trust the process of PSC to come to the right determination? Because again, we as board members are only looking at what we were provided as backup, and it is not within our purview or something that we should even consider to do, to go out and interview an employee or witnesses. That's not something that by statute we should ever do. It is important for us to read the backup, and it is important for us to make a decision based on what the information we are provided. And ultimately, these types of items are going to go before a DOA hearing. They're going to come back to us with a recommendation from an ALJ, and that's something we've done before, and I'm sure we will do many times in the future. And I think Ms. Myrick had a comment. I wasn't sure. You put your hand up and then you didn't, so I wasn't sure.
Yeah, I just wanted to tell you that I think the checks and balances and being consistent is the review that Mr. Runcie and his staff do after PSC. PSC recommendations come back to Mr. Runcie and or Mr. Moquin, along with, I believe, the HR director and an attorney from our staff. And that is where the checks and balances particularly are regarding consistency and the level of discipline for the types of offenses. Some of that is also, I think, discussed. Craig can confirm. I've never been to PSC, but some of that is discussed at PSC. But as I said earlier, PSC is a management committee to make a recommendation to the superintendent. It is ultimately his responsibility and his decision to make the recommendation to you, not PSC's.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Levinson?
Yes, I have asked that this come to the board to have a discussion, and I was hoping it would be in place for the start of school. I had discussed it with Mr. Runcie, with Ms. Myrick, with Mr. Kowalski, about discussing how we deal with sexual harassment in this district. It goes to PSC, and it has come back many times with 1 day, 3 days. They go back in the school, and it's repeated again. So I have very little confidence in the way that we as a district have been dealing, or PSC has been dealing with sexual harassment. I believe as a board, we need to weigh in and set parameters about how we expect that will be dealt with. So I would like to know when that's going to be brought back to the board to discuss.
We can have a workshop conversation around this sometime after the start of the school year. I'll get together with Mr. Moquin and schedule something. But let me say that this board had an extensive, robust conversation a few months ago on this very topic about how we need to handle those differently and with consequences that make it clear that sexual harassment will not be tolerated in this district in any form. So we're going through that process of making that type of adjustment. PSC is going to come up with whatever recommendations they come up with, but it's incumbent on me and the chief of staff and head of HR to look at the sexual harassment cases with a different lens than we have in the past based on what I've heard, and that's what we're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues? All in favor of items I5 and I6 indicate by saying aye.
Can I ask that we
I'm sorry.
separate them?
Oh, yes, yes.
So can I make a motion, please, to separate I5 and I6?
It has been moved and seconded that I5 and I6 be separated, so we will take separate votes. All in favor, we'll take item I5 first. I'm sorry.
You have to
Audi- I'm
move
sorry.
to, I mean, you have to vote on the separation.
Okay, do I need to take audience input first on the
Oh, yeah,
separation?
I'm sorry.
Yes. Audience input first on the separation of items I5 and I6. On the separation, please.
Separation. First of all, I'd like to thank you for separating. Appreciate that very much, because there was a moment when we thought there was not separated. Obviously, there are issues here. A couple of the things that I heard, well, I like anecdotes. 30 years ago, I had a great mentor teacher in Miami, and he was accused by 11 people of doing something.
I'm sorry.
No, we have to separate, because he lost his job because those things were believed. So when we're jumbling one person who's having, issues of accusations with another one who we're not talking about, yes, it's a problem. So I want to thank you for separating it. But this is important for you to hear, because a lot of things are being said that make not sense and that are not accurate. And it's really hard when allegations are made that they're just believed. And where's the other side? 11 people came up against someone. No,
Ms.
please.
Please keep on the separation. I gave you latitude before, and I'm asking you now to please speak on the separation.
I'm going to speak on the separation. Something that's this important must remain separate. There's more to talk about this issue, so I'm hoping that there will be an opportunity for us to clarify some of the things that are problematic for us in your separation. And when I see someone losing their job who was a career educator, I would have hoped he wasn't in something where he was packed in with another teacher in your discussion of it. A lot of inaccurate things are being said, so a separation is essential.
Thank you. Any additional?
Will we be able to talk again after the separation about the separation or the non-separation?
Give me just a moment, Ms. Preuss. There will be additional opportunity for public input. Hold on
Thank
just
you.
one moment. Any additional public input on the separations of item I5 and I6? Please keep it to the separation of the items.
Anna Fusco, Broward Teacher Union President, speaking on the separation of the items. They shouldn't have been combined in the first place. I got a little confusing if you switch back and forth. And I appreciate you separating them. I still want you to take in consideration when we move I6 into its own motion and vote that you listen to what some of your colleagues said and keep an open mind. And I still believe that I'm going back over the paperwork between what Mrs. Good read. I think she read it off of someone else's, because it didn't recall in my mind. And when I just went over and looked at it, it wasn't what you said. You were reading about someone else.
Ms. Fusco.
And summary memos are not discipline.
Thank you, Ms. Fusco. Any comments from my colleagues with regard to separation of items I5 and I6? Ms. Korn has made a motion, and I believe it was seconded by Ms. Rupert. All those in favor of separating I5 and I6 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. The items are now separated. I need a motion to bring I5.
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, seconded by Ms. Rupert. Audience input again on I5. I5. Audience input on I5.
Nope. Just
Any audience input on I5?
No.
Thank you. Colleague input on I5? Seeing none, all those in favor of I5 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item I5 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second to bring I6 to the floor?
So moved. Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on I6.
New information.
I would ask that you please provide new information to the board. We've had a lot of dialogue on this item already.
Chair Brinkworth, thank you very much for the latitude that you sometimes afford us. We appreciate it. We wait here all day and we hear everyone talk, and we have 3 minutes. And I really believe that if a person like myself would like to tell a little story about someone who had 11 students say he did something he didn't do, and I, as the teacher who stood next to him, was unable to even know what the information was until after he was fired, I would hope that I would be allowed to make that little anecdote, regardless if it was about the separation or not, because it is important to discuss how people get blamed for things that they did not do. We have one-sided investigations going on. Just because someone puts something in writing and says it happened doesn't mean anything necessarily. And I'm not to discount the ones that do say it and it did happen, because we have to be very careful. But this is a touchy situation. And in my experience, students can get lots of people to say what they want. They can, and they'll put it in writing. And in the case that I was trying to tell you the anecdote about, it was a family of several people, cousins, living together who had been failed by one teacher. And they came up with 11 friends and family, and the FBI was in the school, and no one ever talked to me who stood next to this person all those years. And this is happening to our teachers here. No one is talking to the neighbor. No one is going to the other teacher. Oh, 11 kids said it. It must have happened. Well, you know, maybe it did. But maybe it didn't. And that's where the other side doesn't come in. It doesn't come in. You're not asking me, who stood next to him. You're not asking the teacher across the hall. You're not letting us see those videos that you say you see. Because a lot of times what appears on a video, and you think you're seeing something, it's not really what happened. I can tell you that 100%. So I want you to be really careful, and I do want you to be a little bit accepting of the 3 minutes. It's the only 3 minutes that we have, and especially when we are patient with you, for you to be patient with us. If I want to stand here and say redundant things, I'm only allowed to do it for 3 minutes. I'd really appreciate it if you'd allow me, because sometimes it's not as redundant as you think it's going to be. In this case here, I'm hearing things coming from your legal department that do not exactly mesh with the experiences that I've had, that we've had, that this specific thing has had. I'm not saying the investigations were done wrong. If all you do is look at the 11, 7, 8, whatever amount, and read them, well, then that's your investigation. What about the other side? What about everything else? That's the part you're missing. Is there's a whole everything else that you're not seeing. And on paper, it doesn't look right.
Thank you, Ms. Preuss. Additional audience input on item I6?
Yeah, additional, Anna Fusco, Broward Teacher Union President. Summary memos are not a form of discipline, and they should not be taken into account that this person was reprimanded. Summary memos is just somebody has a right to memorialize a conversation. I have a conversation with John Doe. I want to memorialize it about our conversation. That's exactly what it is. It does not mean that I was guilty of whatever happened in our conversation. So that should not be credited towards progressive discipline. This person does not have a history of 16 years of teaching with times 200 students a year, and you're telling me 7 students in the same particular year, the same particular time frame, miraculously around grades, have similar conversations, similar statements. Were there only 7 that were interviewed, or is it only 7 that came forward? How did they come forward? What about the other 190 students that he has? What about the other students that, when we're doing our hall duty, which we're not supposed to do, we're supposed to be in our classrooms being able to plan, but our admin forces our teachers to do hall duty, and he conversed with all of the other students in the hall. Were they talked to? Were they asked? Again, the videos in the halls. Why was none of this captured on video of the comments that were made of how the hugging, 30-second hugs? It's a long time to hug. I could sit here silent for 30 seconds, and it can be a very long time. And that not one video in the hall captured it through the 200 students a day that enters his classroom. That's not including the hundreds that passes Hall in high school, in all grade levels. The students know who the teachers are that give them that extra tender, whether they're their own teacher or not, and they gravitate towards them. And I feel the consequence is excessive on the minimal of evidence that you have. And when it gets taken to an administrative judge, I'm sure we'll be back.
Thank you. Any additional comment from the audience on item I6? Any additional comment from my colleagues on item I6? All those in favor of item I6 indicate by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no.
No.
May I have a motion and a second on items II1 and I?
So moved.
I'm sorry.
I didn't get everybody's vote.
Okay. Official school board records would like to do a roll call because they don't have everyone's vote.
Ms. Alladette?
Yes.
Ms. Brinkworth?
Yes.
Ms. Good? Ms. Korn?
No.
Ms. Levinson?
Yes.
Ms. Murray?
Yes.
Dr. Osgood?
Yes.
Ms. Rupert?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you. May I have a motion and a second on items II1 and 2, please?
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on items II1 and 2. Seeing none, colleague input on items II1 and 2. All those in favor of items II1 and 2 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items II1 and 2 pass unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item J1, please?
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on J1. I have Ms. Rupert for J1.
Thank you, and actually mine refers to also JJ6, but I will hold my comments for that one. Sorry. The executive summary under the general overview, this was one of a couple where the project scope included fire alarms, HVAC, general building envelope, improvement. Scope to provide fire sprinklers to buildings 3 and 4, and they were then in turn reviewed by our chief fire official, who determined that building 4 was the only building that required fire sprinklers. Building 3 did not require the sprinklers, blah, blah, blah. So my question is, and I tried to find it myself, I printed out the overview of the fire alarm systems that we had, I guess it was last year, how we were gonna be handling that, as well as the memo that came with that, to try to figure out if we're doing the same thing here. And I had a little difficulty. So when we look back at what was found deficient when we did the SMART program, were we working from a different set of code at the time, and it's gotten more lenient now, or what's the difference here? I'm having a little struggle with that.
Frank Girardi, Executive Director, Capital Program. You were talking sprinkler and then said fire alarm. Did you cross over?
Yes. Not to
Don't
the
worry,
other
I do it
side
all the
yet.
time.
Not
So
to
we're
the other
talking
side.
sprinkler.
Yes. Why did it say that we needed it and then that we didn't need it? So what's the difference?
I think on that one, maybe Chief May can answer that one.
And it doesn't have to be a long, drawn-out thing, And I'm talking to myself at the same time.
Good evening, Dr. Marianne May, Chief Fire Official. Short answer, when I started reviewing sprinklers for the district, it appears that when the needs assessment was done, there was not a code review on where we needed sprinklers and where we did not.
Okay, so that was why I asked about code. That's important, and I think, I don't know whose that was, but if it's me, I'll volunteer to go. put that in here next time so we know that. I think it's helpful for the public to get really transparent. So that was my question for this one. I'm good.
Okay, any additional questions on item J1? All those in favor of item J1, did I take public input? I'll do it again just in case. Item J1, anybody from the audience? J1? Seeing none, all those in favor of J1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item J1 passes unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item JJ1, please?
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Ms. Rupert, second by Ms. Korn. Audience input on JJ1. I have Mrs. Alhadeff.
Okay, so page 135. So we make a note in safety and security that $225,000 for fire sprinklers were removed. However, if you look at the note 1, fire sprinklers budget remains in the project through the scope is not required. So can you explain that?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry, Danny Jardine, CBRE Heary. Even though the fire scope portion of the project has been removed from the scope, we left the dollars inside the project. As we continue to do this in the future, we'll make sure we do a better job of explaining that the funds stay within the project and will be used to cover any, if we run over, have a bid come in over budget, it helps lessen that shortfall. So the funds have been staying within the project, and we just need to do a better job of explaining it in the future.
Yeah, thank you. That would be very helpful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues? All in favor of item JJ1 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item JJ1 passes unanimously. I'm going to take JJ2, 3, 4, 7, and 8. May I have a motion?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Good, second by Mrs. Alhadeff. That came from a very strange place. That was for items JJ2, 3, 4, 7, and 8. Audience input? Seeing none, colleague input? Yes, Ms. Levinson?
Yes, I just had a comment about JJ7, final acceptance and final release of retainage. I just wanted to make a comment that if you look at that item, there was only one change order for about $32,000. So just wanted to make a comment that $600,000 should be coming back into the reserve, the almost 10% of the whole contingency. Would that be correct?
It's actually around 15%, unless I did the math wrong.
Okay.
I'll go with your math. I know you're good with the math.
But I just wanted to point that out,
it is about $600,000.
because we are always talking about how they're over. We also need to look at when the job was done this way and the contingencies is being returned back to the reserve.
Great point.
That project averaged 0.68% change orders.
And we are finding a lot of ours are coming in lower. So
Excellent, keep it up.
we have a few that'll go over, but
Thank you. Any additional comment from my colleagues on the JJ2, 3, 4, 7, or 8? All in favor of those items indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Items JJ2, 3, 4, 7, and 8 pass unanimously. May I have a motion and a second on item JJ5?
So moved?
Second.
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on JJ5. I have Mrs. Alhadeff.
Page 1 of 2. So can you explain to me the consultant error, where we have a couple of them? How come that is not being a credit back to the district?
well, what happens with that is it is a change order to the contractor. Excuse me, and the reason being is that the consultant made an error on their plans. There's errors and omissions. We have, in this instance, they're all unforeseen. We have a consultant omission and one consultant error, another consultant omission. The omissions are when the plans are done and they omitted something, they left something out that we find out during construction, either during the inspection period or just in construction general. And the omissions are usually something that we do get value on the change order. We do have to give the contractor a change order, which is an additional, which is an add. And on the omission, we're getting something we pay for. Usually it's just a markup because it's a change order. Change orders tend to be a little bit higher than if they were in the bid. So we look at it that way. On the errors, an example for that is if they show on drawings that they put in a 24-inch door, and by code it needed to be 36, and we already installed the 24, we have to tear out the 24, put in a 36, so that's more of a cost. And when we're done with the project, we do an analysis on the errors and omissions, and if we feel they're high enough, then we go after the architect to reimburse the money back.
But why are we responsible for the consultant's errors?
Not all drawings are perfect. That's why usually the standard in the industry is you give an architect maybe a 1% leeway before you start looking at whether you're going to go after them. And we did that in the past where we went after architects for every penny. And that caused some issues with our architects. The standard, I believe, is about 1%, and Danny could verify that. You're going to have errors, you're going to have omissions. No drawings are perfect. We shoot for the best drawings we can get, but you're going to have those come up. And we have to pay the contractor.
So is that error in their contract that they are allowed up to a 1% error?
No, that's what we use as a standard. Every project stands on its own. So when we go to close out a project, we look at all the errors and omissions. And if we feel that it's something we need to go after the architect on, then at that point we'll make that decision. But we don't do that until the project's over, because if it's one small error, we'll spend more money going after that $1,000. It'll cost us $6,000, $7,000 to go after the 1,000, and it's just not worth it. But if they did something that's $50,000, $100,000, that's a different story.
Okay, I guess what I'm struggling with an $800 million bond, that these consultant errors could really start to add up. So I guess that if we could be as aggressive as possible with the architects, with these consultants, to make sure that they're held accountable for the errors and that we don't have to pay for their mistakes.
We're continually monitoring. That's part of our evaluation process, both during the design and the construction side. And as an example on this one, we're right now at 1.9% change orders. Part of the dilemma that owners struggle with on change orders, if something was omitted from the drawings, when the contractor was putting his price together, you never paid for it. And so when he does his change order, it's the first time you're actually paying for the work. And granted, there is a premium that the district's having to pay because it is a change order. We know that if it's part of his original base bid, you know, they're getting a little more competitive and the pricing is tighter. But
So are you saying if the needs assessment wasn't done properly from the beginning of the bond, that could affect this bond with all these extra fees moving forward now?
there are flaws in the needs assessment, but when the architect is going through the process, he has access to as-built drawings that may or may not be exactly correct. And we go out to the job site, we open up the ceilings, and walls aren't there that were shown on the drawings. Now, should we expect him to go out and check every wall in an existing building? If the drawings say it's there and you stick your head above the ceiling and you see walls in most of the places, but now you get in the back corner of the building and check a closet and the walls aren't there, you know, those are just unforeseen conditions that we encounter. And as we work with the contractors, some of them make it change orders, some of them just go and do the work in order to get finished.
And if you look at the executive summary here for this change order, there's a consultant error, which is 0.26%, and the omission is 0.09%. They're very, very low. If these got up into a higher percentage, that's when we would look at it.
Do we have the ability to calculate how many consultant errors throughout the entire bond?
Oh, absolutely. E-Builder, we can go into E-Builder, and we can get you, the board, a report which shows all the different categories and what was spent through the project to date.
Great, thank you
And if
for
that's
that.
what we'd like, I could go ahead and get that and submit it to the board for your review.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you. Any additional comments from my colleagues on item JJ5? Seeing none, all those in favor of item JJ5 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item JJ5 passes unanimously. So it's my understanding from Dr. Neesmith earlier that it has been recommended that we discuss JJ6 in a closed door because it does have some safety and security issues that we would not discuss publicly. However, I'm going to ask my colleagues, I think we should probably take LL1 and 2 and dispose of those so that those staff members, if they can, will be able to leave. And then keep in mind, we are having a public hearing on the ADFP immediately following this board meeting. May I have a motion on LL1 and 2?
So moved.
Second?
Moved by Ms. Korn, second by Ms. Rupert. Audience input on LL1 and 2. Seeing none, board member comment on LL1 and 2. All those in favor of LL1 and 2 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. And I just want to confirm with staff that you feel, given the number of board members that have indicated they want to ask questions, that you feel that it is necessary for us to have a closed door, or do you think we should ask questions on the item and
It's a tough one to answer. We can try it, and if it goes to where we start talking about individual schools, the only thing we're looking at on this is we're talking about different items of a fire alarm, and we're going to get into specifics on what we may do and what we may not do, and I don't know if that's something we want in the public on what we're not going to do or do at schools.
I'm going to look to Mr. Runcie to ask.
I think we need to do a closed door, should be short.
Use your microphone, please.
I would recommend that we do a closed door. It should be short. I think we're going to
should be.
present some of the options, yeah, and then.
Okay, so at this time, we are going to recess the meeting for a closed door on item JJ6 to discuss safety and security items that cannot be discussed in the public. And then we will reconvene the meeting to vote on one final item, which is JJ6, and then we will adjourn that meeting and convene the meeting for the ADFP. So this meeting, how long do you think this is going to take, Mr. Girardi?
Well, we've got a lot of the facts and everything else, I think, and I've had some walk-arounds, so I think maybe 10 minutes, 15 at the most.
All right, so this meeting is in recess for a closed-door session for 15 minutes. Thank you. Good evening. This school board meeting is now reconvened. I'd like to have a motion, please, on JJ6. Moved by Ms. Good. Second by Mrs. Alhadeff. Audience input on item JJ6. Seeing none, any colleague questions on JJ6? Seeing none, all those in favor of item JJ6 indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say no. Item JJ6 passes unanimously. Just checking with you, Dr. Neesmith, according to my, okay? So now this is what I will say for all of my colleagues. At this time, do any of my colleagues have any reports or items to bring forth to the superintendent for consideration? Yes, Ms. Korn.
I am actually. There's an item I'd like the board to consider bringing back to a workshop. I know that you all support it. I recently brought forward a resolution regarding human trafficking. And there was some legislation. It ended up failing, but basically it was going to require that all schools include education on human trafficking in our schools. I would like us to be proactive. I would like us to consider, and it doesn't necessarily need to be in this place, but in my research, policy 5315 may be a place in which we can include that. That actually deals with sex education, but it also deals with dating and those other components. And so I thought it might be an appropriate place to include it in policy rather than having a separate policy. But so So Mr. Runcie, if my colleagues feel it's appropriate, at least for a workshop discussion, I'd like us to bring that forward as something that we would present and consider to bring into additional education for our school, our students.
We'll make it happen.
Okay.
Me too.
You're looking like you're getting a lot of head shakes from around. We have consensus from the board. Ms. Rupert?
Can I add just a caveat?
Sure, just use your microphone, please.
Oh, sorry, forgot. I've talked ad nauseum with Mickey Pope about sexual violence at dating. And we talked about, there's a video in Britain, and it's the tea thing. You know, I think it would be a good idea to include that if we bring that forward at a workshop. I think it still falls under what you just said, so.
Okay. Thank you. The scheduled order of business for this regular school board meeting of the School Board of Broward County, Florida has been completed. Seeing no obligation, I now adjourn the meeting. And we're going to give everyone